Party start. I took a minute. I choose that. Time for me to prove that I'm a pride. First shooting. We got PTSD. Boom. Mother dog getting bird. This you like that. This you like that. Doom, doom, doom. Alright. Talking out of their neck. Get it, bro. I get these shares out so we can get this party started. Get these shares out and get them party started. I haven't seen her in a while. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Can you get a birthday shout out? Happy birthday? What? Is that Daintus? I don't even know that. I feel like I'm getting set up. What's the deal, Riley? How you feeling? If you W your kids 25-8 and you finally get a break after if you with your kids 25-8 and you finally get a break. Them kids, wow. I never got it though. Like, why put yourself in a predicament where you really don't want kids that you have to say that? Like, do you really care about your kids? Like, if it was gonna be a hard job, why take it? Um, what's the deal, Gemini? How you feeling, man? Yeah, I'm back. I've been off for like about 3, 4 days now. Well, I've been in other people's room though, but I ain't do my own live yet. So I said I gotta do my live real quick. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna be seeing me like that soon, man. About to start working Monday. Y'all gonna be missing me. Y'all gonna be like, dang, this dude ain't been on like that. He ain't been on that like that. It's like, nah. I try to see if I can squeeze a couple hours in during the week though, but yeah, back to grind time. Only put the long hours in on the weekend. Your mental health comes first before your kids. Not really. Nah, I wouldn't say that. Don't have kids if your mental health is hectic, you know. Never get that. Nah, you shouldn't have kids then if you got mental issues or mental health issues, you shouldn't have kids. People do things backwards and stuff. They gonna have kids and be like, "Oh yeah, I have problems." If you got PTSD, all that stuff, you don't need to have kids then. If that's the case, what the heck? Trying to make every last excuse. It's like taking an ish about your parents, siblings, or your job. Yeah, I think a lot of people be thinking kids is just. That's the reason why a lot of us grow up a certain way because we was one of them kids that our parents probably said F us at one point, you know, and then we continue the same cycle because they had mental issues and then they want to have kids like they could take care of it. We know that kids is a big deal, and yet we keep on out here. I guess people, and that's the reason why People ain't got afraid to open them legs though. Be knowing what come behind that though. Then when they come out, then they want to say they got mental issues. If you got mental issues, you don't need to be opening your legs either. No, I don't have kids. Because I had if I had mental issues, I'm making sure I'm prepared for it, so I don't have to do that. Believe me, I ain't gonna be talking like that if I do have them. I feel like people say it as a joke. No, some people serious though. I just seen that a couple minutes ago. Some people serious about it. Some people said don't have kids. I'm 30 some years old. I know the time. 33 years old, man. I'm doing something right. Eventually will have it when I find the right one, so I don't have to worry about mental issues. Uh, that was joking about. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you though. I think that the only reason why, even if you're joking though, I think a lot of people do take that serious though. They take it serious. They really mean it though. Like they really do you know, be mad at their child and all that stuff. Like they asked to be here, take it out on them because of their stuff that they got going on, and then it just spreads to the kid, which ain't fair. You know, so and I'm noticing it though. Like even all of our decisions, we make decisions and we don't think about the child. You know, we do these jobs and stuff, put ourselves in certain predicaments and stuff, and don't think about how it get affected. Yes, I'm start doing my lives like this now.
What's
That
good
way we
with
can
you,
see the
man?
whole thing. I'll be a ghost. I'll be a ghost for the. What's the deal, Jimmy? How you feeling, brother?
I'm good.
Got that one bar again. We gonna
Yeah.
work with it.
Damn. I mean that. Hey, between the tin roof and the middle of these woods I'm in, like I guess I'm doing good to even be able to talk on this motherfucker.
He said, "Hey, so hey, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the one bar. I'll take it. We just gotta work with it, man. You'll never understand if you're not a parent. I understand. I do understand. So I have I've been a kid before. I know the struggle though. But it's just like you got to be mentally prepared for that situation, though. But I think I wouldn't be a hypocrite of what I'm saying, though. I would never say "f them kids." Though. That's one thing. But a lot of us wasn't prepared, and we didn't even have planned it out. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand why people have these struggles. You know? Yeah, I guess so. If whatever make you feel better, I feel it. I never said it was gonna be easy either, but I never said I was gonna say "f them kids." That's one thing. Different. Just wording mean everything. But my 18-year-old daughter told me if I don't buy her a
Yeah,
Bronco.
I be feeling like people just be joking because like I remember when I worked at the nursing home, like the girls, it, 'cause I think I might have been for like the first year I was there, I think I was the only dude that worked in there. So like, it was a cycle of women coming through. But at some point, all of them basically, the kids tripping at the house. They go to school, they tripping. They got to leave work early. And then, like, so at the beginning of the shift, they come in, they mad, talking shit, man, fuck them kids, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, and then before, like an hour into the shift, look, I was looking online and I think I want to get this right here for him. And it'll probably, I ordered on Amazon. It'll take a couple of days, but it'll be here. So it's just kind of like, it just seemed more like a thing of if something can go wrong because of this child, it's gonna go wrong. And I am like fed up and frustrated, man. Fuck them kids. And then two breaths later, let me go buy them Hawaii so they can go, so they can go take their friends and play this weekend. Like, yo, pick a struggle, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you got going on over there? You know what I mean? So for me, I ain't never heard nobody say it where I was just kind of like, damn, I might need to call CPS on your ass. You fucking Trevor. You know what I mean? It always seemed more like frustration. This a joke. Later on, I'm gonna need your help in figuring out what I'm buying for how I'm arranging they birthday extravaganza, or whatever they got. These three pair of Jordans, I'm gonna buy them for the school year, and it just never seemed serious. Like, yeah, man, I don't care nothing about these kids, or at least to me, I might have missed something.
Hmm.
But it do be sounding bad though. I can't even front like even when I know it's a joke, it still do sound bad though. I can't front on it. So I understand where you're coming from with it.
Yeah, depending on where people stand. I could tell just where they stand at. I could tell. I mean, I know a lot of people go through different things or whatever, though. But it's just like, man, yeah, at the end of the day, shoot, you don't bring them in this world. You brought them in this world, though. So you gotta, from that point, you gotta try your best. You know, the things we say. I know the things that you say to your kids. I mean, that it plays a part. So they don't forget about it.
Yeah,
They see all the stuff that's going on, all the toxic stuff you put in front of them, and whatever. It's like, sure, we was kids before we seen it. We ain't forget nothing. So you already know the deal.
yeah. I don't remember hearing nobody talk like that about the kids back in my day.
Hmm.
I'm not to say that they didn't. I just don't recall hearing, no fuck them kids movement at.
Hmm.
I heard they badass. I'm sick of these kids getting on my damn
Right.
that type of shit. But yeah, fucking kids do sound kind of bad. I ain't gonna front. They do.
Yeah. They be saying it all, and I mean, I see it in so many different ways, though. I even see some people that be like, is if they just trying to get especially like be some dudes and stuff, and they be trying to sleep with the mama and stuff. They go, help them kids or something like that. I'm like, man.
Oh, yeah, that's
People
cold
just
right
don't be
there.
caring though. But let them do that to their kids though, or do that to their baby mama or whatever. And it's the end of the world, you know.
Yeah.
But I do feel like so overall, this I do feel like it's happiness over kids nowadays, man. I think people make decisions based off of them, and then say because I feel it this way, my kids feel this way. And they always put their own emotions into it and swear that's what the kids want to do. I know this is what's best for the kid. No, this is what's best for you, and then you put it on the kid. Because sometimes, sure, the kid might go a different route. Sometimes your kid not gonna be the way you want it to be. So I feel like if it
That's
ain't
a fact.
damaging their life, then sure, why not? Let them do what they gonna do. Let them make their decisions. It just shouldn't be affecting them. But because a lot of parents, they might not. They thinking, because they did certain things that they kids can do. I mean, time has changed. You know what I'm saying? They can't do the same thing they did back in the day. They got to go a whole other route. Kids nowadays have no respects, no manners. Yeah, but it's all about how the parents raised them, low key. It's all about what the parents tolerate. Because if it don't get put in check, because I've been seeing like I see some parents that go on the store. The kids cuss or some whatever. And then the kids, you know better. You're not supposed to. Like, ain't no way. Because there's no way that the kid just had the balls out of nowhere just to say that. No, they know they've been letting it slide at the house, and then got embarrassed out there because the kid did the same thing. But that's why both parents are needed in the house, low key. You know, some
Yeah,
of
because
them.
it's
So,
it's 1,000 videos where a little kid cut. Matter of fact, I got one on my in my videos where a little kid cuss, and the parents just thought it was the funniest thing in the world. I was like, boy, ain't no way. I can laugh when it's other people's kids, but I just couldn't imagine, Like some of the stuff I be seeing, little kids walking around out in like you said, out in public, out in Walmart, just cussing in front of what? Anyway,
Mhm.
that's a little.
Yeah, I be hearing this junk. I be outside my house right now. I've been hearing like little kids on the bike sitting there cussing up a storm, talking about suck my this, and I'm like, what the heck? How are these little kids talking like that? I don't even like they past 70 years old.
You talking about like middle school and nothing ever. Because middle school, I get it. You know, I was cussing in middle
Nah,
school.
I
But I
don't
was,
even think. I think they still in elementary. That's what they sound like.
yeah, they peer and their parents talking crazy then.
Gotta be right in front of them. That's what happened, man. You know, people be acting like I don't know, man. They just don't understand. Like I said, I don't think a lot of even though you're a parent, that don't mean you know how to parent. There's little, really little kids that's trying to that think soon as they have a kid that make them grown. Well, I know what I'm
Yeah,
doing. Nah, I think everybody gonna have the same experience. You know, as soon as you ain't no booklet or nothing, no booklet or nothing on how to take care of a child. You know, you just
no,
learn
that's
as
true.
it go. What's the deal, Taja? How you feeling? Oh, this generation of children are wild. Yeah, they is. But shoot, look at the parents that's raising them. Look at the parents allowing them though. Are we shocked that they wild? They being softer on them. Shoot, that's why these adults are soft. What do we expect? You know, I don't want them to go through what I went through because I was get that was me getting abused when I got my hand slapped. So I'm not gonna do that. Go to bed. 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 Just in case I'm seeing you slip up in here. Wolf, which is not good. If we raise them just like how we were raised, they would turn out. Yeah, or you know what I'm saying. I think, but then again, they call the cops on you if you put your hands on them. Man, whatever. I think we could have did that back then, but we ain't had the mind to think about that.
I think we could have took it, for real. But see, the thing with that is, like, what happened when they get out? You think they're gonna be happy about that 72 hours that they spend in jail? Because you called the cops because you was acting a fool and you got your butt whooped. Oh, but that's what I always thought about. I thought about it a couple times myself. Like, man, I could probably call the cops or something. You know, I'm getting out of this thing. But then it's like my parents. I think it was my mama told me one time we was out somewhere, and I
Yeah.
thought because we was out, I'm about to get away with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to pop my collar and get away with whatever I was doing. She said she leaned in and whispered to me. She said, "Just remember, we going home when we leave from here. So just keep that in mind." And then she stood, smiled, got back in her conversation, and things went on as normal. You know, and I straightened up because I didn't want that smoke. You know what I'm saying? You got to
Hmm.
go home. So it's like, at what cost is it worth calling them people on this one? I don't think it is.
Yeah, you don't get the cops called on you, then you gotta probably call the cops on your own kids. That's how it be. I realize. Hey, real quick, if y'all can, try to give me the 5K real quick. It's only like 80 y'all thrown in there. Share the live out. If y'all don't know how to share the live, hold your finger on my ghost face. Now I'm a ghost. I'm about to try to ghost it out this week. I might try to do another live on Saturday. Hold your finger on the box for like 2 seconds, and then you'll see a list of friends pop up, and share it to all your friends. Get them up in here. Parents and no parents, you know what I'm saying? We trying to prepare them. People that ain't parents, you know, prepare them too. They need to know. But the thing is, it's not. It's really about the generation we live in. I do believe that we are living in happiness over kids. You know, and I've been seeing the same excuse all the time. Well, my mentor wasn't there and stuff. So why have a kid if your mentor ain't there? I've been hearing this all the time. I've been seeing, I'm seeing even mothers, man. I'm seeing them giving away their kids to CPS and give me different little things just because my mental wasn't ready. I can't do it. I can't handle that. So it's like, why even have a kid? You know what I'm saying? By now, like, look, by now, that's why I do push out for the like abstinence and all that stuff, right? Because people don't even know what that is anymore. But it's just like we know this will come out of it, and that's what I'm meaning about it. We rather be happy or feel good than worry about our kids. We know usually kids come out the end of that. You know what I'm saying? We can't play brand new. We knew this since we was younger, but we went and tried it out ourselves because we thought we can do it a little different. Then we fall through doing the same exact thing, probably a little worse now. Then we get mad at the world because we chose something that we put ourselves in, and then start making lies like women is this and men do that and all this other stuff. Now, no, you had to. All of us had this juice. All of us ain't new. If we can find all this and do this research now, we had the hands up. We done seen it in our own family. So blame yourself. Blame yourself that you want to try something new because you wanted to be selfish and have fun. You wanted to be happy. Now you done brought somebody in this world can't even take care of them, and then keep blaming. Well, my mental isn't ready for it. We gotta stop that, man. Your mental shouldn't have been ready when you open your legs. You feel me? That junk crazy. People that's what I'm saying. I think this the generation we in. It's the generation we in. It's happiness over here. They even doing it now, like, with the stuff that's getting allowed on. I'm trying my best not to get bananas, but I realize this happiness is taking over the world now. It's all about being happy. And they not even happy. They being miserable trying to be happy. Ain't that something? Fighting for happiness. I think I just did a topic on that a couple of days. My last topic I did about 3 days ago. People fight for happiness or feel like they are entitled to happiness. Can't take a day of boredom. They feel like that I'm not living my life because I'm not happy. You know what I'm saying? That's the new thing, living your life. I gotta live my life. I gotta live. We gotta live. You know what I'm saying? Gotta live, but you gotta be twerking at the club, freaking doing all type of stuff that's gonna get you in trouble. That's called living now. Drinking, getting unhealthy, all this other stuff. That's living now, I guess. You know. But I feel it
You know
though.
what? You know what, Kel? I don't even think it's happiness. I think it's
Pleasures.
selfishness over
That
everything.
too. I feel it. Yeah, that's true.
Like, cause like happiness, I could pull my kid into the happiness, and like we could go on the trip, or we could go zip lining, or for the weekend, or go white water rafting, or hit the amusement parks, and thusly I pull her into the happiness. It's not just about like me being happy over everything or everybody, but like it kind of feel like not so much like, yeah, everybody want the happy, because even me, I want the happy, and I'm not all that selfish, but like I do give outsiders, sometimes it's the minimal because they might be strangers, but I give outsiders consideration where it seems like a lot of people don't these days. So it seems more like selfish than the actual happiness portion of it.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I might be getting it wrong, but
I mean, yes, we can
yeah.
say that too. We can say that. That was literally the last topic I did was about the selfness. That's kind of the war
Hmm.
we in. The individual mentality versus the communal. So it's people that's trying to actually teach the people to not make the same mistakes as people that just purposely want to make the mistakes. So that's what I'm learning. That's what we just talking about before. You know.
Yeah.
Then when you do check it, and don't want you to control me. I have the right to this, and I do that. You can't. So yeah, that's what it is.
May I say,
Desires and pleasures. That's what we chasing nowadays. What's the
may I
deal,
say
Earl?
that it is about accountability and responsibility. You can be happy, but you have to be responsible about the things that are ongoing around you or that you can affect. You drop that pebble in the water and all those ripples go out. So if you wish to, let's just say, I don't know how you say it, if you want to make love, then you have to be responsible for everything that can occur for it. And now that they are looking at repealing um, abortion and all this other stuff, and if you're too cheap, too silly, too stupid, whatever it is, to buy a condom or to have a supply available, both men and women, then the onus is on you. We tell people for years there's more things out there than just having a baby that can affect you. Wear a condom. That people still won't. It is a problem. Now you're going to say, well, I couldn't afford to go have an abortion anyway, or because Medicaid or Planned Parenthood won't pay for it, and then you have a baby and you want to complain to the world about it. No, take accountability, take responsibility, and do something ahead of time.
Mm. I would say, I feel you with that. I'm thinking it's getting so deep that even with that, I wouldn't even trust that either, though. I don't think you should be doing any of those things until your mental is there, because that's always the freaking number one thing everybody go to. Well, I'm not mentally ready for this. Because we know the outcome when things may slip up. You shouldn't be sleeping with somebody that you might not be willing to have a kid with, just in case. You know what I'm saying? Because like the mental should be there. You should have the money and all that stuff before you thinking about sleeping with somebody. Because we just know how mistakes be happening. You know, they ain't all that. Everybody doing these plan Bs and all this other stuff or whatever, but you see it ain't working. When you see some of that stuff just don't work, and then you bring a kid in here, and that's what I'm meaning about that. It's some pleasures and it's all about, oh, well, I just want to have fun and all this other stuff. But then a kid come around, then it's F them kids.
Absolutely.
You know, let me use my mental thing for an excuse of why I'm not ready. But you was ready to lay in the bed though. So
Absolutely.
we know what comes out of the end of that. I mean, we done seen it happen too many times where you act like we playing brand new, and then everybody just the golden puller outer, and I can wear this, and so we just gotta be aware of this.
Absolutely. A lot of times, how should I say, if you can't afford it, you are absolutely right. Don't do it. At the
Yeah.
same time, I understand. I've heard it from my own children. I've heard it from other people. You think that you're going to do better. I'm going to be better. And you're right. You can be, but are you? And if you're not, then why are you still doing these same silly things that you say you didn't like that I did, or you feel ashamed that we did in my time? I don't know how old you people are, but um, you can't reproduce the problem and then still keep calling it a problem. No, it's something that you fell into and you need to change it. So yes, don't have the kids. I can't tell you don't have sex. That would be wrong of me. Don't do drugs. Too many of you have done it. Too many of us have done it. A lot of people I know now have waited well until their 60s, 70s for legalization to now decide they want to start smoking marijuana or whatever. I can't tell you don't do it. I can simply say you've got to be responsible. And I'm glad that more people, or at least some people, are trying to be more responsible about that particular part of life.
Yeah. I think that's about the best bet now, because ain't like people gonna do it though, but it's just that's why I said people choose the pleasure and happiness over that. It's sad that we can't tell them not to do them because they rather feel good, rather feel happy nowadays than the kids, than make. But hey, it is what it is, I guess. I just feel bad for the kids. That's all it is. We do. Yeah.
Well, that part's true, but I think we should be tired of feeling bad for the kids and then wanting everybody else to make it better for them. And I think a lot of what you guys are saying is true. And I think more people just need to understand that it's not the government's job to raise them. It's
Right.
you hope that the school can teach you something or teach the kids something, but you teach the kids the basics. They're listening to you first, then they're listening to the teacher. And if you badmouth the teacher, they're gonna not pay attention to that teacher. So it behooves parents to work well with their teachers, with other people that their children come in contact with, so that they'll understand how to make themselves better. Understand what a checkbook is if you still use a checkbook, but understand the banking system, understand what work is really about, understanding how food gets put on the table. I told my kids something when I was young. Um, One day I walked out of the house going to school, and we didn't have any milk in the refrigerator for my cereal. And I was mad. I was cursing and doing everything else. But what I did was, on my way home, I bought a gallon of milk and I put it in the refrigerator. And my mother said, "Who put this milk in the refrigerator?" I said, "I wanted some cereal, and damn it, I bought some milk." Let me tell you, if nothing else, my mother got quiet, and my sister and brother, unfortunately, had to bear the brunt of all the housework that I got out of because I bought that 1 gallon of milk. My mother raised holy hell to them so that they could learn from that example. When you put something in, you can get something out.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's a few things I thought about that other one, like the repeated abortions, which I know ain't gonna have a few things gonna come up about that though. But I realized the only reason why I put the word repeated abortions on there because it's like, you know, um, I know that's everybody's favorite comeback or they're not kids yet and all that stuff. But it's like dog, you you rather just keep on unaliving these possible kids because you you can't handle yourself. You rather be happy that much. So you rather have fun. I guess that's what it's called nowadays. So you rather just keep on doing that and unaliving kids. So I can get the first time right. I can get the first time, maybe the first time, whatever. But keep doing it. You on two abortions? That's crazy. It's just like they done made a hobby out of that. I would have think after the first time you'd be a little bit more careful or watch out because you know it's
Something.
possibilities.
Yeah, more something.
Yeah, but
Cousin, what's good, brother?
if them kids,
Gemini, what's happening, man? What's up,
I
Chris?
cousins
can't
in
talk.
the building.
What's happening with y'all, man? What's going on with it?
All right, man.
How's y'all week
Cool.
ending up?
Busy.
Good. I'm good, man.
I tell them all.
Y'all going? I'm gonna have a little less time with y'all now, man.
Yeah, I know you working now, huh?
About to
Yeah, yeah.
on Monday.
That's
Monday.
what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what's up.
What you gonna be morning or first, second, or third shift?
Morning.
Oh, okay.
I be needing the mornings.
I feel you.
The day to myself. Morning, Monday through Friday. It's like a 30-minute drive for me though, but I'm making it happen, Cap.
Yeah,
Cash.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
Huh?
You know, shit. I got a couple things coming up too. I'm gonna be like having to cut short, short time myself. So
Mm-hmm.
it get like that, man. So
That grown folk, huh?
what? When
Life
we
of a
have the
grown
time, we
folk.
gotta get the good conversation in when we can. That's all we can say.
Right.
Yeah, man. I'm starting this art program, and then I got other things happening. So I'm gonna be having. I'm gonna still get on live when I can, but
Yeah.
it's gonna be a lot less than normal, at least for a few months.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to do my little. I did it before. I was working. I was doing like that was when I was doing like 10 hours, 10 hours a day instead of doing 56 hours a week. Still was trying to squeeze a little time in on here.
Hmm.
Yeah. I would make sure I stretch those weekends out on my life. I'm like, I'm making.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what's happening. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. So I'm in the car right now, so I can't see the topic. I don't know what y'all on.
It's a deal, Amir. Uh, really, I was just going through each one differently, different ones, and
Oh,
I
okay.
ain't even started to order yet for real. But the
Okay.
topic is this the happiness over kids generation?
Hmm.
Mhm.
So you mean by like people instead of taking care of their kids, they'd rather be happy? Is that what you mean?
Nowadays, yeah, or or
Hmm.
people make decisions in life not really about the kids, about them being happy for the most part. Yeah, so basically, same thing. Yeah, yeah.
Right, 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 right. I mean, I think that's interesting. I
Just
think that
get
there's definitely a group of people that are that way.
yeah.
We can't deny that. Um, and I mean, I think when I was just coming up, he was talking about the you know uh, different people having a different or the women having multiple uh, aborting multiple. Uh, and I agree. I think if you start to wear like that is your actual form of birth control, that's crazy.
Mm,
You know what I mean? Like if that's your form of birth control, you tripping. That's all I can say. Like obviously, and I would say that to be fair, most, and I would like to hear from any women that could either you know agree or disagree with this, but from women that I've known in my life or have talked to whatever over these years that either have or have known people who've done them. I don't think that that's an easy thing to do for most women. You know what I mean? Like
mm,
they not just willy nilly. Oh, you know what? Like it. It's out here. No, like it's a really big thing for women to go through emotionally. All that shit that they got to do. That we don't really consider. So I think for most women, that's not a thing. You know what I mean? But but for the ones that are, who just like fuck it and just keep on doing. Oh yeah, y'all tripping. Like I don't, I don't know if I can. I don't know if there's a justification for that. You know what I
mm.
mean? Like you can't really justify that. Like that's just even if you try to find a silver lining, I don't get that. You know what I mean? Like I don't get that part.
Yeah, that's
Um,
what I said. I can get the first time,
yeah,
but if that's you keep doing it. Like, what the heck going up? What's going on, man? You might have to do a different hobby. You might have
right,
need to. What's
right.
up, Kelsey?
Something ain't right with that. So yeah, I can agree with you on that one. And like people, I think I used I don't know if this is actually a new thing. I think it's more publicized now, like it's more out there.
Hmm.
But like I've always had a problem with people who have kids, and those kids become second to everything else.
Right.
Like I've never had respect for that, like ever. You know what I mean? I specifically don't have kids because of that. Because in my life, thought that, you know what, I'm on a mission to do this thing. I got a career. I'm doing this, so I'm not gonna sacrifice this at this moment because I'm cracking. So that means that I am not going to now intentionally bring a child in this earth and not be able to be 100, right? And I knew that, so I didn't do that. Period. Like that, you know what I mean? So for me, when I hear, and I know everybody's not the same, you know, everybody don't have the same constitution, everybody don't have the same discipline, everybody don't have, I get all of that. But in my opinion, if you know that you ain't ready for a child, you know, you should do everything that you possibly can in order not to have it, right? And there's things that you can do to make sure that you don't slip up. And I think that, like, when I tell for men all the time, man, like, I know I'm living proof that, yeah, you can. You know what I mean? And so we know that you can do it. It's just a matter if we want to or not. But then when you do have a child, you got to accept the fact that now that child is what your responsibility is, not your Birkin bag or not your fucking, and you know what I mean? Not your, oh, I got to have time off and time away and I need my time to myself. No, you forfeit your time to yourself.
Right.
You forfeited that. If anything, now you can bring your kid on your vacations. You know what I mean? Like now you can
Right.
make them family vacations and you can do all that because that's what you did. That's what you signed up for.
That's what you signed up for, right?
Right.
So
You know, and like I said, you know me, man, I'm always going to look at both sides, but I don't know on that one. Like I think when it's the kids did not call you from heaven or from the outskirts of whatever and be like, hey, bring me into the world.
Right.
They had no choice in this matter. That was all you. So why should they have to suffer for your decisions? You know what I mean? And that's just
be put second.
right. That doesn't make sense. Now I understand that if we knew better, we'd do better in a lot of cases. And sometimes people have, you know, situations where they really don't know what the fuck they're doing. You know what I mean? And they just try to make they just try to make it. You know what? Maybe that's true. You know what I mean? And in those circumstances, I think because, you know, when people bring this up, they're gonna always, well, I knew somebody, they didn't. Yeah, okay, we got it. There are always exceptions to the rule. You know, there's always exceptions to the rule. There's always circumstances we understand. But in general, you know what I'm saying? Your happiness should be in the fact that you are raising your children the best that you can. That should be the happiness, right? So I don't know how you're looking outside of your kids for happiness. That's crazy. I think they should be a part of the happiness, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, I don't know. You know, I don't have.
No, you nailed it. You nailed it. Cause I got one, and you know, like I done had my moments. It's like since my wife left, I done had my moments where, damn, you know, like I had to cut back on what I was gonna do, or cut back on what was for me to make sure that she had. You know what I'm saying? And then, like, you know, it'd be tough through the moments, but like at the end of it, when she get to do like what she need to do, and just that excitement around it, and just looking at that expression on her face and knowing like, yo, yeah, she enjoyed the hell out of that shit. That's damn boy, that was a tough time. Like I'm glad that shit over. You know what I'm saying? We through it, but shit,
Right.
it was worth it. Cause you know what I'm saying? It was worth it. So
Right.
like I don't, you know, like I don't know if the kid ain't it. I don't know what to tell them. Like they might need to scrap and start over from scratch or something. Cause that's crazy to me.
Hey, listen, bro. I can remember my pops would have like he would wear the same shit a lot of the times, right? And I would always see him like he would sew his own shirts. You know what I mean? Uh, Make like alter, he would buy suits, alter them, do the whole shit, right? And he would tell me how to do it. I always thought, yeah, man, he just knew hella shit. You know what I mean? Pops was like he just knew everything, and like he could tell me anything because he just knew it. And I always looked up to that, right? Not knowing, like when I got older and realized, no, that was because he couldn't buy nothing new. And he was, and so in order for me to make sure I had my new cleats for football, or in order to make sure that I had my new shit, he would like, hey, I'm just gonna go to this and got this, you know, and fix this hole, or I'm gonna go patch this up, or I'm gonna go do this, and he just rocked it to where everybody just thought he was just the flyest dude ever, right? And I learned that from him, like, and so when I told him, you know, a little bit before he passed, it was like, yo, the one thing that I can take away, because I'm not gonna say that he was a saint, you know what I mean? He did a lot of fucked up shit, right? But but the one thing he always did was, if we needed anything, he was there. Like he would drop everything to make sure that we had, and I can remember that shit, and he never let us know, right? It was never like a complaint. It was never like we knew that he was doing anything. You know what I'm saying? So growing up, we didn't even realize the lesson that was being taught. You know what I mean? And I told him, like, I finally get it. Like, I saw you, and I appreciate you. And the look that he had on his face from me, his son, telling him that I appreciated him for that, it was crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I know how that must have felt in hit to him because of how he looked at me when I told him. You know what I mean? And that right there, it kind of goes to what you're saying. Like, she is going to remember these things, and we don't even realize that they're going to remember it. And it's going to be a time that she gets it, like, and she's going to be like, you know what? I can remember when Dad did that. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? And then that goes back to what I was saying before. What kind of joy do you think that Gemini is going to have when he hear his daughter say that? You get me? What kind of joy do you really think you're going to get when you know that your kid recognizes you as you did everything that you could, and they appreciate that? So if you are selfish,
So it feels
so,
great. It
right?
it feels great, man, when they actually like, cause I remember, like, it's not funny, but I was like kind of like you did. Like, my dad is getting up there in age, and um, I've been back from the army about maybe a year, and I went up, and me and him was talking, and I just, like, I think we was out fishing or something, out on the boat, and I was just like, yo, like, I get it now, and it probably didn't seem like it at the time, and it might still not seem like it, but I get it, and I really appreciate everything that y'all did, you and mom. Um, y'all. I know, like, because at one point my dad had like 9 jobs. You know what I'm saying? He had a main job he went to in the morning to about 5, and then throughout the week, including Sundays, he would go work like maybe cleaning up a bank one day, cleaning up a ballet studio like 2 or 3 days a week. You know what I'm saying? Like, just different little odds. He was up to 9 of them jobs. You know, and he was on
Nine
getting
jobs?
pissed off, frustrated, and I just wouldn't understand. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nah, he wasn't playing around.
Nine?
He had,
Ooh. Was he
he
Jamaican?
had, yeah,
Remember that old show?
he had,
What was that? Was that Living
no,
Color with nine jobs in Jamaican?
he had 3, see, he had 3 kids before him and my mom got together. My mom had 1 kid before him and my mom got together, and then they had me and my brother. So, like, the money had to be spread, He had enough to make sure he could do for everybody. And yeah, when I told him that man almost cried, bro. And like, I didn't have a child at that point. And now, with some of my sacrifices, like, I get it now. I would have cried. If my child is like that, I might cry. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, I fucking get it now. So, like in due time, it all makes sense. In due time, So,
Absolutely, man, bro. I'm telling you, man. And like I said, man. I have nieces, I have nephews, you know, and I try to, be that good little mentor, and you know what I'm saying, and be in their lives. And a lot of times, like my brother and my sister, they was going through their little shit, so I was always trying to make sure that I was there to pick up some slack, type of thing. You know what I mean? Make sure that they never
yeah.
felt anything different. You know what I mean? Because I can remember what it was like, and so, but it's like it's not my it's not my kids, but yet even when they grown up and they'll tell me shit about like, man, I remember you did this, man. And even I feel it. So I can only imagine what it is, if that is your children. You know what I mean? And to see an innocent child go through some shit and to stand around and watch even as a bystander of kids that I don't know, I get in my feelings a little bit, right? Because it's like that's not, like you if you're an adult, fuck you. Like, I don't have no remorse on certain things, right? But a child is innocent. Like, they don't. That's an off limits type of thing. So as somebody just looking, I feel a certain way. You know what I mean? Like, man, you can do no harm. You're not supposed to do harm to kids. Period. Right? You're supposed to be the best role model that you can, whatever your situation calls for. So if you are actually the parent in the house and you neglecting and you putting your kids to the side, like all that, like that is excusable to me. Like, I just don't get that part, man. Like, that's, I don't know. It just seems like, you know, and I get it. There are circumstances with people and everybody ain't the same and everybody ain't right. And I understand that. But at the same time, at the end of the day, just like we can judge people for doing wrong things, and we get really harsh on them, right? When they do things to us or they do things to other adults, well, we should be doubly harsh when they do things to kids.
Right.
That's in my opinion. You know what I mean? And so, like, I just, if your child, you are able bodied, you are, and you have a kid, and you are not, willfully not taking care of that child in the way that you're supposed to take care of that child, then you need something to happen to you. You know what I'm saying? You might need to catch some hands. Like, that's how I feel. That's just me.
Yeah.
That's just my personal feeling about it.
I
Just
ain't mad at you about that one. Yeah, I ain't mad at you about that.
it's just only a few things in this life that I really get heated on. You know what I mean? And that's one of them. Like, I just don't feel like, and like I said, I ain't Captain America. It's not like, oh, protect the innocent. But at the same time, man, a kid is not. That's a whole different ball game. That's a whole different ball game. Especially when they're the ones that are entrusting of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like basically their whole life is in your hands, and you are basically like, fuck them. That's crazy to me. You know what I mean? And then because now, as adults, we on TikTok talking about these people because and how crazy they are and toxic and all this other stuff. But that was why. Because probably their parents was just like what we talking about now. You know what I mean? Not doing what they were supposed to do, and this is the result. So we see it now. We see the results of what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how anybody can justify that. I don't know, man. But yeah, that's my little part, man. I'm gonna get off the soapbox. I'm gonna get back to the regular programming.
Yeah, it do gotta change. So, there was something I was just about to say though. Thought dang, what was I about to say? I think it was something towards that. Dang, man, deep brain work. Bad. What happened? I ain't been on so long.
You say what?
Nah, I was saying that's what happened when I ain't been on so long. Had a brain fart out of nowhere. I don't know how that happened. It was something I had at the tip of my. I wanted to say. Well, I think it's something dealing with what you was talking about. Oh no, because I be feeling like stuff like this, right? What kids, parents be trying to be so in a rush to like whoop their kids and stuff, and they hardly, because they hard to explain to their child certain things like their child's supposed to know, or they have explained it. Then when they do wrong or something like that, then they want to whoop. But it's just like I'm like, nah, you gotta. I do understand like half and half, because some people just. Now I can get the other end too. Some parents might be just a little too much explaining to their child, where they act like that's their partner, like that's their friend too. Like nah. So I think it's like a balance. You got to know a time to be authority, and you need to know the time um to build
Be a friend.
understanding.
Yeah.
But some of them be half explaining, then want to hurt and be quick to you know discipline them for the lack of what you taught them, and they supposed to notice. You know what I'm saying? Why you bad? Why you the one that taught them how to be bad? You can't tell them that they bad, and you the one that showed them. You know what I'm saying? That's just messed up. You know. And then when they make these decisions and stuff because of what you allowed them to do and stuff, now you want to be turning your nose up, like, bro. Well, you gotta take some accountability in that too. You don't
Yeah.
want to lead
No,
them to
pick a
the
side.
decision they made. You the one that made them have to go sell this and do that and pop booty and all this other stuff. Now you got so it's crazy.
Yeah, I look at bad kids, man, and all I think about is bad parents.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Real
Most
talk.
of the
Now, don't get
time.
me wrong. I understand that, as a kid, we was all kids. We ain't gonna do what we do. You know what I mean? When the cat's away, the mice will play. I get that. But at the same time, there was a limit. Like we knew what before we knew that it was about to be hell on earth if we got caught doing this. You know what I mean? So, or we had a certain basis of right and wrong where, okay, we might be a little bit, try to get away with the little things here and there. And we're going to be mischievous because that's what kids do. But at the same time, the blatant disrespect that I see these kids have nowadays, that's nothing but pure neglect. That's just have no boundary or no basis of being taught nowadays. You know what I mean? Because
Got
there's
it.
no way that you should be that disrespectful.
Yeah, no got it.
That's crazy.
Some
Yeah,
of them not even scared to get checked by their parents because their
No,
parents
because
being friends now. They're
right.
not even scared.
But then,
Well,
but at the same time,
what my mama gonna do to me? You know what I'm
but
saying?
then
They not
also,
even scared no more.
but they
I used to
know
be scared
they
of a
know you
couple
can't touch
words,
them. But they know you can't touch them. They know you
Yeah,
can't touch
right,
them. So it's
right.
like they know. And don't get me wrong. I think I don't believe in corporal punishment, but at the same time, I understand that some kids need that fear. Some kids, at a certain age, they need an extra boost, right? Spanking is not something that is now, you talking about beatings and whoopings and like all that extra? No, hell no. But there are some kids that don't understand. There are some kids that do. All you got to do is talk to them. There's some kids that you just raise your voice a little bit and they shook, and that's good. You know what I mean? But it's like you got to know your child and understand that. But it's like when they really young and the seeds is getting planted and nobody is planting that discipline in there. They don't teach them, you know, what they're supposed to do. And all of a sudden now, when they get to, 6, 7 years old, where they really getting defiant, it's too late because you didn't put down a basic. You know what I'm saying? You didn't put down that base. Because if you put down the base, they'll never go there. Like as crazy as I was, or as deceiving as I was, and manipulative as I was as a child, I can admit that. But I knew where not to go with my pops. You know what I mean? Like I knew what not to say to my mom. You know what I mean? Like I knew how far I could take it. And I don't think these kids nowadays have any idea how far they take. They just think they entitled to whatever they are because they, you know, I'm a person. Okay. So I don't know.
I'm a person.
Yeah, I'm equal. What you equal in? What you
Right.
talking about?
I'm an adult just like you.
Mm-hmm.
Telling yo, my man, it was so many things I was so scared to say to my parents that kids do today, saying all type of stuff, talking to them like you my friend, like they friends and stuff. Watch your mouth. I couldn't say none of that. I couldn't even say lie. I just said, Mom, you're not telling the truth. You're telling a fib or something like that. Now the kid saying, you lying. You this. I mean, it's so much stuff I literally couldn't say when I was younger, man, that these kids just allow to. I'm like, bro.
Oh, I couldn't even make the assumption that she was telling a fib. What you mean? I couldn't say that. You couldn't even say something that would
Right.
imply.
Exactly.
You couldn't even
Yeah.
imply that they was lying. What you mean?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. There's so much stuff. They don't got that fear though. That's what I said. That's what I learned and I noticed. You don't put fear in them because some people be like, I don't want to do that because it's gonna make my kids not like me. I don't know. So what I learned is you don't put fear in the kids. You gonna be fearing your kids when you get older. That's just what it is. You should definitely break up and not stay with them. So you probably talking about that other one. Um, so the thing is, the key word in there is if you're not satisfied, and that's one of my questions. I know I'm gonna be stuck on for a little minute though, because I was in the live. That's what made me think about this, and it was like a lot of people. I guess they was kind of missing the point because some people were really because they're not happy with their partner that they will leave or they split up the home or split up from with kids and stuff. But then again, just because you're not happy, I don't mean your kids is not progressing and they're not. So that's another situation I felt like we was talking earlier. You made your bed, you gotta lay in it. If it ain't toxic, if it ain't abusive and stuff, just because you're not satisfied, that's a whole other thing. You pick the unsatisfied person to have a kid, well, that's your fault. You got to find a way to work it out, especially for the kid. That's something I had to learn. I was talking to somebody some years ago about that. I was like, hey, you got to do that for your mental health and all that stuff. But then I had to think about it a little later, like, you know what? It's not about that. 'Cause you need both your parents, and if it ain't, long as you ain't toxic in front of your child and all that other stuff, that's no reason. It's not about you being happy all the time and whatever. But I don't know. I don't think
Now
it's
that's you know what? That's a touchy one.
yeah.
Yeah, that's because I think it's a fine line between what's toxic and what's not, right? Like when you can be okay. People say that they're not happy, and I think a lot of times that's just because I don't have time to tell you all of the things that's going on that makes it toxic. So we just put it into the whole thing of I'm just not happy, and that makes it a quick, easy conversation. But I don't know. I think if you are in a relationship that is toxic, like you said, that is not good for the kids to be together,
No.
right? It's not good to be apart, but it's going to be better for them to not see toxicity because just because you two people in a badass house is probably worse than one person in a good house, if that makes
Mm-hmm.
sense.
True.
So I would
True.
say, like in that situation, yeah, you gotta bounce. You gotta, because if if you can't take care of yourself, you're never gonna be able to take care of your kids. So that has to be, and your mental health and all that. Yeah, boom. But now that fine line, though. That being said, it's like, what is it that you mean is toxic? Like now, so if you're just saying that, well, we don't go on vacations, we don't do nothing,
Right.
I'm
Right.
bored. Like now it's like, okay, you tripping. like, like now that's something that you can work out. So, I mean, I'm not gonna say that abuse is the only thing that can be toxic. You know what I mean? Because I know there's other things that can be toxic. Like there's a thing of mental abuse is real. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
That's
And
the
so
abuse too. That's the abuse.
right, but on paper, that's not quantifiable. Everybody would look at that relationship. Like, you good, you just unhappy. But sometimes, that's why I say like that part. That's tough.
But
But I
that's what
do,
I'm
but
getting
I do
to
agree
about
with you
that
though.
though.
Yeah, yeah,
Why
yeah.
why have mental issues? I was just talking to some it was somebody else in my comments earlier. If you know you got mental issues or you're not prepared, then don't bring no kid in here. Don't even be having smacks if your mental ain't there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I be meaning. Like from that point, like I don't, and I'm tired of hearing that as an excuse. Well, my mentality is not there. I'm stressed out and all this stuff. But then you bring a kid out there when you already stressed out. You shouldn't even be with no person if you know you ain't got, if you got mental issues. You shouldn't even be thinking about it. That's the last thing. You need to be checking on your traumas and all this other stuff before you even thinking about sleeping with somebody low key. I think, and that's what I be meaning about that. People just so worried about their pleasures and happiness over freaking the kids. They really don't care. That's just what it is. Like we know these things. We see these and we keep. Well, I guess we keep wanting to try it out and think we could be a little different and stuff. And then that guess who get it? Who get the worst end of the stick? Be the kids all the time.
Part of that mental illness though, which is another element that we could talk about, is like, if a lot of times people don't know that they are that they got a problem, right? Because we enable it a lot of times in life. Like, how you got that one partner, and his screws ain't all the way tight, but we don't trip because he ain't really did nothing crazy, or he ain't really out. He just a little weird. He just a little funny style, and we just let it go, right? We don't tell him, "Hey, bro, you need to fix yourself." I think women do that same shit. Like, this chick ain't where she's supposed to be, but you will enable it. No, it's okay, girl. You good. You good. Well, eventually, that shit just festers, and they think that they all right. They think their mentality is fine. How many times do we get in arguments with people on this TikTok, and they think that they shit is just totally right, and we like, yo, your shit is so ridiculous, like, like it's not even close to right, but yet they don't see nothing wrong with it because nobody's ever told them they was wrong. They've been living all this life, so to them, they just fine, and they over here corrupting anything that they touch. And so I think a lot of times, those kids become the fucking mirror that they don't want to see. Like, oh, you thought you was cool, but now you got to take care of this kid. This kid ain't going away. It's 24/7, every day, all day. And now all of a sudden you realize, oh, I ain't got the mentality. Now you
Right.
realize, well, you should have known that shit before. But
Yeah.
do we blame the person who is degenerative in their mind, or do we blame the regular people that have a good
And they
mind who saw it and didn't check
didn't
it?
say nothing. Yeah.
Right. So I think I had to like kind of look at that myself with my brother, and not to say that he's degenerate like that, but I was just thinking about it. Like, we had a conversation, and I was like, I let a lot of stuff go because it's my brother, right? And he got himself together, but like back in the day, he was just rogue, and I knew it, and I knew that I could have said something different to him and probably would have put him on a different path. But I did a couple times. He didn't listen, so I was like, "Fuck it, whatever. He's just him." And you know how we make excuses. And so when I look back at that, if we were to ever talk about that and actually be serious about it, I couldn't say that I don't have any fault because I am the sound mind, and I saw it and still did nothing about it. So then that goes to the the accountability part that we already talked about. So I'm like, I think we do have a part to play in that when we see it and we say nothing.
Right.
Yeah. I just want to mention that.
That's why people get mad at us on here too when we speak on
Right.
stuff, and then we try to tell them to help them out. It's obvious something we've seen. Some of these things are repetitive. It's not even freaking. It's because you think you're a different person that you think you're expressing it. No, some of that stuff is the same. It's literally the same, but we just chose to name it something else when it comes to us. I ain't really because I'm mad. I'm just smiling with my fist through the wall. That's all it is, Not really mad. I'm a little different.
Right. Right. Shit, I'm telling you, man. We can be going this all night. Amir, man, what's happening? I know we're going to do
What's up, baby
Amir,
boy? Hey, what's up? What's up with you, cuz?
what's
clogging up
the
the
deal,
airways,
brother?
man. What's happening,
What's up,
brother?
Gemini? How y'all feeling,
What's up,
brothers?
Amir?
How you feeling,
I'm doing all
man? I'm
right.
good.
Good, man. It's good to see you, brothers. I know y'all could be doing something else, man. I'm glad you brothers, we got like minds and we check in on each other and see if we can shed some light on some of these topics, man. So thanks for having me up, Kev.
Mm-hmm.
I had a rough day. I've been on TikTok all damn day. We had some good ones, Kev. You missed it, man. Damn, where's you at? You
What
talked
I
to Kev?
miss?
Oh, you missed a lot. You ain't talked to me. You ain't
Yeah,
been on nobody's
no, I
live
haven't.
today.
I've been working. Been busy all day, low key.
Man, it was some stuff on here today. You know your boy usually don't lose his cool. I had to look up today.
Cool.
We was in Purdy's live. Mira was there. It was this young sister in there that was talking about some stuff kind of relating to, obviously it all relates to each other, kind of relating to what you're talking about now and what you like to talk about, what we talk about in general. Just that topic I don't know what the topic was, but the young lady that got me triggered was she was a 19-year-old and she was basically saying, old people don't know nothing in the new generation. We don't need men.
What?
We don't need men. Old generation we don't know nothing. You neither, Kev, because you in our generation now, because she's 19. So 35 and up, we don't know nothing. And she kept popping off at the mouth, man, and everybody was trying to give a young lady a chance, give her grace. You know what I'm saying? They was being nice and J-Love, everybody tried to help her and da-da-da. I just had enough, bro. I was like, you know what? Because she addressed me directly, Kevin. That was the problem. I was cool till she said my name. And I was like, you know what, shorty? I really don't play with kids. So Purdy just dropped me, and that triggered a gang of youngsters in the live. How can he just say that? And her age shouldn't matter. And da-da-da-da-da. I was like, hey, Kev, I
Drop
was
a
like, look,
bomb.
I got a 16-year-old in the house, and you 19, so I'm not gonna go through it with you. Okay, if I want to talk to a kid like that, I'm gonna talk to my daughter. I just, but it was cool. It wound up being cool. Everybody was, peaceful, but it was rough.
Oh, hell no. You can't even buy alcohol. Shut up talking to me. Real talk. Like, you can't even buy everything in every store. Like, I don't want to hear nothing. You just,
All right. Can't even
you
get
still
no
got shit over
insurance,
here.
man. No good, cheap
What you
insurance,
talking
man.
about?
What'd you say, Kev? What'd you say?
Still need a,
My son was talking.
get up out of here.
Yeah, she needed to get out the live. I almost put in the comments like, "Are we entertaining kids these days?" But I know that would have made him even more mad.
He said he was trying to troll for a minute.
I put in the comments. I was like, "We should have a 21 and over age limit."
25.
25.
What they said,
Yeah.
the frontal lobe or whatever they be saying that developed the rest.
32.
Dang.
32.
I don't even want to mess with
Yeah,
some people near my age either. So
the argument will be shorter though.
it would be. Some of them even worse though. I had a topic about that, about the older and the younger. Some of them about it just as worse though. Some of them been through so much stuff in their life that, and they arguments just be surrounded around them. Maybe more. I feel like they project more the older they are. The older they are. Did I say that right? Yeah, older they are. Like they project more.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. We say it
Kids
all the
be.
time, man. It's a whole bunch of 50-year-old high schoolers up in this piece. We know that. You know what I mean? That just don't
Nah,
mean that
ain't
just
no
because you
50
old that you don't
slandering
fuck.
around here.
Hey, look,
On be that's on behalf
I'm
of
about to be 50.
cousins.
Yo, I'm about to be there.
Right.
What am I two? Like
I had to
I
say it
think
for
I'm a
you.
week and a half.
Where you go, John? Why you gotta
I'm a week.
go there?
I'm a week and a
He was
half
quiet
out.
the whole time. That's funny.
Oh,
Kev,
John, you know we love you, man.
Kev, he said, I
hey,
think. Kev said, he said, I
listen.
think I'm a week and a half. Man, you know exactly you a week and a half
That's like a week
exactly
and a
to the
half now.
T.
What's today's date? Let me wait. Hold
No,
on.
Nah,
to
What's
the
John
hour.
coming up in the box. And
the 13th?
No, to the hour.
13th? Yeah. I'm about a week and a half. Like, what you mean?
Look,
Real
call
Kev,
John in the box.
real
But
He
Kev,
know the hour
real
talking
Kev,
about something about.
real Kev. We got
Oh,
to go there with the old folk.
but
You
John,
gonna
you
have
look
you
like
going after the
you
16
welcome to
plus
the
now,
party.
man.
Hey, John, look
he
Yeah,
like
what
you
up,
said
welcome
not
to
John?
the
the
party.
60 and plus, right?
I'm in the 50 and up club, John. I know. Can I hang out with you, or am I still too young?
Well, yeah, all right.
We all right?
Okay,
I
yeah,
mean,
okay.
I'll be there in a week and a half. I'll be there in a week and a half. Okay. Can I come out? Can I come in early? That's all I'm saying. I just want to know.
What age group?
26th.
Mm, I reserve the right to refrain from saying anything at this time.
No, he said what age, cousin? You said 26. That's the date. He gonna be 50, John.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
Be
hey, I'm
50 on the
old.
26th.
Look here, I'm old. I heard 26.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
see,
like
I knew
26.
he
I don't
didn't
know
hear
what.
you
He
right.
gonna not don't use that. He
Look, I
said I'm
don't know
old.
what
I
you
heard
talking about.
26.
Look, no, that's what we were saying because like she's a chick at 19 talking about we don't know nothing,
Oh, I
and I
don't
was
talk to
saying,
them.
yeah, I was like, hold on. First of
That
all,
was
if
my
you can't
mistake,
even get in the
cousin. Did
club,
you hear what John said? He said he
yeah,
don't talk to them. That was my mistake. I was talking to the young
Yeah.
lady,
right,
and she got me triggered, and I had to low
right,
on her young ass.
right, because you
19,
can't even get in the
19
club. You
years
can't tell me
can't get
about
me
life.
triggered.
You can't tell me about life.
I
You
triggered
can't.
them.
But
Later. Fade.
but then I was
Learn
saying though,
none,
just
bro.
to, I was saying like on this app, we know that there's a few old heads that's still in high school in mind. You know what
Oh,
I mean?
they my
And
fun
so
ones.
yeah, man.
I gotta get them.
So I can't all the way be mad at her. Is what I'm saying. Like she might have a point with some of these cats on this app, but the thing is, this tells you how young you are because you don't know how to read the room and you don't know how to recognize a real one, and that'll tell you right now that you ain't ready. See?
Game of
So,
life, cousin. That's just exactly what one
Oh,
of the brothers told her. Exactly what you just said. You don't know how to
right,
read the room.
right, and that's
I would have told her to leave the room. I ain't got no common sense. Good Lord allowed. I just would have flat out told her, youngster, go get your diaper on and go hide in the
Not the
corner.
diaper.
oh,
Not the diaper. She would have been crying.
Cause there's
Oh,
some
I would have
bub
gone. I
in
would
there.
have gone at it just for the fun of it. I'm a jarhead.
Bubs.
I'm gonna have fun.
Oh, hey, my dad and two brothers military. Hey, John, I told her this what got her. I told her, I said, I don't talk to kids. I said, I don't play with kids. I got a 16-year-old in the house. I got a daughter 3 years younger than you. I don't play with kids. That made her so mad.
I would have said.
Mm-mm-mm.
I would have said tricks for kids. Go get your bowl.
I told her, I asked her if she wanted some cereal. I definitely asked her if she wanted some cereal to comment. I was like, sound like she needs some cereal, some Pop Tarts.
Oh,
oh,
damn.
Yeah, Kev knows I've
Come
been
on
quiet
now.
for a while. I've been sitting back listening. I've been trying to curb my tongue while I've been going through some health issues.
Mm.
It's what happens when you get old. Don't be in a rush.
Keep you
Yeah,
pray
it's
on that
definitely a
one.
game of attrition.
But I had to come up and speak since Kevin hit that age one.
Ah,
I had to
Those
get I had
cousins
to say
blame him,
something.
man. That was his fault.
Kev, I ain't spoke to you in a while, so I had to come up.
Yeah, man. It's good to hear you, man.
I'm still
So
alive and kicking, man. Still alive and kicking.
that's good, man.
But I'm gonna call.
Sure hope
I'm
you
gonna
make it through
crash
that
out.
health issue, man. I sure hope you make it through that health issue, bro.
For
It's a part of
sure.
getting. It's a part of getting old. It's just a part of getting old. I'm
Yes,
in my
sir.
60s. It's inevitable.
Sir.
Yeah, man. Father Time is undefeated, man. But all we can do is give him a good fight.
Look,
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Father Time ain't never lost.
Never lost. I mean, we can give him a couple of good rounds, though. That's what we try to do. Just give him, you know what I mean? Just give him some few good rounds. That's it.
I just try to push him to the side a little bit. So let me squeeze on through another year.
Yes, sir.
I'm about to crash. I'll catch you tomorrow, Ken. And
For sure.
everybody.
For sure. Appreciate
Good to see Amir. I ain't seen his
Hey,
young
good
self
seeing
in a
you,
while.
John. Good seeing you, bro. Take care of yourself, man. Salute.
Salute back at y'all.
you. Mhm.
And
Hey,
if
bro,
I ain't got
be
you, hey, if I ain't got you, follow me so I can follow you back.
Mhm.
Peace out.
Better follow
Much
John.
love.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm out.
All right, for sure.
Hey, Kev. Hey, Kev.
Yeah.
I gotta go in the crib for just a few minutes, but I'll be back. But
All right.
when we gonna get on them topics right now or later?
Well, we own it. We
I
talking
can
about it
start.
right now.
Let me start with with one right quick.
Mhm.
Whatever one
hey
you
yo,
want, or can I
hey
pick?
Kev, you gonna be up for a minute? Hey, hold on one
Go
second on
ahead,
me. Hey, you gonna
Gemini.
be up for a minute, Kev?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
At least
Well,
a
look, I'll
few
be
more
back.
hours. Yeah. All
Okay,
right.
I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta dip out too, but I'm gonna see back. Which one you want me to say something about, Kev?
Which one you that you
Oh,
staring at?
I was hoping you say that. I was hoping you say that. Just because of my testimony. I like if you are not satisfied in a relationship that has kids, should you break up? Is it
Mm,
what's best for the child or best for you? How do
mm.
you know the difference? Man, you're a very enlightened young man, brother, to come up with that question. That's for real. You must have been like peeking in my window. Yes, he had Alexa tapped into my house for the last 10 years. Damn, Kev. But what happened, man, in my scenario, I'm an open book, and a lot of people already know. You know, I'm married, but I'm separated right now,
Mhm,
and the problem was what it was. But what we had to consider were three children, and I had a plan when I started this family, and little mama was with me, and then things changed a little bit. You know, life changes, but a man has to stand fast on his convictions and his word. So I made a word. I committed to my wife and to my children, and I'm just not going. I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'm not going to allow anything to come in between that, whether it be a problem we have internally or something that comes about externally. So it's till death do us part was the vow. It didn't say
mhm,
it didn't say nothing about until you get unhappy. So in regards to what's best for the children, that's for me to determine because those are my children, and my understanding of what a father, a mother, and a child is set in stone. It really don't have much to do with nobody else unless they're in line with it. Now, if you're in line with that and you got some feedback for me, cool. But if you want to tell me, well, you should consider this or consider her or consider this, that, and the third, miss me. That's how I've gotten to this point, staying convicted. I'm kind of like Serena's daddy, Kev. I got a plan, bruh, and ain't nobody, no state, no lawyer, no counsel, no one is going to come in between me and the plan. And I'm very proud to say that I have three children. Y'all know that I brag on them all the time. Very talented, straight A students, well behaved, and we doing a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm separated, but we're co-parenting, and regardless of what we've been through as a couple, who's been happy, who's been not, I treat those things one and the same. They're imposters, happiness and disaster. Because I'm looking for balance in life. I can give a damn about being too happy or being too sad. That's all relative. I'm trying to have a balance in regards to I do my part, little mama do her part, the kids do their part, and we have a family now. The outcome is a family. It might not be the best family, but it's gonna be a family. Ain't nobody gonna be able to say y'all broke up or he broke up or y'all didn't. Nope, 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 nope. So I hope I answered that from my own personal experience. That's how I feel. And it says, how do you know the difference? Again, I didn't get into that because the first part is should if you are not satisfied. The vows had nothing to do with satisfaction, and if the kids are happy or what the government at that time thinks is the best interest, it had I didn't write none of that in my vows.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? And them is my kids. I'm gonna say that one more time. Them is my kids, not the government's, not the community, not her mama's, not her own, not anybody on her side of the family. Them is my kids. And if you want to get real gutter, me and her can, we can figure it out in court. I'm ready to go wherever, homie. Ain't nobody gonna tell me about my kids. You feel me? Because if a
Mm-hmm.
judge, and I'm gonna say this, Kev, this why I'm proud. Because if we don't meet, her and I have a great understanding. But if we ever went to court, I think part of our understanding is why she knows not to take me to court. Because the judge would say, wow, you're doing great, father. Mother, you you tripping. You might want to just let him roll with that. You feel me? Like certain people are better at things, bro. And this family thing, this kid thing, I'm real good at it. I set myself up to be good at it. You feel me? I got
Mm-hmm.
time for it. You feel me? I want to do it. So you be a fool to, you know what I'm saying? Because you unhappy. You be a fool to tell your husband, if I was him, we need to break up the family. You want to listen to me and let me roll. Because everybody happy over here, Kev. So it's just an example right here, man, that it can happen, bro. It can happen. And believe it or not, my kids' happiness is what I determine it to be. Okay? Because they too young to know what happiness is. I determine their happiness is having a house, food, shelter, and clothing, and a God-fearing father and parents. That's what they get until they get 18. And after 18, they can have whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? When they get the hell up out of my house. All right, I'm done. I'm gonna go in and with my son for a minute, and then I'll be back.
Yeah, I was trying to see, like, even with that one, like, what will be the difference? Because a lot of people do say that I am doing this for my child, or this is what's best for my
For the
child.
kids, right? I knew you was gonna
But
say
then
that.
it be for them, you know what I'm saying? So I'll
Mm-hmm.
be trying to wonder, do you know the difference between that? Because some people do that. They be like, well, if I like it, I know my child like it type situation, and it's not even always necessary. You know what I'm saying?
Great
'Cause I've
angle. I think that's a
seen it
great.
too many times. I'm pretty sure my mother probably want me to grow a different way, and then I end up going a whole nother, not a whole nother way, but she wanted me to probably be this way, and it's different things I probably decided I wanted to do in life. You know, just like whatever, you know, and put on a different path. I'm pretty sure she never told me to be no dang on podcaster or nothing like that.
Right.
But it's just like, you know, is it really nowadays? You know, what's the difference between that? Is we raising children to be like us, or is it to really better their life, or you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to see the difference between that two.
I love it. That's a great question, man. Great angle. I'll be back though. Y'all
Okay,
go ahead and build. Thanks for
for
letting
sure,
me
for sure,
speak.
for sure.
Yeah, that's a good question. You ever, think about like the some. I think some parents live vicariously through their kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like shit they couldn't do in their life, so they try to put that onto their kids. Like let's say, for instance, you got a young LeBron James. You know what I mean? He good in sports. He doing all this other stuff. So you basically running the high life through him, or you know what I mean? Like I see that a lot. You mentioned the podcast and all this other stuff. Like, what if somebody is pretty popular streamer or whatever, and their parents are getting the money from it? Because obviously, if you're a kid, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna have to have some type of guardianship, right? And maybe they use them for that. I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Mm-hmm. Shoot. Me one second. I gotta grab me a snack or something. I'm hungry. But yeah, I think that is how that is for the most part. What the heck everybody at? That's crazy. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
What's happening, AJ? Yeah, I think Kev stepped away, and the other Kev is over here muted, and so it's me by my lonesome in the darkness. You know what I'm saying? Holding it down like a beacon of light in a world by himself. One man all day, every day, eating up AJ's lunch. All right, for sure, for sure, for sure. Well, I tell y'all, when I'll be, if I had that little movie announcer voice, well, it'd be over. Y'all wouldn't even know cuz right now. Y'all wouldn't know cuz, and I'd be famous as shit. If I had that movie in a world with all, man, I'd be, they couldn't hold me. They would not be able to hold me, y'all. What's happening? What's happening? You ready? I think my mod privileges is gone. I think Kev reset them or something because I can't see the queue. Otherwise, I would have did it. And I don't know. I think Kev was hungry as hell. He trying to go get a snack in the midnight hours, like a gremlin or something. I don't know what's going on.
It's crazy. All right, y'all. Sorry, I had to come in on this account because I can't lift myself up the other way.
You know what? I saw you when you just came up. I saw the mod. I guess I just can't bring people up.
Oh
That is the
yeah,
key. I can manage it. I can't bring nobody up because I couldn't see you on the other one. But I saw you when you just came up. So
that's crazy. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, I don't know. TikTok's been acting funky today. But yeah, what's up, cousin?
what's happening? What's happening?
That boy, where the hell Kev? Kev, what do you? Where the Kev? Is
He said,
Kev? Are you hunting and gathering, sir? Like,
"Gas, right?" He's like, "I need to go get a snack." It's like, damn.
what you? I don't know what snack he grabbing. I want it.
He about to be over there making dinner. He over here cooking something.
Dinner. Whatever it is, it's taking forever in that air fryer.
Hey man, the air fryer is that shit is crazy.
I know, right?
You know what? I know I might be late, and I know the air fryer's been around for a long time. I know that, but I've never really, like cooked on an air fryer or nothing like that until recently. And oh my God, I was like, "What hast thou forsaken me? Where have I been?"
That part, bro. I'm like, dude, do you know how many times I can't put the frozen French fries, like the crinkle fries or whatever. I
Right?
can't put them in the oven no more because I got an air fryer. Put them in the air fryer. It's so much better.
Oh, right. because the thing, right? So we went out and had to get a new dishwasher. So as we going in there shopping, we going looking for the dishwasher, and they got the new black stainless steel stuff, right? So I'm like, okay, we had stainless steel before, and I was like, well, the black stainless steel is nice though. That shit like. I'm like, but if we get that, we got to go get everything else black stainless steel, right? Because it ain't gonna be civilized. And so she's like, what are you talking about? It's an appliance. I'm like, I know, but it's like wearing Nikes and Adidas. You can't do that.
That part. Yeah,
You
exactly.
know what
You
I
can't do
mean? You
that.
can't. You gotta. Now I will kind of do different brands if on certain things, like maybe if everything is different, like but the refrigerator is different. Okay, I might do that. You know what I mean? Like whatever. So we're in there arguing about why we need to get the same shit. And me now, I'm like, and people looking at me crazy, like, shouldn't she be the one that's tripping over the appliances? And I was like, yeah, maybe. But it's principalities involved. Okay, mind your business. So long story short, we sitting here talking about it, and then we look over to the side, and they have the range with, the fucking convection oven, and they got all of the gas, got all of the shit, and they got the air fryer inside of it,
Yeah.
right? So I was sitting here like, ooh, that's nice, that's fancy. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, so I'm like, okay, cool. Then I looked at the price. I'm like, nope, ain't cool. It ain't cool. So now I'm like, okay, whatever. We don't need that. Anyway, long story short, fast forward, they got a little sale. They called us up. Hey, we got this whole thing. You can come get the whole thing for this price. Blah, 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 blah. So long story short, I go ahead. We go get the stuff. I put that mug in there, and I was like, okay, we're going to try it. And the shit is baking. The convection oven bakes shit so ridiculous. I was like, oh, what have I been missing? And then I tried the air fryer, and oh my goodness, that shit.
Bro, I'm telling you. It's worth the money.
I
And
can't
it's
even.
healthier for you?
Yeah, I said, what technology? I don't even need the microwave no more.
Bro, that part.
Let's be honest. Like, I was like, you know what? And then, like I can turn the oven on and preheat the shit from my phone. Like, what I mean? I can start cooking before I even get home type shit. Like, it's crazy. And then they hit me up with now they got the refrigerator with the little touch screen on the front. And I don't even know why I
Bro,
would
I
do
ain't
that.
even worried about having the touchscreen, okay? Because like I ain't never had a refrigerator that had the crushed ice on the door. Like I'm not even a full adult yet.
Hey, that crushed ice, that shit is something special.
I'm just saying, bro. I do not have like I wish I did.
Listen, you crushed ice and air fryer, shut the door. Fuck
That's
out of
what
here.
I'm saying, bro. Like I ain't even to that level of adult. Like I got an air fryer. I've got two air fryers. I've got like a regular air fryer, and then I have one that's like a toaster oven air fryer, broiler thing.
Hold on. Wait. See, no, don't. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that here tonight. Okay,
What you mean?
we're not gonna shortchange yourself. Okay, you got two. Okay, that's an accomplishment. That's adulting
That
time
that
two.
is that is, bro. But like I still
You
don't have.
adulting squared.
Yeah, but I don't have the crushed ice on the door yet. Like I still have like the
Oh,
plastic trays. You got to crack and
right.
like
Okay.
sometimes they come out.
Right. Okay. I got you.
You know what I mean? You gotta
You know
like
what?
kind of let it sit in the sink for like a minute and then crack it. Like yeah.
You know what? That's funny. That is funny because you said that, and like maybe a couple of days ago, I was overhearing this conversation, and this lady was, talking shit about dudes,
Hmm.
and she was like, "Well, I'm just saying, like, you gotta if you still got a white refrigerator, I can't even talk to you." And I was like, "What the fuck that mean?" Just thinking to
What?
myself, right? Because she wasn't talking to me, but she was just talking to some other lady, and they were just start laughing about it, and I was like, "What that mean, white refrigerator?" And now when you just said the ice part, I was like, "Oh,
Uh-huh.
got it. Now I get
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. This whole like it's been a couple days, and I've been like, what the fuck does that mean? Like
That
maybe
part, bro.
you don't like the style, okay, whatever.
That
But now I
part.
see it. Okay,
That part, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Like people over here losing their minds because they can watch YouTube on their fridge. Like I can't even get crushed ice at my fridge. If I want to go get like the crushed ice or like the the ice that that you get at Sonic, I have to go to Sonic.
there's no Sonic at the house.
There's no Sonic at the house, bro. Like there's no Sonic ice at the house. Like go crazy.
Yeah, I
I
ain't gonna
gotta go to
lie,
Sonic's.
man. I got a weakness for kitchen gadgets.
Same.
I'm not even gonna lie. Like it started small, and then, as I started to see the potential, it just got ridiculous. And now, like the fucking, and here's the thing that I was looking at, and then I got afraid of the refrigerator. Yeah, the touchscreen or whatever, but you can touch it, and then the screen of the doors turn invisible, where you can see inside.
What the
So,
hell?
right, so you
Just
can just
open
look
the
inside.
door.
But wait, but you don't want to see. But that's the thing, right? Because if you don't want to mess with the temperature, see, you know what I mean? You can just keep the shit closed and look. And then, if you are still not impressed, they have the feature where you can actually call your refrigerator when you at the stove,
And I can ask if it's running.
and it can tell you how many eggs is left, how much stuff you
Bruh,
need.
what?
Yeah.
Who
So
got
I was
okay?
like, so then
Who
I
got
said, wait,
pranked, bro? Like at this point, like who got pranked and was like, you know what? I know how we're gonna end all the refrigerator running pranks. We're gonna make it to where you can call your refrigerator now. Like that's
right.
crazy.
So basically, okay, you got an app. So then I said, okay, wait, how does this shit work? How in the fuck does it know what's in my refrigerator? That's too much information I'm giving out to the FBI or something. Like, I'm scared at that point. You know what I mean?
That
Like, if
point,
you could,
right?
I don't need you to tell the world my dietary habits. I just don't need that.
That
So
part. And
somebody
like,
can hack my
but here's
house
my
through
other
my
question
refrigerator.
though, right? Like, you know how people be getting doxxed on here? Like, what if you dox somebody's whole fridge? Like,
Right.
bruh,
So
you on here, you been on TikTok for like a week begging for food and begging for money, and then we find out you have lobsters in your fridge, like, and cheddar biscuits.
right. Or you over here talking about how you balling, and we realize that you ain't eating nothing but canned soup and ramen.
That part, you know what I
But see,
mean?
now here's the thing, right? So now I'm like, okay, so how does this work? So apparently, depending on the weight that's on the shelves, right, it'll determine what certain things are. So that's one thing. But the whole thing is you have to go shopping, and then you have to enter. You got to enter all of the stuff, the weight. You got to enter all of the items that's in the refrigerator and what they weigh and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah, ain't nobody got time
So
for
I'm
that.
like,
That's
hold on,
crazy.
wait. So now I got to be a data processor to operate my fridge. So basically, what you're doing is you're creating more work for me because it looks fancy. I'll pass.
That part. But that's my
Yeah.
question though. It may have a tablet in the door, but does it have the crushed ice?
Oh no, it got crushed ice. It got cubed ice. You can make the motherfucker go into the little. It makes a round like globes,
What?
little spheres. Yeah,
Hey,
little spheres of
Man,
ice
that's
and shit. It's crazy.
crazy.
can I ask
But
y'all how y'all got
yeah,
on refrigerators? How do we get in? I left a few
because ain't
minutes
nobody else was
ago.
here.
Now we
Look,
on.
'cause look, nobody was
Oh,
here.
oh, oh.
AJ
So
Everybody
I'll
was
coming
tell
just
here
you.
talking about
freestyling.
refrigerators, huh?
Oh, actually,
Look,
this is a good.
look,
Listen,
Amir,
this is a good
I'll
ways.
tell you
Yeah,
how we
so
got
bring it
here.
up. So bring it up. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you how we got here, okay? Because we was having a conversation because nobody else was here, you know, and I was talking about how, well, first we started talking about air
Makes
fryers,
sense.
right?
Actually, you don't have to say anything less now. It makes total sense, but I'm listening.
Yeah,
With
you know what I
nobody
mean?
talking
And
shit.
then look, I just want to point out that I just feel like I'm not a full adult yet because I may have two air fryers, but I don't have the crushed ice on the door on my refrigerator yet. I ain't got that piece yet, so I'm not a full adult
See,
quite
it's
yet.
all about perspective, AJ. You said you have two air fryers. I know many people that don't have any.
That's true. That's
You're winning.
true.
You're winning.
But that's always been my goal, man. Like ever since I was a little kid, I was like, you know how I know I'm gonna be rich? When I got the crushed ice on the door, homie.
You know
and
what's
I
funny
don't
about
got that
that?
yet.
AJ, you know what's so funny about that? My niece, she's so cute. She probably about your age. Y'all remind me of each other, just as far as, life's experiences. She was visiting, and she said, we were talking about that topic, crushed ice and nice refrigerators, because her mother, my sister, has it. One of them damn refrigerators got a damn computer on the front, the TV and everything that you can,
See?
all that shit, right? So she says, because she's a real nature's girl. She's like, y'all can have it. She's like, when I had one of those, I would put my cup into there and try and retrieve the ice, and it would shoot everywhere but in the cup. And everybody just started laughing because I think we've all experienced a refrigerator like that.
Yeah.
Mine does that right now.
Oh man.
Right.
Kev nodding his head. He like, yup.
Hey, so what we were talking about, I had a conversation the other day, right? And it was, I was overhearing a conversation. Excuse me. And it was two ladies. They were talking, and one of them was saying basically how she can't mess with a dude if he still got a white refrigerator, right?
I heard that part because
Right.
I
And
knew he
so
was like, huh?
yeah, I said what? And I'm sitting with this though, right? Because I'm like, okay, what does that mean? That's a new one. I ain't heard that one before. I say now they tripping off the color of the refrigerators. Damn. So now today we start talking about the air fryers.
These races.
Right? Look, so we start talking about the air fryers, right? And I was like, up until recently, I've never used the air fryer, but I just bought, new appliances and all this other shit, and we got the air fryer that's all included in the oven and shit now, so it's new shit, right? So I was going over that, and so she says, well, shit, I just need the crushed ice. Like, I'm still trying to get crushed ice. And so that's how we got to the refrigerators. So then we start talking about the old school refrigerators and blah, blah, blah. And it just reminded me about what these ladies had said. So then I said, yo, now it just hit me like a bag of rocks what they meant. Because when she was like, I'm just looking for a refrigerator, and I'm not adulting yet because I don't have this refrigerator. I said, oh, shit, that's what they meant.
Yeah.
So now it just hit me, and that's how we were talking about it, because I was like, oh, they basically are saying that a man that don't have a nice refrigerator or hasn't reached that level is still a child.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's fucked up.
What you need? You need stainless steel. No white refrigerators.
Yeah, not
Right.
the white one. I want the stainless steel one. Bro.
Yeah, that's wild.
Cousin, I think we talked about this before, Kev. Somebody on here, please tell me they were here when we was talking about, or where we were talking about, how it's funny how the old white ones work better than the stainless steel ones in times. Because the one in my garage is white and old. It's a Frigidaire. The one in the house is a all fly, and it's a Samsung, but it be tripping.
Well, it's because look, bro,
One
it's
in the garage work better.
because you're using it wrong, dog. You're using it wrong. Okay,
Bro.
we all have the white one, right? Because the white one gonna last you forever.
Right.
Okay, that one's gonna see your great grandkids.
Right.
Okay, or your great great grandkids. Like, we already know that, right? The silver one is just for show. Okay, that's like when people come to my house and they're like, "Oh man, AJ's a real adult. Look, she got the crushed ice on the door." Do I necessarily get the crushed ice from the door on the freezer? No, I'm still gonna take myself over to Sonic because I already know that thing's a POS. But I just want somebody to say that I'm an adult.
You know what? I'm going to tell you, because I got the white one in the garage too, and that's the freezer. You know what I mean? I use that one for the freezer and the extra beverages. And it never let me down. I'm talking about the whole power in the house go out. That motherfucker's still like, I got you, dog. I got you.
Down.
Like,
I got you. Right. All your meats are safe. All your meats are safe.
What you want to do, man? Bring the meats. Bring the meats. No Diddy. But I'm just saying.
Hey, Hormiga.
Right. No Diddy. Hormiga. What's up, fam? Let's go.
Yo, bro.
Yeah, man. Let's get this, man. Because we was just running interference because Kev went out getting a snack. Everybody left for a
hunting
minute.
and gathering. I don't know what Kev was doing. He was doing more than just grabbing a snack. He went hunting and gathering for that one.
When you leave us to our own devices, we start talking about crushed ices and fancy refrigerators. So there you go. That's what you get.
I just got one last thing to say about that.
Yeah, I see what happens.
Is anybody else addicted to like the fridge restocking videos?
fridge restocking video.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
like
those
haven't seen it.
organizational ones? The
yeah, they
organizational
have
ones?
like yeah, like the people who be like restocking their refrigerators and their pantries.
Nah. I
Okay.
ain't gonna lie though. I do get caught up on watching the dudes edge the lawns. Y'all be
That
seeing
one
that shit?
too.
The motherfuckers with the edgers, and they don't have no
Yeah.
guards or nothing. They just be. I be like, ooh,
Just bzzz, and I'll be
yeah.
like,
Just
bro, that's cool.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I
I
be
don't know
watching
why.
all of
Hey,
those. I
I
don't
actually
even.
like looking at the this is about to be fun. I think people did it anyway. The earwax.
Yo, I like watching those too. The
Them
ear, yeah,
things
the
look
ear wax
so
removal.
comfortable. Like, get it out.
Until it's like a bug or something, and then
Ah, it
it's
sounds like you
out.
can just hear fresh air from them. It's like it's out.
Yeah, y'all, I ain't even gonna front. I watch all of those. Um, yeah, I don't know why, but the lawn ones definitely, and the guys that clean the pools. I love watching them clean the pools. Like from it getting like real gross to like real clean. I can watch that for like hours. Those videos be like 10 minutes long. I don't even care. I'm gonna watch all 10 minutes and read the
Okay.
comments.
Okay, Jay. Okay, cousin, since y'all got on this path, I gotta go ahead and tell my truth. I like
We go.
watching. Obviously, I like watching the dance videos, but you know what to catch my attention, and I follow the gang of people that do this. The tool ones, like the stuff you can do with normal gadgets around your house, and what you can do with tools, and how to
Oh
extend
yeah,
hoses, and make things to carry your brooms in your
You
house.
talking
Just
about like
little
the
yeah,
stuff.
5 minute craft stuff?
yeah. The
Yeah, this stuff.
PVC
Yeah.
holsters and
Oh,
stuff.
I
Oh, come
don't
on.
bro,
look.
I
I'm a
love
front.
that type shit.
Look, I'll be honest. I don't mind those, but a lot of those are pointless, bro.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
of them,
Half
like when
of
they
them
be
are
making
pointless.
like shoes out of like hot glue, bruh.
No, AJ, half of them they have tools and equipment and substances that you have no access to. Like it looks cool, but bro, I don't have that kind of a laboratory in my home.
That part. They'd be like, okay, here's ginseng number 17. What?
Right?
Like you gotta go
Rebar,
spend. You
rebar
gotta
number 5.
right. You gotta go spend $4,000 for the materials. You like fuck. I just go buy one. Like wait a minute.
And then you
By
just
the
like
time I do
making
all that,
shit.
if you
Did
got
they
a
just
whole
put
body
tape
to
on an
do,
iron for me to iron my clothes? Come on now.
That part,
look,
bruh. That's
And
crazy.
call it a grip. It's a new grip.
It's a new
I ain't gonna lie to you though. I tried a few of those, and some of
for the
that shit,
printing clothes.
is like the air fryer, bro. It's like it's mind blowing. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
So
I got a
Right.
couple that'll work. I got a
But I be
couple
watching
that'll
those too. I be watching them. I just like to know because sometimes I come across cool ones, but I don't know who to send them to.
Yeah, I like those. I love that type
So
shit.
now I know who to send those to. I'm just gonna send those
Yeah,
ones to me
yeah, no
because
doubt.
I just hate to. I hate it like when we spend like hours on content and then it don't really. You might get a couple thousand views or whatever. It's like cool, and then somebody just sitting there watching the fucking duck and he get 1.5 million views. You're like what the fuck? How?
Quacking them up. It
What?
quacks them up.
Yo,
I find that interesting
man,
as well.
Be the
crazy.
lamest stuff though. I done put my whole heart out in this. Like, bro,
you don't know what I
this one
learned
is
from
gonna
that.
get them.
You know what I learned from that?
4 views.
I'm gonna tell you what I learned from that, bro. It just tells me that I thought too hard on that video, bro. Think less.
Uh-huh.
Do less. No, I'm just kidding, yo. That's my BS attempt at trying to be positive. I don't know. It perplexed me too.
No, seriously,
I heard it be the weakest ones. Even
bro.
if you make it, like you make a video and you cough or something like that, that boy gonna be 10,000 views.
Hey, you don't know how close my page is to having just some rabbits and ducks and fucking chipmunks on my shit all
That's
day.
what they
Like
digging,
I'm real
huh?
talk.
Yo, you wanna know what's crazy though? Is like, oh fuck, I just forgot it.
I'm
Shit.
gonna
Never
clip
mind.
my
Oh, I got one,
nails.
AJ, till it come back to you. So have you ever commented on someone's, thing, and then you get a lot of comments about your comment, and long after the fact, like I commented on this one thing that I didn't think it was that interesting of a comment, but apparently 20, 30 people liked it tremendously, and they kept commenting on mine like, good, I'm glad you liked that. And I'm like, Okay.
Cool.
And it wasn't nothing but more than
Done
you know what it
followed you,
was,
done
Kev.
friend you off a
You know what
comment
it
and
was, Kev.
everything.
It was when I
Amir,
said,
let me tell you, sir.
AJ, it was, look, you'll like this one. It was a lady on there, and she said that young people don't know how to party no more. Something to that effect. And you have no idea, like, I was like, yeah, that's right. And like 30 people hit me up. Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yo, I literally have something similar to that. I don't even remember what the video was. I don't remember what it was. I think it was something. It was just like, oh, it was like during the pandemic. It was back in 2020, y'all, where it was like, oh, if you're bored in the house or something, comment yes or something. And I literally just put yes. And I don't know if that video is just still going viral or people still.
Mm-hmm.
That I still get like who? It's one word. Like you could just wrote that. Like, I don't understand.
I don't know if it's this filter or not, but I haven't got shut down yet. That's crazy.
I think it's that filter because it doesn't sense that you're away from the phone.
Right.
Oh, I mean, man, heck, you know, I'll be having my whole face in there and it be shutting me down when I got the
They
other
don't
one.
be making, bro. They don't be
Unless they did an update. Let me test it out real quick. They did an update. Nah, I'm scared. I'm good. If it ain't broke,
they
don't
kick
fix
you
it.
out too much. Yeah, exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix
Why
it.
Like
ask why?
you know what? You right. Let's start kicking them out some more.
Yeah, don't, yeah. Oh yeah, we forgot. Dude, the kick out
Yeah, we forgot about the
We
big
just
head
woke him
dude.
up.
I seen it happen to about 4 people today already. I'm like, dang, it happened
That's
to
what I'm
everybody
saying.
now.
Bro, but that's the other thing too. Even if they come looking for you, they can't really see you because you're in
Yeah,
your
that's what it
words.
is. I'ma go. They like break.
They was like, I think
Who
he
is this
there, but
talking?
he not there.
John Cena and his boy.
Dun, 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 dun.
You know what's crazy is like I get the opposite. Like I get the most haters in the world come off my comments, and I don't even understand why. Like real, like yo, and it'd be crazy
They,
stuff like this dude. It was a comedian, right? That said some joke about like, oh, um, if you go to Atlanta, then you realize how many black people there really is.
Mm-hmm.
And then the person that was interviewing him was laughing, spitting up the water, and all this other shit. Like that was the most hilarious shit ever in life. And I was like, "Where's the joke? Like, what are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, I mean, they're just walking around wearing clothes and like all of this type of shit, right?" So I put a comment in there like, "Where is the joke?" That was it. That's all I said. I don't get it.
well,
Where's
you
the
was
joke?
asking for it.
Yeah, you was
But
asking
look,
for it on that one.
bro,
Right, what the heck?
why did I
He
do
trying to
that?
act like he don't know he was gaslighting.
No, why did I do that? Because
Yeah,
all I
why
get
you
is,
do
"Oh,
that?
you fucking liberal," or I was like, "What? Are you serious, bro?" I'm talking about this a whole stream. I was like, "Really? Is that what y'all doing?" Okay, so
Yeah, you was
I did.
gaslighting on that one. Ain't no way.
I did a little bit. I did a little bit, right? But again, it's kind of like if you say something and be like, "Oh, well, I don't think that's funny." That's because you don't think it's
Mhm.
funny. Fuck you. And I'm like, bro. I mean, like,
Bro, I'm not
are
a
you
Yeah, I
this
would have seen.
person's are you this person's boyfriend? Because you fighting for him like this is your man. Like real talk. Like what are we doing?
no. So
Like
then
what are
I
we
got a
doing here?
question. I got a question kind of regarding that then, right? So like on another platform that I'm on, right? Like I do post like some content over there. No, it's not a no F, so everybody calm the F down. I don't do that type of shit. Okay. Put that out there.
If
But
one in
anyway,
the
I have
chat,
said
it's like, no.
platform, right? If one in the chats, AJ ain't doing that. But anyway, I'll be in there and I'll be having like conversations, right? And it's funny because people in the comments will be like, "Oh my God, AJ's so pretty. AJ's so." Unless I call myself pretty in a fucking video, then I get cussed out in the comment section. But if they say it, it's okay. But
You're arrogant.
yeah, it's like, oh
You're
yeah,
conceited.
you know what I mean? I could be like, oh,
Right.
feeling cute today, might delete, and everybody's like, how dare she say she's cute?
How dare
But if
you
I
like
just post,
It was
yourself?
the
but if
delete
I
part
just
that got
post
him.
like if I just
How
post
dare
like a
you?
stupid picture where I'm not even doing anything, they'd be like, oh, AJ's so cute.
You-
How dare you like yourself? You can't
I know. How dare I
feel good
like
about
me?
you can't feel good about yourself. Who the fuck are you?
That part.
The
And I'm over
nerve
there
of you.
trying to be funny. Like every other stupid girl on the internet, like feeling cute might delete later.
Might delete later.
See, that's just like saying, "Where's the joke?" Though, let's be honest. He's like,
She said might delete later is crazy.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You know it's different though. People don't. I think they look at that as, oh, you're just conceited. You're supposed to say that. That's just like LeBron and stuff. You know, him uplifting himself when people be uplifting him all day, but if he say something, it's over. But we know there's a difference. Some people look at it as,
It's
I guess,
cool when they
arrogant
do
when
it.
they
It's
say
a
that.
problem when I do it.
Yeah, it's cool when they do it. Cool when I do it.
Problem.
Yeah, I'm feeling good about myself today.
F won it.
I'm the greatest ever. That's different.
Right. Oh yeah. Remember we looked at the real definition
Yeah,
about what
you
that
can't
is.
just be
Now.
I'm the GOAT. Like that's a whole different
Yeah,
thing.
that's that arrogance.
That's a different. Yeah, that's a different level.
What'd you say, cousin?
But
I'm
don't
feeling
think.
good
But
about
hold
myself
on.
today is a
Hold on.
little
Hold on.
different from I'm the greatest ever.
Right.
But all I'm saying is that also understand that you never know, okay? I could have just gotten out of the shower and I like to listen to that Outcast song called So Fresh and So Clean in the shower. Cause
Whoa.
why else was that song written unless you were in the shower? It doesn't make sense any other way.
Well, you know when you get the crispy haircut, you know. I remember me and my boys to do that. So we get a haircut.
AJ,
So crispy. I'm so
AJ, you so
crispy.
funny. AJ is funny with that comment.
My
Y'all.
G9, the shit was 850.
Why else would you listen to the song? Girl, that was my theme song. I used to be riding down the street in my lack in that car.
Right.
I'm just playing. I ain't never had no lack.
All I'm saying is that I listen to that and I sing it loud and proud in the shower. Okay, 'cause ain't no fresh and clean like me. Just saying. I'm so fresh and so clean because I just got out of the shower. You don't get much fresher than that.
You don't.
Right,
You
as soon
don't.
as you go out to the club, you starting to get a little musty. So
That's a literal. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like already, dang.
Hey,
Kev,
come on, man. We're gonna go into these topics now.
I'm just so
Y'all waiting for
fresh.
He said it's getting too deep now. I'm trying to get a count.
You know, I want to shoot some off. I got a couple of.
Let's get it.
Let's go.
Let's get it.
Like I had time to think about them too.
If people want to hit up in this bar, hit this bar. Let's get this topic going, man. Yeah.
Should I start?
Go ahead.
you can't come into the box though. You can't come into the box if you ain't fresh and clean though. That's what we're gonna say.
Right.
That's the new thing of the night. All right.
Don't be coming up here and you musty charms, okay? We gonna be able to
Hey, it's good that we can't smell people through the cameras. I bet you a lot of people stink.
Hey.
Oh my God.
Hey, hold up.
They smelling like they smell like onions and onions.
Boy, be talking the most smack on here too. Be stanking.
Hold up. Look, y'all, we don't need no pew-pews fired over here because yes, I do spray myself down before I go on live. That's not the point. Okay? I gotta make sure I smell good. Confidence.
All I'm gonna say about that before we dive into these comments is if you get on TikTok before you have washed your face and brushed your teeth, you have a problem.
That's an addiction.
Now you ain't got to tell me your business, and I don't care. I want you to be encouraged. Wash your face.
Please watch half.
You really should
half
wash
or
your
something,
ass.
half a cheek or something.
Like if you pick up your phone and it smell like
half a ball.
Your phone smell like earring backs. You out of pocket. Just
no.
Not the earring backs. I'm done.
If you wake up and your phone smell like hot dog water, you need to check yourself. Go on. You're wrong. You are wrong, sir or ma'am.
You got that phone on your ear too long.
That's crazy.
Girl love cracking up.
Got the earring backs.
All right, come on, let's get it started. Barla, you better come on up here. AJ gonna need some help because I'm about to get wicked with it.
Oh, he wishes. Let's go. So don't threaten me with a good time.
Number
Let's
one,
go.
Kev. Number one.
She said she on punishment. She must have been running her mouth around there, boy. Got in trouble. TikTok run that belt out.
I hope it ain't got nothing to do with them topics.
Till Friday. Well, I got 4 accounts. They ain't shut me down. And if y'all haven't, follow my YouTube. I'm gonna push that too. I gotta start doing. Matter of fact, let me run my YouTube right now.
Commercial.
But I be doing your YouTube every time I do a commercial, sir.
I know.
Okay,
She
go ahead.
made. I was talking to Just well, I was working with not working with her, but I was on Just the Girl stuff. And I see how she was doing it. I'm like, dang, I should have been doing that, focusing on trying to, while being live on YouTube. But I got to learn how to set that page up though a little bit. Oh yeah, I can put it up my YouTube on my own. Forgot about that. Hmm. Okay, never mind. But go ahead, Amir.
Okay,
Put it on
yeah.
my laptop.
Bro,
One.
what the hell was that commercial, dog? It was like
Uh,
half a thought. All right, hold up,
well,
y'all. Let's run that
Right.
commercial
Go
because
ahead,
I don't know what
AJ.
Kev
Go
said.
ahead.
I ain't run no commercial.
Help him out, AJ.
Y'all, I'm gonna need y'all to tap this screen share out this live. Just hold down the box and share it out to about 10 friends. If you're in the boxes, tap the screen share out the live. Share it to about 10 friends. Host does have a live goal up there. It looks like he's got a bunch of roses he is trying to get to. So let's make sure that we are generous and throw those up to him as well. And if y'all have not already, please feel free to go into Kev's go up here where it says laugh or learn Kev. Click that for me, and I want you to go down and into his link tree. I want you to follow him right there on the YouTube. That's where you're gonna find all the past conversations we ever have, past lives, past everything else. And eventually we're all gonna be transferring over there. So if you ever want to catch up on topics, hot takes, so on and so forth, Kev is pretty good at making sure that those all post. And make sure when you go over there and you subscribe, you turn on that little notification button too, because it'll tell you anytime he goes live over there, anytime he posts a video, and also do the same thing over here on the TikToks. Please be respectful at all times. At the event you can't be respectful, feel free. There are plenty of flight attendants in here that'll send you to any destination you want to be. You ain't got to go home and you ain't got to stay here. Okay. Now, in the event this live becomes a little too much, feel free to hit the X in the top right corner. It will eject you out the live. All I ask is that you keep your arms and legs of the live at all times. And if you're looking for peanuts,
If you're looking for peanuts, what? She got a call.
She was probably talking about me because if y'all looking for peanuts, grab these nuts and then enjoy yourself.
These nuts.
I was waiting for them
Grab
to
these
say that.
nuts and
I'm like,
enjoy
where's she
yourself.
going with that?
Honey roasted.
In your mouth.
No diddy.
Put them in your mouth. Extra salted.
What?
well, that was really
When I roll up here, when I scroll on, Jesus
TikTok dog cut
Christ.
me off at the wrong time. I said nuts and then it cut me off.
Hey,
Hey,
went outside.
hey, you already know
I
we were
finished it for you though.
Yeah, we finished it all the way. We already talked about everybody not fresh and clean. He talking about nice.
Right,
and
they already got nuts in their mouth already, so they good.
nice and
salty.
Y'all.
Salty or plain.
Salty or plain. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm done with you.
I told sis to come up.
Almond joy.
I knew he was going to need some help.
This is
Too
ridiculous.
much testosterone in the building.
We need to balance. We need some balance. We need some balance.
Y'all.
Ridiculous. We're teetering off the other side.
At least we got shine bright like a diamond.
Y'all, all I want to say is to the TikTok universe, yo, you got one hell of a sense of humor to cut me off at that word. You could have cut me off on any of those other words, but you chose that one. That is crazy. That is wild.
Said it's the right timing.
No, I didn't get a phone call, y'all. Literally, TikTok froze.
Oh, that was dirty.
That was crazy.
Especially on this live with us. That was wrong.
Like,
That was their
yeah, you
timing.
better
That was
clip
perfect
that.
timing. Like, oh, can't wait
You
for her to
better
say it
clip that
again.
and put that in a blooper. You better clip that and put it in a blooper, y'all. I'm telling you.
Did you by
Don't
chance
grab these nuts. Ooh.
Hey,
Did
you
you hear
lucky
what
I
we
don't
said,
have that
AJ?
pilot voice.
No, I didn't. I didn't
it
hear
was
nothing.
funny.
It
was funny.
glitched, and then I came back, and then I was like, it glitched out at the wrong times.
It was funny. It was funny.
Yeah, you lucky I don't have that.
It was like
pilot
2 or
voice.
3 generations of variations of putting kneesuts in your miza.
Oh my!
Take that.
Take that. Take that.
Not to take that.
All right, come on. So on a serious note, after all that,
I know. I mean,
F them kids.
okay, back to
Look,
the
after
original
all that,
programming.
we're going to F them kids. I think it's a perfect segue because I believe people say
Oh
F
no, don't do
those
it.
kids. You know where I'm about to go? They say F them kids because they rather have the fictitious sense of happiness that they never can achieve. So they was trying to get happy and then they got pregnant. And then they got the kids because of default. And now after a while, they like, okay, I'm happy with them, but now I want to be happier. So forget them kids. I'm gonna go get happy again. So they can stay at grandmama house. They can go to their daddy house. They can stay home by themselves with a phone. F them kids. It's about me. I want to be happy. I want to be happy. Happiness has taken the place of children. I land.
Okay.
And what we say is, let's say that false, like you said, there's a good word that you key word in there was false sense of happiness. I like that you said
Never attainable, cuz. You heard that
right,
part too? Never
right,
attainable. You get it and then you want to
exactly.
get some more.
Because if they was truly happy, they would understand that them kids is probably going to make that happen.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? So what we know is that if you are a true parent, and I say true in quotations because what is a real true parent is whatever. Point is, if you are a parent that is active and connected with your kids, I think that that is probably an integral part of your happiness. So to say that you'll be happy, so fuck them, to me, that would say that that's a false sense of happiness. That at least that would be my opinion on that. What do y'all think?
Can I
Yep.
speak, please? Can I speak, please? Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, please do.
Yes. Hi, guys. Hi, Left or Learn. Hi, gentlemen. Thank you so much for letting me be on the panel. Really
Hello.
appreciate that. Just to let you know, there are actually women out here who have never really considered themselves to be wives, I myself included. Never even thought about getting married. I'm the youngest of 7, right? Grew up in a household where I had 2 very loving parents. I'm the baby of the family. I was spoiled, all of that. I just personally never saw myself as a wife or a mother. I married my husband not so long ago, and we just been married for a couple of years now. And it's just now that I'm just like, maybe I might want some kids. But I've been an auntie. I've been a proud auntie for a very long time. But I do understand them F them kids kind of people. I really do. Because my sisters and my brothers as well forget that they're parents whenever I come around because I spoil them, I take them out, they get to become parents and be husband and wife by themselves and like not worry about having to be parents. So what I'm saying is, can we just not put everybody under the same umbrella? Not everybody wants to have kids. I'm very comfortable, if God doesn't bless me, to not have kids. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes, definitely.
And I would say
So
that when I talk about it, and I know Kev want to get on this, and I'll say it real quick. I'm talking about people who have kids, right? And now want to be like, fuck them kids. And basically pursue happiness or outside sources and neglect said kids. That's what I'm talking about. So when I see somebody that says fuck them kids, that means that it's a detriment to the kids now that you have them. You see what I mean? Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
At least that's
Misunderstood.
my
I
perspective.
apologize.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's how Kev put it out there, but that's just how I took it.
No,
So
I'll put it out there like that, Kev. It's because that's my fault. Kev didn't do that. But it's however you see it, though,
The other
Diamond. I'm
gentleman
glad you gave
did,
it
there's
to him.
so
many reasons people use that though.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
glad you said that. Kev, I'll let you roll. I just was saying my perspective was from a mother and a child, though. I wasn't talking about just people in general. But go ahead, Kev.
yeah. No, I was about to say because she said not everybody want to have. So what would do people want relationships too?
No, I absolutely
Or
wanted a relationship.
you want a
That
relationship?
was no. So, I, mind you, I've been a private school girl. Like I was in my work and I loved my career and I still do. Right now, I'm in a 5 bedroom house. My husband is quite literally asleep. I'm bored out of my mind. Do you get what I mean? So like now I'm just like I would like some little crying noises running around the house. Like I would love that. But prior to it, I never really thought about it. I never really thought of like wanting to have children. Okay, Amer, sweetie, you don't have to unmute yourself to laugh. If you want to laugh, just laugh.
Oh, I am so sorry, Miss Diamond. Forgive me.
No, you're more than welcome, my love. I'm just saying, say with your chest. Okay? Thank you.
So all
Say
right,
what with my chest? I was laughing. What you want me to say with my
she got
chest?
one bar. What the heck?
You know what we should have said,
Person?
cousin? We should have said men too, because maybe we hit a nerve when we said just women. Because you know how women always think we just talking about them. If a man has a child and he not happy no more, and he want to pursue more happiness, and he like forget them kids, they can stay with grandma while I go get happy, then he fouled too. So I'm sorry if I
Oh
didn't put
yeah,
that out there.
yeah. I was
Man
talking
and
about
woman.
both. Yeah, I was talking about anybody with kids.
Yeah.
So if I put it out there to make it seem like it was just women, that wasn't my intention because I was talking about everybody.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Just saying.
Cousin B, it was not you at all. That was not at all what I was saying. What I was saying is you can equally not want to have children. Males can equally not want to have children. Same as women. Not every woman dreams of the big white wedding and like, the white picket fence with 2.3 children. It's just not for everybody. Some women just don't feel the need for that. Do you know what I mean?
Oh
So
yeah.
if that's the case, right? Is they looking for relationships too though?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Companionship
so
is
now,
different.
okay, I'm glad you said that. That's what I'm getting to. Now let's get on the last. So basically, I'm trying to get to the last question. So why get in a relationship to not have kids? I want to see everybody's reasons behind it.
Who wants to go first?
You want to start off? Who want to start off? Mir? You
No,
want
I'm
to
just
start
no. I meant in the people she used, right? I would want to see her reasons of why they wouldn't
off?
want kids.
No, no,
Why they
no.
want a relationship and not kids.
I personally did not look for a marriage or anything like that. When I met my husband, it just so happened to happen.
What?
You get me? He became my best friend, and then I was just like, in my culture, we play things a little differently. We don't do boyfriend girlfriend. So I'm gonna need you to speak to my parents to kind of like figure that out. And then he did, and now we're husband and wife. But I have girlfriends, and I personally know people who are not willing to even get married. They want companionship. They will be in a relationship for many years, but they would never want to get married. Companionship and having kids are two different things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you can get that with friends though. You have a friend with have companionship out of that. But so let me go back to you. I think I heard your story. You said at first you didn't want. What made you want to have kids now?
I'm not even 100% sure if I want kids yet. I'm just saying if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Okay, what did you want a relationship for? Let's ask that one first. Then, since you in a relationship.
I never, again, never wanted to get married, never wanted a relationship like that. Like for me, I was good being the auntie, you know. I,
But you got
I'm
forced into
I
a relationship with somebody?
no, no, no. I met my best friend at the right time. That's all that happened. I literally met my best friend at the right time.
That's scary. So you say you can't have a best friend without marrying them?
When I say best friend, I mean, like, you know, that ride and die, like, that's a person you want to do everything with, read a book with, play a game with, you want to cook with, you want to just, you're good and bad, you want to share with, all of those things. I met my best friend at the right time, and that's what made me fall for him.
So when y'all was best friends, was y'all interested in each other? Like did y'all want to sleep with each other and all that other stuff?
We did
And
not sleep with each other until we got married.
okay, so okay. So was y'all attracted to each other, or y'all were just literally just friends?
No, we met at a conference and we had amazing conversation. On our third date, I explained to him that in my culture, we don't really do dating. So if you're interested and you actually want this lifelong, here's my father's number. He took the number, he called it, and
Okay.
my father told me he came to ask for your hand. He proposed, and then we got married.
Interesting. Okay, I got you. So you got one of them. Okay, which I recommend. Where you from, anyways?
Ethnically, national wise, or geographically.
Nationality.
Ethnically, I'm Somali. Nationality wise, I'm American and Norwegian.
Hmm. Okay. So y'all still got the which I
I'm
recommend
single.
for a lot of Americans. But no, never mind. Not with this mindset. I don't think we could do arranged.
No, but
Right.
you can. You can still do that.
No, I wouldn't recommend it because some of these parents can't even they not even all the way in the head. They don't even know what a real relationship is. So I don't think it's
Well,
right
I
for
mean,
the mindset that's over here in
he
America.
had to pay a dowry, so
Yeah,
I had to
yeah.
make
I'm about to
sure
say
that
that.
that was also checked off.
Let me ask you something. Did you say American and Norwegian?
Yes, sir.
So you have dual citizenship? Is that what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't know that you can do that. With okay, all right.
So
That
I got
Can I ask Diamond a
naturalized by
question?
the age of 12 in
uh,
America, and already by that time, my mom was already living in Norway, and
mm,
that's why I was able to have both passports. Now my husband is a UK Brit, so within 2 years I'm gonna have to either let go of the American one or the Norwegian one, which 100% is gonna be the American one.
right.
I tell you that for free.
Let me ask Diamond a question.
Yes, sir.
When you said about how your family is involved with the vetting and the arranged marriage, how's your dad, if you don't mind answering, how's your dad feel about you not wanting to have children?
So my father and I never had that conversation. Also, my parents and my family are not a part of the vetting process. They're more of the approving process. So he could have never asked me. He could not take me to, let's just say, Paris, for example, and go down on one knee and ask me to for my hand in marriage, right? Which is essentially what a proposal is, without speaking to my father first. The first line of respect goes to my father. He has to speak to him before he speaks to me about any future plans.
So what's your husband think about you? Obviously, he was, well, it's not obvious. What did he think about it when you said you didn't want to have children, your husband?
So, again, I don't block my blessings. So I never said I never wanted to. I just said I never saw myself as a mother. My husband is very comfortable with it. He's also seen me around my nieces and my nephews and knows how much I love and adore these individuals. Um, Now we're currently starting the process of actually wanting to have our own. Does that make sense? So he's happy about it, but he's not pushing because that's my best friend. That's my A1 from day one. Like, we're
Good for
cool.
you. Yeah, I'm so glad you married your best friend. I married my sweetheart from college. How old are you, Diamond, if you don't mind?
I am 34 year blessed.
Oh
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's a beautiful age.
Same age as me. Wow. Um, so okay. So you said that you had to get accepted by the father. So I'm trying to the point. I think what I'm trying to get is like what.
No, he didn't have to get accepted by my father.
What did you? What was this? The words you just used?
And before he asked for mine.
Huh?
Does that make sense?
Say it again. Your
He
stuff broke up.
Yeah, you
asked.
said approved, right? You said
Sorry,
approved.
can you hear me better
Is that
now?
what you said?
Approved. Okay. Okay. There. Oh, that's what the word. I messed up.
Yeah.
See,
So basically, he had to ask
that does the
my
same thing though. But
father
whatever.
if he can ask me to, if he can propose to me, basically.
Okay. Okay. There you go. That's what I'm about to get to. So what made him
It's all good.
take it a step further? Like, what? Why did he decide to go from best friend if that was never his intentions, and then say, I want to marry you?
Yes. So we were, I think, on our third date, to be specific. Hence, on our third date is when I told him, you need to call my
On your
father.
date?
And third date does not mean like the third time we saw each other. Third date means he took me out on the third date. We've been talking, we've been corresponding, etc. And then and then he asked me out again, and I said, babe, listen, you're talking about a future. I unfortunately cannot promise you a future unless you speak to my father. So, here's his number. He knows about you. Give him a call. Whenever he gives me the green light, I can date you again.
Did you
My
want
father
it?
called me back. With him, absolutely.
Oh, okay, because the way you said it seemed like it was a one-sided thing. So I get you. So you said you were
No.
talking about
It
why you
was
ain't say we're
one.
talking about a future? That threw me off a little bit.
No. Because the thing is, I've been engaged like 4 times before.
Interesting. Okay.
So can I ask you one question? I'm only asking because I'm curious to see how this
Yes, sir.
works. Because you said that your father is not part of the vetting process, but
No,
they
sir.
are the approval. So how
Yes.
can you approve something that you don't even vet? Like how does that work? Like how does he know that this man, you know what I mean? Like does that depend on the dowry? Does that depend like how does he know that this man is worthy? Does he have
No.
does he call you? You know what I'm saying? Like how does that work? I'm just because I'm just curious how it goes.
I fully understand that part. So after I've had my first date with him, after meeting him at the conference that I met him at, I had a conversation with my sisters along with my mother. My mother then transfers that conversation to my father. My father then finds out, okay, so she found somebody interesting. All right, great. So now next time I'm going on a date with him, my mom is the first person I speak to because she knows I'm about to go on a date. And when I come back from the date, my mom is going to be like, okay, so how did the date go? I say it's going great, pretty great. And then we start like corresponding and all of those things. I keep my family on loop the whole time through. And then the vetting process is literally when he has to converse with my father and my 4 brothers in person. That is a trip he had to do on his own. It's not a trip that I was a part of. That was just him meeting the family. I was there in an essence of like I was with the girls, but I wasn't there in the essence of I was there in the conversation. Does that make sense?
Right. I got you. No, that makes sense. Because
So
when you said it the
that whole
first
thing
time, it was like
happens.
they didn't even know, and then he just approved it. I was like, what? That was. But yeah, this
Oh
makes sense.
no.
Yeah, I get you.
No.
Yeah.
They know from the beginning. They know from the beginning. And they know they have his picture, they have his information, they have where he's from, what culture he belongs to. Because my husband is different culture than mine. My husband is from a different part of Africa than myself. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So
If you
they
say
need
so.
to know that, all of that.
All right, I get you. Okay.
And
Yeah.
then when he is sitting down with my brothers and my father, I cannot be a part of that conversation. That's men talking to men. So I'm not allowed to be a part of that conversation. They approved him. They then let me know, yes, we have approved him. If my four brothers, along with my father, which by the way, my father is my king, that's my end all and be all. If he were to say no, I promise you I would not be sitting in the house that I'm sitting in right now, having this conversation with you.
You,
There it is.
It's very
Sounds good
simple.
to me.
If daddy says
So
no, it's no.
Miss D, is you like a housewife?
I I'm a very well educated homemaker, yes.
Yeah, throw that in there,
If that
huh?
makes sense. Like, no, I mean I still do work, but my husband being the same culture as myself, like he's West African, I'm East African. So we both believe in, you need the wife is the homemaker, etc. But we both very educated as well.
So let me
So
ask you a question, Diamond, please. If we could get back to the top, I want to give you a hypothetical. Now, you
yes, sir.
just got married, right? You just got married. How many years? 2?
5 years now.
5. Oh, congratulations. That's a good run.
Thank you. We're
Um,
going on 5th actually in October.
okay. Now,
On.
I don't know if he was listening when we first started, but I was talking about question number 2 and the importance of children. So let me ask you this. Now that you said you're somewhat considering it, possibility, and I heard Purdy, one of our friends, suggest to another young lady, never say never about having kids because you might change your mind. So you're a perfect example of that, because you know what I'm saying. You was like, I might not be interested right now, but I'm a good auntie, and then eventually in time, you starting to get a thought about it. That's encouraging, because I would ask this. I kind of know what her answer gonna be, man, because her culture. But so if something came up, whereas you and your husband did have children, and your happiness was challenged, would
In what
you?
sense?
Well, that would be for you to judge the level, because of to the end of this question. When
No,
would
but
at
in
what
order for
point
me to
would you?
understand
Hold on,
hypotheticals, you need to be
let me
specific.
finish. Let me finish. So if at some point you guys did have children and your happiness was questioned, and you'll maybe this when I finish it, maybe I'll answer your question. What would cause you what would cause you to say, well, my happiness is threatened to this degree where now forget them kids, I'm out. Like I have to leave. Is there anything that could happen? And if so, what would that be?
So I honestly can say there is never going to be a point in my life that if I were to be pregnant and I'm blessed enough by God Almighty to be pregnant to ever say F them kids. I mean, I might drop them off at my sister's house and be like, F them kids for a weekend so me and my hubby can reconnect. But it's never going to be a point of F them kids, as in, like, I'm going to walk away from the kids.
No, 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 no.
Period.
What? No, I know you. This. Look at the part 2, the relationship. Like, so if you see you and his
Yeah.
relationship got rocky,
If you are
would
not
you?
satisfied in the relationship
Yeah. Would you
that
leave?
has kids, yeah, see, that I don't think that applies to me because it already says that has kids. My relationship didn't have kids. His relationship doesn't have kids. So I don't think I'm able to respond to that fairly. Does that make sense?
No, I thought you were doing well because you said you wouldn't. But maybe I wanted to ask, would
No,
you
but
break up with him? Like, would you break up with him
if he had
because you're
kids,
unhappy? No, no, no. If you and him both had a child or more together, and you guys had problems with each other because you had children, would that keep you guys together in essence? Would you leave
absolutely
him?
not. I don't think
Okay.
that would be something that would tear us apart. I 100% think that I'm gonna be calling some favors in for my siblings and be like, yo, Remember those years I've been watching your
Right.
kids? Now watch
So,
mine. So I can go connect with my husband. Like, you don't
okay,
understand the
I
way
got
my
you. Yeah,
culture
I
is.
understand you perfectly, Diamond. Thank you. See, she's encouraging you guys, but then again, you come from another place.
No,
So
but you have to understand, like, I come from a place that has a village and we have cultivated that village.
that's right.
Do you understand what I mean?
That's
So
right. Speak on it.
So for
let me ask
me,
this, then I'm gonna get in. I know she probably wanted to say something. I was gonna ask you, what when you do decide, what's the reason why would you would want kids?
honestly, the reason I want to have kids is because, and I don't want it to sound like a little flaunty toddy over here, but my husband is such an amazing man. He's such a good man. And I see him with other kids, and I'm just like, yeah, I can see making you a daddy.
Good
You get
answer.
me? Just having that little girl that goes, Daddy, I know I'm gonna lose all my power at one time. As soon as that girl comes out, I'm gonna be second best. I'm gonna be the mistress. She's gonna be the main wife. But you know, I just want to see him with like a mini him or like a mini me, or a little girl that just says, "Daddy's home." So yeah, I'm sorry. I know it sounds a little ditzy here, but I'm
Nope,
sorry.
ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, a little bit, but that's okay.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Listen, even us, we get caught and we get cuted out by little kids too. So it's all right.
I
We gonna
know,
be
but you
honest.
should
We gonna be
see
honest.
how, like, when we go to the park just for a walk, you should see how kids kind of like run to him and they're like jumping on him, and he's so willing to play with them, and he doesn't even know these kids. And I sit back sometimes and like, as I'm reading my book, I'm just like, you know what? He kind of cute. He kind of cute. He can do the father thing very well. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm tapping out.
Ain't
Interesting.
nothing wrong. Let's go.
Yeah, said interesting.
Nay, what you got for us?
Interesting.
Make sure you got a voice. Yeah, no.
I know, right? Hey, what's happening?
Like, so I think, like, when people mean, like, when they say, like, fuck them kids, like, like, I think, like, they mean, like, like, I think, like, so I think, like, they mean, like, dropping, like, them off, like, to, like, a family member house for the weekend, like, or something like that. Or also, or also, saying that because, or also saying that because they don't plan on, like, having, like, no kids. Like, also saying that because they don't plan on having, like, no kids, like, no time soon. Cause I mean, I know I say that, but um,
What happened? Did she freeze?
and also, oh no, I didn't freeze.
Okay, we good.
And also,
Hello?
So
Hello?
real quick, let's clarify things a little bit on. I think at least from what I got from when we were talking earlier, we're talking about if you're in a relationship, okay? You're in a relationship, you have children. The relationship is not satisfactory to you. Okay, so you are having hard times, maybe y'all not getting along, whatever the case is in your relationship with your partner. And now you want to leave the relationship because you're not happy in that relationship, but you have kids. Okay. So now, with the question that Kev is trying to get to is, do you stay because you know that being together is better for the kids, and you basically forego your happiness, right? And try to work it out, or do you leave the relationship and be like, I don't care about how this affects the kids? So in essence, you're saying fuck them kids. We're not talking about dropping them off at the weekend and all that. That's regular life. That's what happened. I don't care how much you love your kids. There's gonna be sometimes when you look at them little motherfuckers and be like, I mean, that's just part of life. We do that to everybody we love. Like, that's okay, whatever. Are we talking about, you're in a relationship? Do you stay in the relationship that you're not happy in just for the sake of the kids? Or do you pursue happiness and leave the relationship and basically hinder or affects the kids? Does that make sense? Because I think we're getting a little bit off
So,
of what
Perfect.
he said.
so basically, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so go ahead. Yeah, so go ahead.
So what you're saying is basically whether the kids already exist, right? So that would have been whether I want to stay in a situation that would be endangering myself and the kids in developmental, emotional, and spiritual level, or would I want to step away and then make sure that the co-parenting between me and my partner, my ex-partner, will be able to be copacetic, correct?
Right, right.
All
Or
right.
like
I would
that's yeah.
100% step away.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
100% because I would much rather create an environment where the children are safe, healthy, happy, and well taken care of mentally, emotionally, spiritually, etc. And they can have a growing development and healthy growing development from away from their other parent, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then that the same situation be happening because there's been too many situations where we have allowed toxic environment. Like people stay in marriages because it's easy. Women stay in marriages because it's easy to stay. It's hard to say, you know what, I want better for mine and I would rather walk away. It might take a year or two for daddy to come around, but we're gonna figure it out sometime. And also, a lot of the times, bitter baby mamas are an issue. Does that make sense? So for me personally, knowing who I am, and I couldn't even see myself a day without this man, I will walk away. 100% for the sake of my child, I will walk away.
You know what? That's interesting that you said that, because a lot of people have the view that women leave because it's easy to leave, right? Because they don't want to put in the work to stay. And you
It's
just
easy to say.
right, right, and you just put another perspective of, actually it's harder to leave than it is to stay. That's interesting. You
It,
know what I
it
mean? Because if you hear most people, they say the opposite, right? What do you think?
depend on the context.
No, I fully get that, but the thing for me is because every generation tries to do it better than the other, right? My mom and my father stayed together because they actually loved each other. But both of them always told us, hence why I was able to choose my husband so late in life, um, that we would much rather you get educated. We would much rather you find yourself, evolve in the person that you need to be so you can be mentally, emotionally, and spiritually ready for being a wife. I can wholeheartedly tell you right now, I might not be all the way there, but I'm comfortable. Do you
Okay,
know what
let
I
me
mean?
ask you this, Diamond. Let me ask you this, because we want
Sir,
to.
you keep on wanting to ask me questions,
Well,
and
only
then you
because
want
I
to
keep
giggle.
doing that. I'm sorry, boo, because you keep trying to make it about you so much. We're just trying to keep it moving. Don't take it personal now. You know,
I
we
wasn't. I
want
wasn't
you.
trying to make it about me. I'm so
No,
sorry for everybody
see,
if I did.
I said I shouldn't have said that. I was just wanting to ask you a question so we can keep going with the topic. You know, that's all. If you don't want me to answer, just say no, and I'll be quiet.
Go right ahead, sir. I'm comfortable answering any questions.
Okay, look, because the rest of the question said, how do you know the difference? Like you described a scenario where you would separate, right? And you're
Mm-hmm.
entitled to that opinion, but then the question said, how do you know the difference? So who determined that it was better for you guys to leave? Was it just your unhappiness or did you do what?
So, oh my God, I'm gonna be chewed out for this one, but I'm
Yum
gonna
yum
I'm gonna
yum.
speak from
You're
the
not.
heart.
You
I'm
go
gonna
ahead and
speak from the
talk,
heart.
girl.
I wholeheartedly think once you become a mother, you stop thinking about your happiness. Your happiness quite literally exists outside of your body. Those are your children. I have seen that with my sisters, right? Their happiness, and I promise you, I have been the one that has been there for my sisters when they were going through their, like, right after giving birth, the postpartum period of after giving birth. I would literally like rock these babies to sleep, take their breast milk and like feed it to these kids. But as soon as that little baby, that little infant that just came out of them made a funny sounding noise, the mother would be on top of me immediately. And I was just like, I'm up with the baby. Why the heck are you not sleeping? And she's like, no, but her cough sounded weird. No, but his little cry sounded weird. And I'm just like, it sounds the same. And they're like, no. When you're a mother, you would know. And that's when I can tell you, I have witnessed that. As a woman, your happiness comes out of your body and it becomes an individual. So once that individual is roaming around, there is no way you can tell me that my sister will be able to choose a single life over that, over not having that joy and that blessing in her life. I mean, if some people can, then go ahead. I wish you nothing but the best, but I'm sorry. As a woman, your happiness becomes your child. But also understanding that comes also understanding that once that child is out of you, you also need to prioritize that. I would use my husband, my own husband, as a shield to protect my nieces. And they didn't even come out of me. And he will be okay with it. Could you imagine what he would do for his own?
I could only imagine. He sounds like a great guy. But let me ask you,
He is.
Diamond, do you think you answered what I said? How do you know the difference? Or did you answer and not understand? Did you mean that a woman
I
knows
see the difference.
intuitively? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Like you
I'm just
just
saying. I don't think women are a monolith. Same way as men are not a monolith, right?
gotcha.
For the people that don't understand what monolith means, it just means you're not one and the same. Certain men function differently, certain women function differently, etc. Right?
Right. So
Certain women
did you
who have
include your
had the
man?
responsibility of motherhood and have seen and had the pleasure of experiencing it will understand that the happiness of yourself does not really mean the happiness of the children. The well-being of the child comes before anything, if that makes sense.
Okay, then let me ask you this. Maybe let me ask you it this way. What if you were the issue and your children were safe, but you were having a problem with your partner? You were the problem and you were having issues and your happiness, not the children, but your own individual happiness was questioned or made uncomfortable because of your partner. Your children are fine and you guys can't seem to agree. Would you leave or you justify leaving And who says it's justifiable is where I'm thinking that
Well,
question is going, right,
oh,
Kev?
So for me, leaving is not an option. I don't know what you.
So you said you wouldn't leave. I thought you said you would leave if it was
For
if
the
it was toxic.
well-being of my child,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, but we're talking about your happiness, not
My
the well-being of the
happiness
child.
depends on the well-being of my child. Do you not understand? Are you not understanding? Am I
Maybe
speaking
it's
in
not.
blind?
Maybe it's me, Kev. Maybe
Okay,
it's
so
me.
let me. So I think what she's saying is
maybe
this,
it's Maybelline.
right? What she's saying is, okay. So her culture, right? Let's we gotta think about this all in
No,
context.
it's not about
So
culture.
no,
Let's
no, no, no,
talk
no.
about facts.
I know, but let me land it
It's
out.
always about
So,
culture. It's
because
always
you're
about
saying
culture.
that you're not going to leave. There's no really like, you're not going to leave your marriage unless there is some abuse or something of that nature, something drastic that would cause that. Correct? Let's start off with that. So
Yeah.
right, okay. So that means that what she's saying is there is no just I leave because I'm unhappy. So she's already dispelled that, right? That's a cultural thing, because in America that culture don't exist. That's why I said culture. Right. So okay. So we already know that just because she's unhappy, she's not gonna leave. So that question is answered. Now, what she's saying is that if the only way that she would leave the marriage is if he was a danger to the kids, that means that now, for the sake of my kids, I would leave. Other than that,
Thank you.
if he's not a danger to her kids, she's not leaving. Period. So she answered the question. I just think that the way it was asked, we didn't get that. Am I correct when I heard by my assessment?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you
Okay.
so
Okay,
much.
cool. So now listen, this is the follow up, and I'm done. So if that's the case, who determined whether the safety was safe or unsafe? Because you could say it's not safe here and they need to go, or he could say it's perfectly safe. So
Did you not hear the beginning of how I met my husband and how got it? Because Kev, I mean, you can
you
come in and
specifically.
no,
I'm just
sir,
saying
sir,
if
sir, 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 please. I'll let you finish.
I'm sorry,
Please.
ma'am.
I'm so sorry. I don't mean to disrespect, and I don't like to overtalk
No, we
men.
good. Go ahead. You
My
got it.
husband is asleep, and I don't want to like disrespect men online. That's not my thing. But there is a check and balance in my system. In my system, if my husband makes me feel uncomfortable, unwell, or unprotected, there is a check and balance ready for him. There are 4 boys ready for him. There's also a culture amongst us. His 2 brothers are ready for him, right? So it's not going to be a case of like, I'm going to be abused and I'm just going to go to my family house until my bruises heal and all of that. Like, we don't have that kind of stuff. And also, when it comes to the safety of children, I promise you, he will put himself in front of a train before he put a finger on any child. That's the kind of man I married. So please understand, when we're talking about safety, I know what safety precautions is. I know what health and safety is, and I know how to protect my children.
Can I ask you a question? Why you sound so standoffish? All I was trying to get you was to say that. How do you know? Because we don't know. Hold on. See, you keep cutting me off now. Hold on. We don't know, sis. So bear with us. Give us a little grace, okay? I had the question in our culture. How do you know the difference? I would answer, well, like you said, some people came over and was a third party and saw he was crazy, or we went to a counselor, or we went to a pastor. You said there are systems set up, brothers, and this, that, and other. And that's the answer, the final answer to, well, who would know? Who would determine if it was danger or not? So thank you for clearing it up. I'm sorry it took me so long to get to the gist of it. Sound a little agitated.
I understand that. I appreciate that. But like you just said, just like an example, you said, oh, but a third party had to come in and then realize that, there was something wrong there. Do you not understand that we have family around us all the time? We fly in, we fly out, we are around family all the time. If he were to even say my name the wrong way,
Are you
one of
asking
my
me that? Because you
brothers,
said, do I not understand? Are you asking me? Yeah, because I don't.
no.
But now you told me I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's kind of why. That's why. Yeah, that's kind of why I mentioned the culture part because like I said, you guys, you come from what we would call the village, and I think you mentioned it before, right? Like a lot of in America, a lot of that is gone. You know what I mean? To where like we don't. So when you say those systems and check and balance, like I grew up like that, so I can understand what you mean, right? But a lot of people that may be listening, they have no idea what you're talking about because we have kind of a broken system, if that makes sense. So that's the reason why we're kind of asking you, because it's not just a conversation with us. You know what I mean? It'd be other people listening, and they might be able to pick up what you're saying. Because a lot of times we are missing that. We're missing that village. You know what I mean? Where we live so much on this individualistic type of ideals in America. So and that's why we're kind of asking you these questions because I think it's a good example for people to hear. So it's not just to get into your business or to get on you, but it is just to kind of expose because other people be listening to us and they can probably get something from it if that makes any sense.
I absolutely appreciate that. And I did not mind any of the questions. Thank you so much, cousin. I'm so sorry, sir. Can I just call you by your name? What name would you like to be called? I don't.
Second, you just talking to me?
Yes, sir.
You can just call me B. It's fine.
Okay, B. Okay, B. I'm so sorry. No, I personally don't mind any of these questions because, as you can hear, I grew up in the States. I'm not from the States, like I said. Only thing is, you understood the culture more than him, which is kind of like, you understood exactly what I was talking about. So
More
sometimes
than him,
people,
who? More than him, who?
you, sir,
Who are you talking to? Me?
you, sir.
Okay, what did I not understand about you? Actually, I really don't give. I don't. Kev, can you please redirect this conversation? Because it seems to be focused around Diamond. She wanted to answer the questions. We give her a little feedback, and now she's agitated. I don't understand your culture, woman. You don't know what I understand. I'm a Black Studies major, so I don't want. You just part of the culture. You said the culture has nothing to do with it, and actually, culture has everything to do with it. So come
Never
on,
said
get
that.
off. Leave me alone, okay? Talk to
Again,
B. Talk to
comprehension,
cousin. You said your man don't want
comprehension.
you arguing with men, so you don't have to say nothing else to me, okay, Diamond? Since I don't understand. How about that?
Let's get Jay in the building now.
What's up? How y'all doing today? All right.
Bless, man. Bless,
Yeah. So I do.
What's
Do I
up,
pick a
Jay?
topic or what's up? What's up? Do I pick a topic or what's up?
You can hold on. Let's go ahead and start off with the beginning. Is this the happiness over kids generation?
Um, I would say yeah. A lot of people prioritize their own happiness over their kids. They won't take kids into consideration when they're getting into relationships or I'd say especially hookup culture. Um, going around when they have kids. I don't know. I feel like that's not prioritizing your kids enough.
Mm, interesting. Do you know what do people mean when they say "f them kids"?
Um, so I say I don't know. I mean I've heard it, but I haven't really heard it around me, so I can't really speak on that. Um, I could speak on the next prompt. I think I was reading it earlier. It said, if you're not satisfied in a relationship that has kids, should you break up? In my experience, I think that it's safer altogether for the relationship to break up if needed be. I feel like that can be best for the child or the adult in that situation because not only can you be in a relation abusive relationship, but it can also be mentally draining, right? We know that, or I could say I know that two parents being together that don't want to be together will have a lot of, I would say, microaggressions towards each other, and the children will know and see that, whether someone wants to believe that or not. So I say, yeah, if they need to be, then break up.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. What the heck happened? Y'all done chased her away? Crazy. Repeated abortions help prove the topic to be true. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context on why the abortion is being taken into place. Most of the time abortions are just because, prioritizing themselves, but I'm sure there's certain situations where they know that they won't be able to take care of the child properly, right? So, that's just the case where I guess they could be prioritizing the children. Why get into a relationship? To not have kids. Well, I think that, kids is a strong responsibility. You shouldn't have kids unless you know you are, you will have like this full care for them, right? So I don't think we should just jump into having kids. You should just have a relationship, see how it works out, and see if that person's compatible to have kids, so we don't end up in these situations. But yeah, that's my my takes on the topics.
Okay.
Yeah, good text, Jay. As usual, I like it when this young man with heads on their shoulders. I like it. But I'll say this too. I think to add to that, he said something very. I think that was. I don't know if anybody missed it, but when you have a situation where sometimes you might have kids, you might be in a relationship, and we all push and we all believe that staying together is probably going to have the best outcome for the kids. And in the majority of cases, that is true. But I don't want to take away the fact that it is much better to have a healthy co-parenting relationship that's apart than to have a toxic relationship and stay together just quote unquote for the kids. Because that in the long run actually may end up worse for the kids. So I know there's a lot of people who will listen to this and be like, well, what if it don't work? That's fine. We want to address all of that because there are cases where the best thing for the kids is to go apart. You know what I mean? Like that is a very real thing. So, and he kind of touched it a little bit. I just want to reiterate because as much as we're going to tell y'all, we need to stay together for the kids because in the most cases that is the best thing. But there are times where the best decision is probably to, separate amicably and co-parent in a healthy fashion as opposed to staying in a toxic environment. So I will just say that.
And it's really hard to kind of make any type of general statement when each situation is different. Well, I'd say in this case each relationship is different, right? That has different context, different conflicts. It's really hard to know.
Oh yeah. But we can always say we can talk on the majorities. But on TikTok, if you don't mention a little bit of the outliers, you're going, you know what I mean? It's always going to be some shit. So we don't throw audible mention to the outliers.
Nay, you wanted to finish the questions, right? I seen in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Like, well, I agree, like, with what Cousins was saying. Like, cause I was gonna say, like, that I would try to make, I don't know, cause I would, try to make it work. Like, we can, try to make it work, but, but I can't, no, I can't say, just for no kids, ain't no way. Cause if it's not working, it's just not working. Cause stuff be, mentally draining, and especially, if, you're getting, abused, physically or, mentally, or, verbally abused, no, ain't no way. It's just not gonna work. So, yeah, like, you would just have to leave, y'all just co-parent, for the kids, they can see they other parent. So yeah.
I agree.
And you
And
also don't talk bad about the other parent. But what were you gonna say?
well, so we also have to, while we're being fair, we also have to acknowledge that a lot of people are misusing the word abuse, right? Let's let at least me, I always like to look at both sides and give the equal unbiased opinion. And I will say that while there are a lot of cases where there are, it is some kind of abuse, mental or, physical. If there's any abuse, real abuse, I always advocate bounce. Period. No discussion. I don't. You know what I mean? I think that should be the course of action. Sometimes it's easier said than done, but there are plenty of times, and I would say probably far too many times, that just because y'all don't get along, it doesn't mean it's abuse, right? And there's a lot of people on both sides, man, where it's like oil and water. It's toxic. No, it's only toxic because you motherfuckers don't know how to communicate to each other. And it's because maybe one person is stubborn or the other person is stubborn. It's not really toxic. It's just y'all are it's petty stuff, right? And then people will use that as an excuse to say, well, he was abusive. Well, what happened? I'm just saying, you know how it is. You arguing all the time. Wait, well, tell me what it is. And then there's no, you know what I mean? It's just like, and you hear that from both sides, right? So I don't want to make it a gender thing, but the point is, there are times where people are just tired of each other. Okay, maybe they think the grass is greener on the other side. Maybe there's all these other things, and then when they have kids, still use the crutch of, well, it's abusive, it's toxic.
Exactly.
No, it's not toxic. It's just you not working it out, right? And I'm saying, yeah.
Story.
Right. And like in the comments, and that's true too, right? Because I mean, neglect and one-sidedness, that's a real thing.
Yes, Kelsey.
So yeah, I can see that too. Because if you are constantly putting in work, you feel like you're doing all the burden of all of the heavy lifting of the relationship, and nobody is reciprocating that. And then you have kids on top of that. Yeah, that could seem, you know what I mean? Yeah. But if that's the case, then just say that, right? I would respect that. And I think, instead of saying, well, it's a toxic relationship. No, it's not toxic. It's just, it didn't work. That wasn't your person. And y'all didn't match. But I think that's a good enough reason, because if you are doing all of the work, hell, you probably would be better by yourself because you might find someone else that's probably a better fit at the end of the day. I mean, that's a harsh reality. But, so yeah, I think this is a good conversation. It's just we want to cover everything. We don't want to leave no situation out. And while we at that, and leaving situations out, let's not leave y'all fingertips out. Let's tap the screen because the screen ain't did nothing to y'all. The screen ain't toxic. The screen need a little bit of love too. Go on, tap the screen. Just tap it. Matter of fact, where we at? 17.5. Let's get to 20 real quick. Come on, man. That ain't nothing but a couple grand. You know what I'm saying? That's light work. This is light work. We got 14 people, a couple of grand. Come on, man. We can tap this for about 60 seconds, maybe 2 minutes, man. It'll be over. We get that 20 real quick. Let's go on and get that for Kev. Make sure the live stays alive. And then we can actually go up there and tap on the top of his head. He in ghost mode, so you can't miss it. The head big as hell on the screen. I see it. Go on, tap on top of that, and then it's going to be a little screen that pop up. There's going to be some people. You can go ahead and tap all those people and go ahead and send. And then share. That will help this get the live going a little bit more cracking. We can get this conversation going, get this panel filled up. Also, he got a live goal. You can hit that. That would be appreciated. And then, if you didn't know, he got a YouTube. Kev trying to be all over the place. Look, he's trying to be worldwide. Mr. Intercontinental. I ain't mad at him. So y'all want to go over here, go to his page. The YouTube is on there. You can go ahead and click that. Go ahead and subscribe. It's free. It ain't take nothing but about 2 or 3 clicks. Okay, a little time out your day. But then, if you ever miss a live, you can go over here to the YouTube because you repost all of it entirely and all of the good stuff that we be talking about. If you missed it, it'll be on there. And you can go ahead and check his YouTube. And eventually, if this app ever does go down, we all going over to YouTube anyway. So we can still be in touch and you can still be part of the family. And speaking of family, you can be part of the team. And that's the last part of the whole puzzle. Maybe the most important part. Go ahead and little heart on top of the screen. Go and press that. It'll cost you 1 penny. I think that's what it is, right? A penny for a little coin, whatever the hell it is. It costs 1. You join the team. You be on Kev's team. And you know what I'm saying? If you're going to be on a team, teamwork makes the dream work. So let's get on it. And you can do that. That'll be appreciated. And after that, I'm going to bring it off to Kev and see where he want to go next. And that concludes the announcement for this evening.
To a theater near you.
Coming to a theater near you. Laugh or learn. The choice is yours.
The choice is yours. You can get with this. All right, y'all. Come on. Y'all can fill up the panel. You feel me? Whoever's sitting down there chilling and all that. But let's come with the angle I come from. So yeah, I think we living in a world where people is really choosing happiness over, and some people, that's why I was trying to ask certain questions. Some people only have kids because it makes them happy. I'm bored or whatever. So
For the wrong reasons.
yeah, wrong reason. They're like, well, I don't have nobody else to entertain me, so let me have a child. You know what I'm saying? And then when they have a child, they mad at the world. F them kids after that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just selfish reasons. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't recommend having no child off no selfish reason. When you have a child, even though I don't have one, I would assume it'd be more of a sacrifice mentality, as in like sacrifice your own happiness, your own love, and all this other things you have about yourself. You gotta do. It's about time. That's even in a relationship, no different. Getting in a relationship being selfish, or I'm only gonna get in it because it makes me happy. You should be happy before you even get in a relationship. That's what I tell people all the time. Some people use the relationship and kids and all this stuff to make them happy and stuff. So, but I think that has overtaken it because a lot of people leave relationships because they're not happy, and then just say that it's on There was the child. It's going to affect the child because I'm not happy. Child over there smiling and everything, happy like, hey, mommy, hey, daddy, all this other stuff. But no, because I'm not. Well, so that's what the second one though. That's what's been going on lately though. But let's see. What was that, Diamond? What's up? What you got?
No, I just want to acknowledge something like that. If you're really looking at like how people are reproduced, the highest point of reproduction is always during a war, after a war, mid-war, or during a pandemic. So we have all of these pandemic babies, right, that were created because people were stuck in this confined space and they did not know what else to do other than have a little cute little time, you know. Um, and now we have these individuals that are just walking around amongst us. During the war as well, it's very common historically that the reproduction system always goes up because the unaliving goes down, right? Because there's a lot of males that are then not coming back, and then there are still children being produced. So I don't know, just wanted to throw that out there.
That's weird. Got a mod in here that's messing with some stuff. I don't know how the box look like that.
Say what now?
I must got a mod in here pressing buttons because I looked up my screen was up. But oh. I'm like, no, it had to be one of the mods. There's no way, and I ain't get kicked out all this time. So let me not wish that on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
TikTok, no, you've been tearing me up. I'm a ghost. You don't know what I am, TikTok.
you said that. I was like,
I
I
think
ain't touched
TikTok not kicking me
nothing.
because I think it's racist though. They think I'm YT. It's like, there's all the black lives they want to kick us out. It's like,
Ah,
they don't know. Keep it that way. Oh wow, it's something though. If I ever got kicked though, that's cool. I mean, let me stop. It's the longest I ever did. I'm scared to do the other panel. Then I mean, do the other. I'm
it's
just keep it
okay.
like that.
It's okay, bro. We're just gonna go ahead and keep this
Keep
nice and
it going.
clear. We're just gonna keep it nice and clear.
Facts, man.
That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna keep it nice and milky. I'm sorry.
Cuz, I'm sorry, I don't know where y'all at in the conversation. I didn't want to jump in, but I wanted to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Hey man, Kev, I know this might be another topic for another live, but I'm starting to notice, man, because y'all walk with me for just 2 minutes or even one. I'm starting to notice that I have a couple of times now I had to kind of lose my cool and kind of snap at a couple of people, man. Y'all know that's not me. Now I've been on this app for over a year and I'm thinking that's like the third time. And you know what I'm saying? My thing is, I'm just trying to tell me what y'all think. Do you find it interesting on this app, which is a worldwide app, and everybody's at home in the comfort or wherever they're at, their comfort, and kind of secure behind their screen. And you have to know that, life's not fair and you might not be treated so fair. And no one wants to be rude or attacked. But do y'all find it that people get offended kind of easy on an app like this without knowing enough about the person that they're accusing them of being offended by? Because I'm thinking of the three times I kind of clicked. The two of those times was because someone accused me of kind of being out of line towards them. And I get it. You should be able to say, well, hey, that offended me, sir. And I should be able to say, okay, I'm sorry. But even after you try to, apologize and be more tactful with your words, people seem to still be so offended so easily. And I'm just wondering, is that a new thing? Because I'm old, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? When we were younger, people didn't seem to get offended that easy. There were people who did, don't get me wrong. But it just seems so like the world is so on edge now. And everybody's just like an expert and so standing so 10 toes down towards you can't really challenge or even have the slightest bit of inconsistency when talking to me, or you know what I'm saying, Kev, what I'm getting at? Because I'll be seeing you be kind of going through that sometimes, and I'll be feeling you because you say, well, dang, who hurt your feelings, or why are you doing me? Like, I didn't really hurt you, but it seemed like you acting like I'm hurting you, and I'm just trying to talk. Like, I'm not perfect, and it don't seem like we giving enough people enough grace. Maybe that's it. What do you guys think?
I'm gonna tell you something, man. Ever since I came with my question mark hat, yeah, they mean that me too. So what I have come to surmise is this. I think that people use apps like this as projection outlets. So they're either projecting what they want to be, or they're projecting what they really are. And normally when it's, so that means like if they're gonna give you a false, I'm all of this, I'm all of that, I'm rich, I'm this, I'm that, whatever they ideal, they can put that, online, right? And nobody can check them because we don't know who they are online. It's just all about the platform that they can produce and present. So you got that. And then you have the people that live horrible lives in real life. You happy, you unhappy as shit. You're walking around dipped in lemon juice your whole days in real life. And you now project that on these TikTok streaks because nobody can touch you. So people have that courage. People can say, they control, they can do all of this stuff because what's going to happen? Are you going to get banned? Then you make another account, you come back? Like what's going to be, you know what I mean? Like what's really going to happen? If it ever got to the point where it got critical, but you press that X and you out of here. Now, some people go to the point of getting doxxed and all that other stuff, but that's rare. That's not, you know what I mean? That's not something that everybody has a fear of. So they get on these apps and they project it. And so when you say something, it doesn't even matter. Like you could be talking about somebody and it's not even about them. They just gonna take it internally and personalize it because they live shitty lives. Like I realized that when I was younger, and mind you, back when, me and you, Mir, we OGs, we old. So it was all in person. You couldn't just pop off at the mouth because that meant that you might have to come from the shoulders. If you talk reckless in real life, you might have to back that up. So we had more respect, right? And even nowadays, most of the time, people don't say what they say online, not in person, because they know that might come with something else. So there's still a certain, decorum. But when you get online, you got courage. You can say whatever because it don't matter. And so now you mad because your life ain't right. And now you get to outlet all of that frustration. And now all you need is just a little fraction of a reason to pop off so that you can let that frustration out. And it just so happened in the last 3 times it was you. You know what I mean? And sometimes just and I'm telling you, bro, because there's been times where I've been like, I know, like y'all know me. I don't get out of pocket. Right? That's not my creed. But yet, there's been times, and Kev know it, where he had to even look like, damn, I didn't even know that was going to come out. Like, yeah, because you get tested. And it's like, yo, I didn't even come at you crazy. I was respectful. You still coming at me crazy. And then it makes you, level up. Next thing you know, you looking at yourself like, I'm out of character. You know what I mean? Because that's what happens. But I do believe that it's just unhappy people. And they looking for a frustration outlet. And they just looking for a reason to let it fly, to justify it. Because they don't want to accept the fact that maybe you just need to fix your life. You know what I'm saying? Because when you happy in your life, it's hard to be rude. When you actually living a good ass life, it's hard to be negative. Like it's hard for me to not look at that glass half full.
Cousin,
you know what I'm saying?
Cousin, you said it's hard to be rude. I got you. But check this out. Keep flowing. Ain't it harder to be offended? I mean, that's what I really was getting at, bro.
But I don't think they are offended. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they are. I think they just using that as an excuse. Like you offended me. No, they're not offended. It's kind of like, okay, I had this conversation with one of my partners, right? And they back and forth with the N word. I don't use it, right? I grew up using it, and I had got to a point where I'm like, you know what? The N word should never be heard. If we are saying that we are offended by it when everybody else says it, well, then you shouldn't say it either. That's just my philosophy, right? But, I digress. So we had this conversation. And I'm like, yo, blah, 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 blah. And they just going back and forth using it. One of my partners, who is a Tongan, he's not black, but he's one of us. He uses it all the time. Ain't nobody tripping. We got, my Mexican homies that used to be around. They would use it. Nobody tripping, right? All of a sudden, they get some clear guy that may heard that he said it. Not even heard him say it. Now they want to go stomp him out. They want to go whoop him. I'm like, why? No, disrespectful. No, it's not. You're not offended. Miss me with that bullshit. You're not offended. You're just looking for a reason to put hands on him. And that was your reason. Because if you was offended, if it really offended you, you wouldn't use it yourself. So let's stop the bullshit. Let's stop acting like and making justifications. It's okay. If that's what you need, you know what I mean, to let your frustrations out, and just say that. And I think that's what's happening now. People are not really offended. They're just using that to try to get it, you know what I mean? To
Yes,
let off
that
some
makes
steam.
sense. Thank you
Yeah.
for saying that, because I never would have thought about it that way. So that helps.
You know I got pushback, right, cousins?
I know. Come on
Okay.
with it. But I was just talking about anecdotally on that one.
Oh
But,
yeah.
but go ahead.
Malika.
But we
Malika.
both are. Yes, sir.
Malika,
Yeah.
Yes,
you
sir.
said you got pushback. What happened?
Just,
Because I had to
just,
step away from the damn phone. What happened?
just slightly. Just
What
slightly.
happened, y'all? Tell me in 2 seconds. What happened?
Okay. I think it's Occam's razor.
Refresh my memory.
Say it again.
The easiest, it's an easy solution. It's not as hard or complicated as people are making it, right? So my idea is this, cousins, you know how many people would have to intentionally, with just your logic, right? You know how many people would have to intentionally pretend to be offended with as many people that's offended in this day and time? That's a lot of pretending from a lot of people,
Right.
right?
That's
Okay. So I don't want to necessarily say that it's a pretend offense. About 60 to 70% of people in America are on drugs. And I don't mean like street things. I mean pharmaceuticals for all types of stuff of, antidepressants, whatever. Half of the world is in war. I guess people have forgotten about that. Majority of us are living in poverty. Okay. I think that would honestly have anybody on edge. It don't matter if you online or not. And mind you, the same people that come online is the same people that's outside in the real world with that same frustration. And I do believe in the glass half full type of person. So I would think that it would just be impossible for everybody to be just faking.
well,
Good
we
point.
talking
Good
about on
point.
this app, right? That's what I was referring to.
Even on the
And
app, well, that's why I made a statement to say everybody that come on this app is a real person in the real world. You think they just frustrated on here?
right, okay, but would you say this though? Because my thing is, I would wager real money that 80% of the people on this app have fake ass platforms, meaning what they present is not
It's
real.
not them.
Well,
So
I could wager you this: 100% of people on the planet got fake ass personas for when you first meet them, because that's not who they are.
well, no, that's true. But I'm talking about
So
as far as like a whole
I'm
nother.
confused, my brother. What I'm saying is the same thing they do in real life. They just come online and do. It's nothing different. It's not a separation
No,
at
but
all. These are the
it
same people
amplifies.
that's in the street.
But it amplifies.
Yeah, well, wait. But I didn't knock it. I didn't say that it didn't amplify. What I said was it's not fake.
Yeah. Look, cousin, let's stay to my question because I would love
Right.
what both of y'all said. And
Oh yeah,
anybody
yeah.
else care, please. Because I'm dying to know this, y'all. Why are people so easily agitated? Are they insulted for real or are they waiting to throw a punch? Cousin think it's we're waiting to throw a punch and getting the reason. And Malika saying that they really possibly could be offended. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. Well, for me, yes. But I also honestly had a question for you guys, right? And this is just hypothetical because of the line of conversation we having. Let's just say they were really, honestly, and truly offended, right? What's the move after that?
What do you mean?
For them? What's the move for them after
Well,
they've
I'm
been
talking
offended?
to you guys, right? So let's just say that you guys, because you explained us 3 incidences where you had to kind of get out your body, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure cousin have some incidents, that's happened. I'm pretty much everybody on here have.
So
So
the
what I'm
next move
saying
for
is
Pat.
hypothetically, right? If they were offended and you guys really did offend them, not that you feel as though you did, but the person you're talking to feel as though you did, and it's a real offense. What's the next move for you guys who did the offense?
Well, for me, all I can do is I can offer my apologies. I can tell them that I did not mean that. You
Okay.
know what I mean? And as far as I can do is try to correct it and not do it again to them, right? That's all I can do. Now it's up to them to accept that, right, or not. But I know, okay, if you really take offense, that wasn't not my intention, and let me acknowledge that. You know what I'm saying? And I honestly do apologize. That's not my intention to offend anyone. But how what I guess the thing about it is like when I said fake, it's because you know we see a lot in this world of the what is it? It's just kind of like the I get offended when it's popular, right? So like we know the new hot term, and now everybody's offended by it. Or why wasn't you offended by this shit last week? Or maybe I was offended by it, but I didn't say nothing. But now that everybody's talking about it, now I'm offended, and that's what I'm talking about. I see that going rampant because just 2 weeks ago, nobody's offended by this. Now all of a sudden, everybody's offended. Really? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by fake.
Okay.
And now, yeah, because
Let
you
me
can
ask.
see it. You can see the rounds. You get what I'm saying? It's like and I know and you and I, we say
Yeah,
propaganda. We say propaganda, but you know what I'm talking about.
I do. Yes, I do.
And when that shit starts spreading, and all of a sudden people want to jump on the bandwagon of being offended, quote unquote. And those was what, and because when in the instances that Mir talking about and what I was talking about, it is these hot buttons that people tend to want to like have pushback, and now all of a sudden they're offended by it. But like a month ago, nobody gave a shit. But now all of a sudden, because you see a couple of lives going about it, now everybody want to be offended. And those are the issues that I was talking about.
Cousin, you are my man. Let me expound on that. You saying last week it wasn't that big of a deal. Now you're offended. But look, this how I would add on to what you said. I'm from another generation to whereas the things that are being said didn't offend people at all. Some would say they had tougher skin. But now they are being offended. But interesting, you said that. But let me answer what Malika asked. She said, what's the next move after that person said that you made an offense? Now, it was interesting because you said it was a legitimate, we're assuming it was a legitimate offense, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
well, then I would say, well, who determines that? Is it our social norm? Is it the crowd that's there supporting that's got
Oh,
the numbers
no,
on
no,
her?
no. Absolutely not. The person
Okay.
who said that you offended them. That's the only person that
I
matters.
got it. Okay, cool. So if the person that was offended, even if like it was 10 people in the room and they all felt like that shouldn't have been offensive. Now don't let me finish. You're saying that the person felt like they were offended. So what's the next move for a brother like me? Right?
Yes.
Okay. Even in the light of the fact that she probably shouldn't have been offended. Like her claiming offense is really kind of, it's not holding a lot of weight other than your feelings were hurt. So as a man, I'm gonna say, okay, I apologize if I hurt your feelings. However, the logic behind what you were saying and what I said to offend you, I'm gonna have to stand on that. Maybe I could reconsider how I delivered it. So I'm kind of with cousin. I want to apologize to anyone I offend, but at the same time, I don't think it's wise that we letting, because what I saw happen was we was letting somebody that I've seen get checked in past lives, we letting them get away with more nowadays. So when I finally had my button pushed, it was only because she called my name. See, that's how I know it's getting wild out here. Because before, people would listen to my banter and be like, okay, he one not to mess with. Like they'll say something in the comments and I'll be like, hey man, don't mention my name, bro, unless you want to come up here and talk to me. And now people's is like on, in the box, like, oh, he's offended. Who is that guy? You know what I'm saying? And I've been on this planet a while. So I'm pretty much I'm a nice guy. I'm a gentleman, all things considered. So if you understand the format for what it is, and I'm offending you, I'm gonna have to now ask, well, are your feelings just a little too fragile for this format? You might want to, toughen your skin. I encourage people to get tough because life ain't what it's supposed to be. It's what it is. It ought to be cool and fair and all that, and people shouldn't be offended, but it ain't like that.
Okay. Well, I understand where both of y'all came from. Thank y'all for answering my question. And for my rebuttal to that, this is just personally me, but cousins have heard me speak before, and Kev invite me up here all the time, so they probably heard this before. But it's the same idea of when you're talking to somebody, right? People, one of the questions I think that we had before was, is it your job to make sure that the person that you're talking to understands you, or is it their job to understand what you're talking about? That fit in the same line of somebody who me personally, might offend if they tell me I have. I cannot judge what the offense was to you because I didn't know I offended you. Only the person who knows is the person who's telling me. I'm the one who spoke it. So I can't judge your offense and say it's real or it isn't. The only thing I can do is fix what I said because I'm the person that's talking to whoever I'm talking to. And what I try to do is make sure that everybody understand me on the level of a 3-year-old. Not saying that that person isn't smart or none of that. It's just the fact of I need you to understand me to the bare minimum. And it's my job to make sure I do that in a non-offensive way. So if someone was to tell me that's what I did, I choose not to spend my time arguing with you about an offense that I can neither prove or know. But what I can do is fix the offense that I have possibly made. And that's honestly what I work on doing. And I think that's the best way for me to kind of answer that. And I appreciate y'all. Thank you. And thanks, Kev, again.
You know what?
I
I
wonder.
wholeheartedly agree with that too. That's a good.
You finna leave, Malika?
Yeah, don't bounce.
Absolutely not. Oh no, I
Don't
don't.
leave?
I just cut my
Yeah,
mic
that was
off because
good
I
shit.
don't want to be rude and
Oh
Nah,
yeah,
that was
that's all.
that good shit right there. You was cooking
that's
right there.
Like dude, don't just bounce
Yeah.
off like that. Like what you
Yeah,
mean?
you was cooking
Uh,
with that one.
but
I
I'll
like
say
that.
this though. I will say that sometimes we know if we're saying something that may teeter. You know what I mean? Like we're saying something that is, this could be potentially offensive. And then if somebody comes out with that, you like, okay, I see that. But sometimes you're just talking and it's a clear case of what? Like I just made a regular ass statement that we're just talking about something and now it seemed like it's personal. You know what I mean? And on those things, even then I would be like, I don't know what I said or what I did to you, but it wasn't my intention, and I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna sit there and argue with them, try to make them see that I'm not a fit, because obviously, we've come across these type of situations where it's just unreasonable. It's like, yo, you're looking for a fight, and it's not even about what I said. It's about something going on with you, because there's no, any rational person, unless you have some serious trauma that you're not talking about. But that's probably not the case because we see it
Oh, my
too often.
answer.
So I just be like, I'll just be like, all right, if that was all I can do is, like you said, Malika, is just like, all right, I can
Well,
try to
hey,
fix it and not do it again, but I'm not going to sit here and try to justify with them or try to tell them that they're wrong or none of that shit, because at the end of the day, I could assume that, but I really don't know, right?
right.
It could actually be some trauma. And I just don't think so, because it's not something that I would think of. So there is always that I guess that little inkling of light that there might be actual offense, and that's not what I'm trying to do. So I'm gonna always give them that grace, and just not, even though I might think about it, and I might be in my mind like, oh, you bullshitting, but I'm not gonna say that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna at least listen to them and try to address it the best way I can. So
Right, real quick, I just want to say one more thing, well, two more things. That's why I said Occam's razor, because the
yeah,
simplest solution is the answer. I don't
yeah,
spend time thinking about what it could be. I only spend time on what's in front of me. That's one. And two, I want to give you one more thing, right? It's going to be a weird example, but this is a perfect one. I used to live up north in Chicago. I had friends who were from Ethiopia. That's where they're from. And we were all in my kitchen one day, and we were hanging out, just talking. And my friend's sister said, y'all know what that is, right? And
yep.
spit on my floor. I hit the ceiling. Do you want to know what they was doing? Looking at me like I was crazy. They didn't understand why I was offended. Why? Because, and mind you, these weren't like poor people or people living under like poverty, and they won the lottery there. They were considered rich there and here, because their lottery is different, but that's something totally different. So she spit on my floor, and but when I tell you I was 100 hot.
Man,
I ain't never. I was like, oh, you can't be my friend. Not after you must hate me or something. Like, this got to be some underlining. You can't stand my guts, like. And she
right.
looking at me like, what's wrong? I'm like, you just spit on my floor. She like, yeah. I'm like, what you mean, yeah? That's custom where they at. That actually mean they fucks with you.
Where they at? I'm not going.
But the offense was on my end, bro. And guess what? It was about 5 people up in there that was from their family. So technically, I was outnumbered. And guess what? I was outnumbered with people who could not see my offense. They didn't know what was wrong with me. And I was the only one over there looking like the crazy little man stomping on the hat. Now,
Right.
when I explained to them, I ain't from Ethiopia and we don't do that up in here. It was an understanding, but
Right.
that was the example that I gave you of a automatic offense that we all know from America. But I was in the company of other people who didn't see it. So technically, right? Could they all have looked at me and said, she ain't even really offended?
I mean,
They outnumber me.
right.
It's like 5 of them. And they looking at me like I'm crazy.
But I think, but see, like that was the reason why when you explained it. Now that's a cultural difference, right? But now
Yes.
but now let's take that back. Let's say that they was from down the street. They wasn't from Ethiopia. See, and then they looking at you like, what you mean? Now you're gonna be like, nah, fuck that plotting. You know what the fuck I'm talking about, because you from here. Don't give me that bullshit about you
Right.
don't know why you see, then it would change, right?
Right, but that's I know I said I
Yeah,
had reach with it because it is a
yeah,
cultural difference.
right,
But the idea of the offense is still the same. I'm outnumbered with the people that's in my company who don't believe I should be, nor I really am offended.
right.
And
That's
the only part that mattered was the fact that the people who was doing the thing, we did not have an understanding of what my offense was.
right.
Let me add on, cousin. Let me add on. I got to, cause she
Yeah, I feel you on that
look.
though.
Hey, she
That was
cut
good.
a jewel, man. I don't look, Malika. How old is you, woman? You two. You ain't supposed to know that at your age. You don't even sound that old.
I'm
You ain't supposed.
36.
Nah, hell nah. You ain't supposed to know that shit at 36.
I had a
When
I
I
had a
was
lot of
26.
I had a let's just say my life was like working at UPS 8 hours and 4.
That's
Probably
right.
like 20 years and
Overtime.
so
And you had double overtime shifts sometime, huh? Working that shit. Hey, you should be commended on the knowledge that you share with us. I'm an old head, see, and I'm a game recognized game. See, she helped me. She helped me. See, I got an intention when I come on here. I don't come on here just to bump my motherfucking gums. You know what I'm saying? I'm good at that shit. I can do that to my kids. But I got a house and a forum to talk shit. So I don't come on here to talk shit. And I get it when cousins be saying people be projecting. I get all that. But I was legitimately asking about a woman who's I didn't feel was on here, you know what I'm saying, looking for that smoke, but was offended. And this the part I like what you said. Like, I didn't say that what I said or what was said wasn't to be offense, wasn't an offense, right? I'm saying it could be debatable, and I like the way that you cleared that up for me, because you have to take all things in consideration. See, I was just taking the part about this, the World Wide Web, and you should be ready for, the challenges to your opinion. You know what I'm saying? And all that's true. But at the same time, a wise person gonna listen to what Malika said. And I'm gonna take that shit. I'm finna write that shit down. Because that's deep. That's deep. And also, I just wanted to finish with, Kev can relate with this one. If you still there, Kev, you froze? In the Bible, it says, help me out, because I read that mug a lot of times, but it's been a little while. But I'm paraphrasing. It says, when a stranger comes into your home, right? And you don't eat pork. And he asks for something like some pork, or if you don't live dirty, but he wanna, he got dirty feet and he do something dirty, you don't use cuss words and he might say something offensive or whatever. You're not supposed to be so readily offended. That's your guest. You're supposed to honor him to the point where to what he knows and respect that, so that you don't offend him more, because you're not helping him grow from where you might be offended. You might put him in a place where, oh, now he's feeling he's a victim, like I'm a victim, or I offended this person, and they might go into a shell. So, what I'm basically saying is, depending on that person's reaction, that was your initial question. I remember, Malika, what is the man supposed to do? Depending on that reaction from the homeowner or the person in that situation you was in, or where I was at earlier, it creates a whole new thing, and it's up to you. And I'm always the type person to say, hey man, ain't nobody's fault but your own. So I'm looking at myself to see where things are going wrong as well. But I love to hear people's input on why they think people are being offended. It helps me when you say shit like that. I appreciate it.
Somebody come in my house and put dirty feet on my couch, it's gonna be a problem. I'm sorry.
What'd you say? You gonna do him like Eddie Murphy's brother, James?
I'm just talking with you.
Remember when Dave Chappelle did that skit?
What if they take their shoes off and their socks dirty?
Right.
I mean, you know what? I can give him some clean socks.
That's
We
what's up.
good. Yeah.
Good man.
I ain't tripping. Like, but see, where I come from is, if you have a demand, right? If I demand you to do something, then that means I got to supply that demand, or I got to give it. It got to be a reasonable demand. So if you come into my house, I got a whole little box of like brand new socks, because I don't do shoes in the house, and I know that people don't not necessarily comfortable with that. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna supply you with a pair of socks with the little things on the bottom, the little feet, little thing, and you can walk around.
The old people hospital socks. Got you.
And you can keep them.
But the
You know what I
cold
mean?
part, cousin, look, the cold part is what I was getting at, and I love what you do, because you kind of like me. I got shit ready for people. But this the cold part where I look deeper into that, because we talking about like first impressions, right? First interactions. So we talking about a first time guest, or first time I'm talking to somebody online. So after that initial thing, we start to know each other. We take the chance to know each other. We understand each other's customs, and we adjust accordingly. Like, I wouldn't expect you to keep coming over my house with dirty socks, bro. Like, you already know I don't eat pork, so don't come over here with no sandwich in your bag that got
Right.
swine in it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's all about offending people and being able to say, "Oh, okay, I didn't know," and
Right. You
I'm
coming over
sorry.
here every
I
day because you trying to get
apologize.
free socks. Nah, they ain't gonna work like that.
Hey,
Now, but I get it. What Malika said, I appreciate you what you
can I just
said.
say
I
one
really
more
do.
thing about what we say though?
Yeah.
Cousins. Oh, with Kev, is it okay? Okay.
Yeah, froze. Oh, there you go.
So look, this right here is like, I was doing some research, right? Because I was in another live, and the concept that I came to was and I hope I'm wrong, but I just came to the idea that people just want to be horrible to other people. That's really it, you know. I don't want to have to walk around and say nice things to the next person, or I don't want to really have to care about how somebody else feel. And a lot of people assume that the words that we say to each other don't matter, right? So I decided to, well, that's what I do. Anyway, I just do research. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a scholar. I'm not none of that. I'm just a person that like to read, and I like to tell people what I read. Very simple. I'm not none of that other stuff. So, but what I discovered is that people's choice of words and languages affect how other people feel and how they perceive the events around them, meaning how they view their life and other situations like that. They even found, I guess you say, they even found that the words that we use influence the experience of physical pain that we feel, like actual physical pain. So what they used was an fMRI scan. That's just a machine that show you where blood flow goes to the brain if that part of the brain is active. And it showed that pain related words or negative shit. Sorry, but yeah, negative shit. It creates stronger responses in many areas of the brain. But a lot of them areas of the brain are very important. One of them is called the ACC. It deals with decision making, motivation, learning, cost benefit, calculation, and conflict and error monitoring. That's just because it's very long. I don't want to bore you guys, right? But they've even seen that a person can be in the hospital on the brink of not making it, and somebody come up in there and say some crazy out the way like, I love you, you can't leave, and that bring them people back. They've also seen it done in an opposite way. That person didn't make it. So when it comes to what offends somebody, it could be a negative perception of a word that you use that was created by other words of other people, and what we perceive is our reality. Like, that's how serious it is for how I speak to you, even as a person I don't know or I do know. Extremely important. And I think if we understood that more, then it would be so much easier to watch what we say. It'd be so much easier for you to come and be like, hey, Malika, you offended me. And I could be like, you know what? I do apologize. I am sorry. You wonderful, beautiful creature, specimen on the whatever I had to say. Those things would matter so much more if we really understood the correlation between what we speak, how we speak, and how it really affects the person that's sitting in front of us and around us. Thank you guys again. I appreciate it.
Hey, that's great.
Deacon Cousins, can you get her an offering plate? Deacons, can we get an offering plate up for Sister Malika?
I know, right?
She cooking. She
Hey,
preaching tonight, y'all.
you cooking with grease, and it ain't pork grease and nothing like that. We gonna do a canola. It's canola oil grease. So she cooking Hey,
Oh, bro, we over here with avocado oil. You know, we
ooh,
we trying to be
avocado,
healthy.
grape
Yeah.
seed. Let's do
Been using
grape
avocado
seed.
for
Or the
years.
grape seed. Yeah, the
Grape
grape
seed.
seed.
Let's go with
I
grape
ain't
seed.
hip. I
Ooh.
ain't hip. I ain't hip to the grapeseed, but I've been
Yeah,
on the
we
avocado for a
fancy. We getting fancy out here with that grape seed. You don't know nothing about that. Why? Uh, but hey man, you know what? That's real talk. And obviously, and you know what? I think that to if we actually did get to know that better, right? How we express our how we got offended would be different too. You know what I mean? Like we always say you cannot tell somebody how to react if you offend them, right? Or how somebody responds to being hurt or whatever. But at the same time, I think that if people knew that, that would actually give people more grace. And then if someone says something that I got offended by, I'm not going to take it personally because I understand maybe it might be something that you know what I mean? So maybe I might even come at that person in a different way. You know what I mean? And then that person is going to receive that in a different way. Like it's going to be a reciprocal thing. I think that that's good shit.
Well, like I said, the offense might not
Yeah.
even be your fault. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? The
That's
offense
what I'm
is
saying.
something that this is why when you hear somebody say, they told me for so long that I was nothing and that I wasn't gonna be anything, and they nothing, and they didn't become nothing because they believed it. They believed it because that's what they perceived. But that perception was created by people's words around them. Oh, that was it.
So now, do
I
you think
almost look,
though?
cousin. I be wanting to say stuff, but I love when she talks. So I just went, hey, Kim, I'm following you. You make sure you let me know when you go live. No, I'm just playing. But look, this is what I was
No,
gonna
no,
say.
please. But all I do is research. I just got stories on my
I
stuff.
love it. You know, reading.
Stories and history. I like,
I
and
come from.
new stuff. So
That's right. Reading. My family is a family of educators, and they stress reading so much. And real quick, my daughter, she read so many books already. I told her, I said, girl, you didn't read more books than I ever have, which is probably not true, but she getting there. But look, Malika, this is what I was going to say about something you said, sis. I really am so glad you said it. If I can, cuz, let me walk for 2 minutes. So my quick testimony is I have what you were talking about specifically when you're talking about speaking life into someone. Real quick, we make winners in my house, and I say that at least once or twice a day. I'm about the business of making winners. I have children, and that's what we're building winners. Like we speak that into existence. I'm of the mindset that you are a manifestation of your thoughts, and I do understand the power that words have. Words create trees, and they grow, and they have fruit. So I would advise to plant words in fertile ground. But Malika, you're helping me with what I've already known by adding on and letting me see something and affirming, and now I'm gonna share it, and hopefully it'll inspire others. Because what you said inspired me, so I guess I better tell this, because some people probably ain't never heard of what you said, but I'm gonna tell you a real life a real life example of what you said. My mama was on her deathbed, right? Real quick. And we was a singing family, you know what I'm saying? My family sang in the church. So what we did when she was on her deathbed, we went up there to see her. You know, they had called and was like, yo, she about to go. So all the doctors gathered in the room, and it's a big family. We got a big family. So it was a big room, about 25 of us, including the 3 doctors. So doctor said, so she's going to go, and this is what's going to happen. They wanted to warn us. They was like, we're going to pull the plug, and this is what's going to happen. And y'all might be familiar with that. So we say, now I'm not at the time. I've never experienced this. So I said, okay, cool. So my eldest brother said to the doctor, he said, now doc, you told us when you pull the plug, she's going to have X amount of minutes, and then she's going to go. My brother said, what if that doesn't happen and she stays longer? And I don't know why he asked that, but he just asked. And the doctor said, well, in my 35 years of experience, that hasn't happened. But if it does, it might happen. She might hang on a little longer. Don't be surprised. But she's going to go soon after. So long story short, you know what happened, right? So we go in there and we start singing some of the songs that she taught us when we were kids, and we had sung all our lives. And we, all the songs that made us popular as a singing group. We sang as a group. My daddy played piano. We sang as a group. My sister led most of the songs. So we singing these songs. Now the whole ward is now grooving with us. You know that, right? All the nurses and everybody in there crying. Everybody. My mama lived about another hour, at least another hour, and then she left. But the whole time he said she wasn't gonna be very responsive or anything. Now while we were singing, guess what she did? She moved her hand. You could see a little twitch in her face. You know what I'm saying? So you got to speak life into people. You do, and I'm a witness that it happens like that. You can let someone live when you speak life into them, and at the same time, like you said, sis, you can destroy someone. And I'm guilty of hurting people with words. So I've tried to repay that by going back and mending what wounds I can, and then trying to speak life into people when I do speak, and apologize if I do hurt someone. Like the young lady we was talking about earlier, I did apologize to her. Best believe that. You know what I'm saying? All the guys on the panel is my witness. So I just wanted to say that. And I appreciate you again. I appreciate you, Malika.
That was a beautiful, beautiful story, brother. Yep. That's. I don't want to say nothing up to follow that up. We're just gonna let that marinate for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I ain't say nothing else.
All the whole ward, y'all. The whole ward. We having church up in there.
Yeah, man. Words powerful, bro. And energy is powerful. And just the will and how that plays off of each other. The human will playing off of words and energy, and it's so much. If you get into that rabbit hole of study, there's so much to learn about that. Like it's so fascinating. So, and you're right, Malika. This is a whole nother live. Like you can make a whole nother live just on this.
Well, that's what I plan on doing.
Mm-hmm. Come on, when you do it, we're gonna be there. Like Michael Jackson, Jamal.
I'm following you, so hit me.
Shit, cause yeah.
Hey Kev, can I answer your question from the bottom? Why get in a relationship not to have kids? Because relationships aren't about kids.
You see how she do that? That's fucked up. He be wanting that long drawn out answer because he trying to make the live go.
No, I got him. I'm gonna explain myself, right? I'm gonna explain myself. No, I got him. I'm gonna explain myself though. So,
they say that
if that was the purpose, right? If that was the only purpose to get into a relationship, then after the kid is born, what's the point of the relationship? Or not even after the kid is born. Let's just say after the kid is born and y'all take care of the kid until the kid is self-sufficient. Then you guys no longer need to be together. What y'all still together for? If it's just to have kids, then that would be the only function to get together. After that job is done, there's no need for the job, right?
You did it, but I would say, what would be a reason for a relationship?
For the two people that's in it. Or, well, I don't want to just
to do what?
I don't want to just say that. For them to live a nice life and have something to share it with. I wouldn't necessarily say be happy, but I would say someone to share your life with. Because kids aren't forever. Like even the concept of a child, they're born, they grow up, they leave. They don't stay home. So then, like I said, if that was the case, then what is there left if after the job is done, the kids are gone? then what's the point of us being together if it was just for that? Because it's not just for that. That can come about. That might be a good thing as far as having kids. But
Mm.
in my opinion, only my opinion, it's to have someone at a very, very intimate and close level to share your life with. We don't run into too many people that you can actually share your life with, even when it comes to friends. It's parts of your life that your friends don't get from you. It's parts of you that they will never see. It's only one person who, or multiple people, depending on like whatever situation you have. But in my situation, it's
Be happy
only
with,
one
right?
person that's finna see that side of me, that part of me. And that's the person who I want to spend the rest of my life with,
A
even when
person
the
to be a
kids are
witness to
gone.
your life.
So that's my
To
answer.
be happy, right?
No, remember I said I wouldn't say it's to be happy because I don't perceive relationships to make you happy. That's not,
Okay,
I don't
so
believe that's what relationships
you
are for.
said to share intimacy and all that
In
with
your
for
life
what?
with.
Like,
Yeah.
what does that? It, I'm pretty sure it does something for you. What's like the ultimate goal? Just to be intimate with somebody, and you said what's that? Intimate and share life with.
Yeah, and share your life with. The parts of you that you don't share with other people. It's parts of you your friends
What?
won't see.
Hmm.
They just won't.
Don't you do that with a best friend or something like that?
No, I'm definitely not doing certain stuff with my best friend. That's weird.
Oh, so that part, right? To
Well,
feel good.
it's other parts. It's other parts to that. Like, uh, well, okay, like, okay. My perfect example is this. I'm on the internet talking to you guys.
Mm.
Y'all don't see my life though. It's parts of my life that you guys will not see. Why? Because you are my internet acquaintances. Now, guess what? If any one of you decide to actually come and meet me, per se, hypothetically, then guess what? That it's another part of me that you're gonna see because we're not on the internet. Now you're in my house. Now you're actually somebody I call my friend. So there's another level of Malika that you will get a chance to experience and meet. But there is something very different about somebody I choose to share my life with.
Can I
There
can I
are
piggyback off
things.
of that?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
So I totally agree with you. I think the thing about being in a relationship is companionship, right? You want somebody to be a witness to your life. When you think about it, when we go, it's gonna be our partners that's gonna have the most to say about us than anybody. The mothers, no, seriously, because it's like your partner is the only one that experiences all parts of you all the time and have seen you change throughout your life. Your mother and your parents have seen, they witness a certain degree of that too, but our parents, a lot of us don't see us in a light of adults most times, like what we do in our individual, like as individuals, not as their children but as individuals. There's certain conversations we don't have with our parents. There's certain things we won't do with our parents. There's certain things our parents will not witness us doing because we out here doing our grown shit, right? I do think that there's different aspects to a person's life and what you see depending on where you stand with that person. So as far as having children, like what's the point of having like a relationship if you don't have children? I think it's truly because of companionship. I think we don't live this life for just ourselves. We live our lives to give parts of ourselves, give our time, give our love, give our energy in different ways. You know what I'm saying? Whether that's like, I don't know, charity work or to a person, dedicating yourself to a person. And then maybe later on, you choose to dedicate yourself and give life to another person. It really depends, but we're all here to give, essentially, when you think about it. I think a lot
You
of us
can
like to
get
run around.
companionship from friends and family, though.
No, not the same
It's the same.
companionship. Like I said,
It's
there's
still.
certain things I could not. There's certain things 90% of people will not sit down and share with their parents because you are my parent.
What
You're
does that do?
my father. What'd you say?
Think
How's
about
that
this.
impacting the? Okay, what does that do? Like, what's so special about somebody knowing something about you and nobody else don't know?
Because when we build relationships, it's an exchange. When we any kind of relationship, friendship, business, partnership, it doesn't matter. That person, when we agree to establish some sort of partnership or relationship as a business partners, or as friends, or as a couple, we are exchanging values. There's a value. I'm getting something valuable from you, and you are getting something valuable from me. Do you feel me? I do believe that we're all here to give and share certain parts of ourselves. It's how we learn. It's how we
But you can do that
experience.
with anybody though.
Exactly. You can do that with anybody, but it's not all the same. Each of these relationships aren't the same.
Can I throw
So,
something in there,
and I,
Kev, real
I
quick,
was
so
going,
we
Like
can
yeah, I was
you,
about
get
to
that,
his
say that.
why
comment
what
on?
I what I do, the same thing I do with my partner, with my business partner. No, they're both getting something different from me. You're my business partner. It's about money. It's about growing. You feel me? With my partner, it's about helping each other grow, loving each other, being with each other. You know what I'm saying? Sticking it through. This is a promise, me and you. Under whatever religion you believe in, something deeper than business, than just money. You feel me? All different exchanges.
Mm.
I think
The
I
Can I
think I
throw
got
business
something in
and
there,
I
different
think I
Kev?
got
relationships.
a shorter answer real
What
quick,
you,
right? You said what is I don't agree or think that it's about happiness, right? Because like I said, I'm not happy every day,
I know a lot of
right?
people.
I'm not happy all the time. I'm not happy every day. But what I can tell you, what I feel is a completeness. I'm complete. I'm not happy every day though. You know what I'm saying? Life doesn't afford people to be happy every day. Some days I just don't even feel like it. That's just regular life. But what I do feel is a completeness from the person that I'm with.
You can't be complete on your own.
I am complete to a certain extent, like we all are, but we are not. We're not put here to be on our own.
Yeah, that's why we got other humans like mothers and fathers and everybody else around. Yeah,
Right.
do that.
No, I dig you. But just like she said, and just like I said before, your mother and father don't see everything because you do those things with other people. Those people serve those purposes, right? For you to, for whatever
Right.
relationship you have with them, you
Mm.
experience or show whatever part of
Everybody
yourself
has a role
to
to
that
play.
person.
Everybody has a role to play in your life. You feel me? It's not, the roles aren't just
But
in
if you never
relations.
meet that person, then what's so special?
But
Well,
I
in
think
my opinion, I don't believe you never meet them.
right.
Some people want to unalive without nothing. I
No.
mean, what
That's
is
that's
the?
true, but that
Here's the
didn't mean
thing,
that they
right?
didn't meet them. That didn't mean that they didn't meet them. That just mean
Right.
that that's not what they ended
So
up
what
with.
did that do to? Okay, I'm trying my best not to give the answer
But see,
because
here's
I feel like it's something, but I'm gonna try. I'm trying to get everybody an answer so I can get to somewhere because it sound like it's just a more of a. Okay, never mind. But I think Amir was trying to go
Amir.
first before
Yeah,
you was
Amir,
going.
and then I'll go after
Yeah,
Amir.
then you go. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to make sure we stay centered, Kev. What are we answering right now? Because I want to say something, but where do you want to go right now? Where are we centered at?
They had the last one. They just saying.
Okay, why get in a relationship to not have kids? Because I heard the two sisters talking. I wanted to chime in what they were saying, but I didn't know if you wanted to direct it another way. Okay, let me ask y'all this. I'm not asking. Based off what I say, I love for y'all to respond because I don't know if I can frame it in a question because y'all know I'll be talking shit. So walk with me and see if y'all can catch me. All right, because I love that when we can have discord and then like Malik and I was hitting with that other subject, but now it's almost like, look, we ain't gonna see eye to eye to this one, but that's cool because we should be able to disagree and walk away friends, right? So I love the discord and I appreciate you ladies' honesty. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all ain't have to share what y'all shared. Y'all don't even have to be here. So whenever, you know what I'm saying, I always say this is the premise. That's how I stay out of arguments. I've been on this mug a year and a half, and I'm not trying to really argue on the internet. Let's just be for real, okay? And I don't even want to get too triggered or get nobody too upset. But I would like to say this based off the questions, because I think I know where Kev is going. I think that we've gotten away, so far away from what our origins were, that we've gotten to a point where nothing new is really under the sun, because ultimately it's the choice that is told in the first story ever told. We have a choice now, and because of the choices that we have, so many choices, and the opinion and the freedom, to make you know what I'm saying, that our truth has become almost the new truth as opposed to just the truth. It's like we take each generation wants to be better, so we feel like we got to take the truth and see how much we can improve it or change it. But believe it or not, if you live long enough, you're going to relate back to what your elders said if you take enough time to read up on them. So this is all I'll say about that in regards to family and why get in a relationship not to have kids. Earlier, we had a young lady on from another culture, and she said they didn't date. They went out a couple of times, and then you had to talk to her daddy. They didn't date. It was dating for marriage. So if I could come from that perspective, right? Now, I know it might not be hitting with everybody, but I'm just coming from this perspective. If you're coming from a marriage, then you're talking about two equally yoked people, right? So now, if you're talking about not having a child, right? Are we considering that other part of the new yoke the new union that you form? Like, what if he says in the relationship, like, okay, shorty, I hear you don't want to have kids. I'm cool with that. But I guarantee you in the back of his head, he might be saying, I sure hope she changed her mind, or I'm counting on her changing her mind, or maybe I can get her to change her mind. I really would like to leave a legacy. I really would like to leave a son. Now, if the woman has an issue where she can't have children, I'm not talking about that. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about that. But if you have the propensity and you have some nice, good working pipes and you're young and you know what I'm saying, you married a man, he's probably going to want children. So what happens in that scenario? Because I heard the young lady earlier say, well, my man was cool with that when we got married. And now I want to have kids. And I'm thinking in my head, okay, he probably happy because I know a lot of my friends want to have children. That's why they get married. Matter of fact, I don't know any of my friends, and I know a lot of people that I really call friends that I grew up with since elementary, college, right? I don't know any of them. I have to think hard. I'm still thinking who got married and don't have kids. See what I'm saying? So we trying to continue civilization. Marriage is about kids. Relationships is about intimacy. Intimacy can lead to children. So if we're not considering like birth control and all that stuff, when you in a relationship and you have an intimacy, you know, you're preventing a child from coming some way, shape, or fashion if you don't want them, but you still have an intimacy. So it just seems like a slippery slope that our elders used to get so bad where they put chastity belts on people. And I ain't with all that shit, but I'm just saying, you know, what are we really doing, y'all? Are we
So to answer your
dating
question,
or
they
happy?
shouldn't
Yes,
have been
please
together.
go ahead
They
and
shouldn't
roll.
have been together in the first place. Let me
What'd you
explain.
say?
They shouldn't have been together in the first place. Let me
Who is
explain.
that? Say it again. Who is that?
Whoever them two people are. If you said that one person wanted kids and the other person they
Yeah,
talked and the other person did not, then that should not be a relationship.
I was thinking the same thing.
Because
I mean, but
eventually,
when you think,
one person,
Malika, when you think about it, like, you know, I understand people changing over time. That's one of the challenges of marriage. I'm married myself, is like, you know, having to adapt and continue to hone and fortify your marriage, regardless of however much either of the parties change. But when this is happening prior to marriage, when you learn that she wants children or she doesn't want children and you do, and you're betting on the fact that you can cause her to change or influence her to change or hopes that she change, you're risking and your time, you're risking the marriage itself. It's better to hash this out prior to that, which
Let
should be
me
done
ask this then.
regardless of how short the dating phase is prior to marriage.
Yeah, let me ask this then, because I like how he kind of did that though. So if one want kids and the other one don't, what's the reason why the other one don't want kids?
we don't know. You have to find some. Well, okay, listen, this is better.
Okay, why would somebody?
I had one. You know, I got one kid. He's 21 now. I didn't want any more. I knew that I only wanted one. So you know what I did? My husband, he has two already. And he didn't want any more either. So that's, I mean, with other reasons, but that's one of the reasons why we together. I didn't want to be put in a situation to where somebody be like, hey, you know, later on, hey, I need you to, or I would like, that's not a situation that I wanted. So I didn't put myself in that situation.
All right, so let me ask her like then, if one person wanted kids and the other one didn't, what would be the reason behind it?
There's countless reasons. Do you want to just like pick one that's just like for the sake of the conversation?
What about you? What would you consider?
I mean, I don't want kids. That's just how I've always pictured.
You want a relationship?
I'm married. But I don't want kids just because I just never, since I was a child, young girls, we grew up to, save ourselves and, don't be so quick, wait for the right person, so on and so forth. So I was also always cautious around the matter around children, but I also knew myself. I knew I did not want children. I still don't want children. And though I'm young, it can change at any point. But as of right now, 20 years, like I don't know, 18, 14 years later, I still just there's no reason. I have nothing against children. I just don't want them
So why do you want a relationship though?
because I didn't seek out relationship. That's just something that came upon me. That's another thing is I wasn't quick to seek relationships. I had friends. I met people. I networked, so on and so forth. I think one of those friends essentially just gradually became somebody I genuinely cared about. Someone I really wanted to, if I had to lose all of my friends, I needed to stick with this person. And that grew into something else. It wasn't something where I was like, oh, I want a relationship but no kids. Let me go find somebody I want to be with. It was just like, dang, where you come from? You know what I'm saying? And I determined that you are somebody that's worthy of being not just in my life, but being my partner, my person.
Yeah, okay.
And I stuck with that. I don't reject God's gifts. It's like rejecting free food. No, give me the plate. I'm not hungry, but I'll take it. You know what I'm saying?
What if
'Cause
God give you a
things
baby?
come early. Say it again.
What if God give you a gift, a
And
baby?
that is his will.
You're gonna take it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna
That's
take it.
right. That's right.
But it's just
But
like what
no,
Malika
headlights.
said.
Hold on, headlights. You
Look,
tried to
look, look,
get
look.
away. You
Wait, no,
didn't
no, no,
answer
no. It's
Kev's
just like what
question.
Malika said. I would never put myself in that situation. But if God just put me on a path where I end up in that situation anyway, I'm keeping a child. Yeah, I'm keeping it.
I like that answer. I like what
I'm
Malika
just trying to
said
really
too.
see the mentality behind this situation because I'm trying to. I'm gonna get it watch because
Kev, let me
it's gonna
ask you
tie
this.
into what I'm getting to. But
Kev, let me ask you this. Did she answer your question? Why would a woman not want it? Why don't you want to have kids? You just said you don't want to. You didn't say why.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm all about. I'm studying on a course of humanist. What's the word? Just I look at these conversations from a very humanistic standpoint. People don't really go that far to really take a look at our capabilities as human beings, as creatures, right? We are not bound in those ways, the way that our culture, our religion tells us that we are. It is very entirely too possible for a person to wake up and want to unalive their neighbor just cause, or for a person to want to wake up or just be like, you know what, I changed my mind. I don't want that married life, or I don't want a career. I want a husband and children. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things very well do have a reason, but the thing that's why this is going to be our end as a human race is because we always need answers. We always got to know more. We always got to dig. And that's why I think it's very hard for a lot of people, both men and women, to settle with just cause. No, surely there's
no,
consequences.
I don't do that no more either. There's always a reason behind everything.
Exactly, but that's
You know,
because
just cause
that's who we are. We gotta dig. Well, it's like we just have to know. We
some
don't.
people choose not to
I
dig, and
struggle
that be
with
the
that too.
problem.
I struggle with that too, host. But with this, with the children, that is just genuinely me. I've been impressioned, like I've been shown the most beautiful way of a family through my mother and my father and my sisters, in the way they did everything in such a beautiful structure. We didn't know what gender roles were. We didn't know what a woman and a man's role. It was just, those terms weren't in our heads, but we saw it. We didn't know what to call it, but we
So,
saw it. And even then, I just was like, this is nice. You know what I'm saying? A husband, a wife, some kids, white picket fence. I don't want it though. I don't know why. It just wasn't. It wasn't of interest to me.
what, what I'm trying to see what made you like. What you got, cousin? Go ahead. I'm trying to get somewhere before I can get to. I'm not sure.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll go last.
Yeah, I'm about to see. I'm just trying to see something real quick. So, what basically what gave you like what made you have the decision? Like you say you ain't want to miss on God's gift or whatever. Like what gave you like the um Like what made you have this decision that you really wanted to be with this friend? I guess everybody just start off with friends.
I know the
Out of
thing.
nowhere.
Think of it like this, right? We know how hard it is for a man to find a really good wife. Very good wife. Very difficult. And I believe it's difficult for women to find a very good husband. Love isn't supposed to be finding that lifelong companionship is not supposed to come common. You gotta work for it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta win and lose for it. You gotta learn, we gotta grow. For me, the moment I saw it, and I'm looking around and seeing how everybody is really just having to deal with these different personalities, deal with these different people, and here for this thing called love, this companionship, this lifelong partnership, and here it is staring me in the face. What do you think I did? I grabbed it and I held on to it. When I saw what it did for me, when I saw how fortunate I was to have such a person in my life, even just as a friend, I did everything I could to clutch onto it and make sure I treated it right. And that's all there is to it.
What did he? Okay. Okay, there had to be something special though. Like what made him? What did he do to you for you to be like, all right, I want to be with you?
So first of all, it's a woman. Number one. I don't know if that changes things. Does it change things? Is love love? I don't know where y'all stand. Does it matter?
It
Okay, I
changes
know he was getting somewhere. It
with
just
life.
seemed like it just somewhere. Just it was all right. So
Yeah, that
yeah. So
changes.
what? Okay. What about this? Okay, this girl, right?
hmm
Like, what made her special? That to may say, I want this is the one, and I want to be with her.
She was special to my own preference and to a general one. In the most general form, it will be like honesty, loyalty. I didn't feel coddled. I feel like things that I lacked in my life, but I think a lot of people are lacking. Honesty, loyalty. I wasn't coddled. She really was there to build me up as a friend, and I saw all of these different qualities that can shine through in a relationship, that can make a very strong foundation for a relationship. And so I don't know how to explain it. I really like that she bend and she doesn't break. She was flexible in all of the right ways to show that she's tenacious. She doesn't run, she don't give up quick. She stick with it. She has thick skin. You know what I'm saying? Like these are qualities that I think we all know is so rare. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't so quick to be distracted. She kept her eyes on the prize. She was able to separate, knew when exactly to just like think with her head, right? Think with her mind, her common sense. She wasn't afraid to say that she's ignorant and then move on to learn more. You know what I'm saying? An open mind, but she also didn't take bullshit. These things sound so like regular, but they're not common at all. And when I saw all of these rare things in one person, I was like, oh hell no. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I'm not doing it. But like I said, it's specific to my own preference. I think people look for the things that they lack in their lives in their partner. If everybody stab you in the back every chance,
Oh, okay. We getting somewhere. We getting somewhere. Okay.
if somebody stab you in the back everywhere you turn, what do you think you're gonna look for in a wife or a husband?
I
Loyalty.
think I got my answer though. I just want to see. So go ahead, cousins.
Wait, I gotta hear. I gotta hear your concluded answer, and then you can move
I
on
think
later.
you said it. You said a few things already though, but I'm
No,
not.
listen
I
to
realize
me.
everybody. You said a few things though. Uh,
No, I'm asking you like, what was your concluded answer? Your synopsis. Will you give me like?
so it's basically like just like with somebody, the same thing Malika said. Somebody that completed you, type situation. So basically, with your end is more of somebody you said you was lacking in something, and she filled in the blank for you.
Yeah, she filled in some blanks
So
and then
yeah, I
some
feel it.
more. Yeah,
Okay.
filled in blanks and
So
then
that's why
some.
y'all with each other. Yeah, I got you.
I mean, she could tell you why she chose me, but that's just my perspective.
Interesting. All right. Oh, go ahead, cousin. So it's more of a personal thing. I get it. It's more of okay. I get
So a lot has been said. I think
you. Now you see
the,
why it took so long.
but I think that as human, we're not made to be alone. Just is what it is. Like we're social creatures. We're designed not to be alone. This is the reason why isolation is.
That's how they make kids.
But what I'm saying is, so I'm building up to it. So we're not designed to be alone. So when people say companionship, that intimacy that you have with that special person, that's a different companionship than a business partner. Because if that was the case, nobody would have relationships, right? If all you could do is just have a best friend and everything is good. That's not how we work. So to say that, well, why we just have friends? No, it don't work that way. Because if that, you know what I mean? Like, even if you believe, and you go back into biblical word, was Adam by himself chilling? No, he was miserable. That's why he was made with a partner. Like he had to be given a partner. If that's what you know what I'm saying? Like it even says it there, if that's what you believe. So the point is, we are not made to be alone. So that being said, like Malika said, the kids are the byproduct of the union, not the other way around. So it's not that like, oh, we have to have a kid, so now we have to have a union. Or no, the union is what it is, because everyone is not blessed and able to have kids. There's women who aren't, they can't carry a child. So what were they made for? They're not supposed to have a relationship. They're not supposed to have, or a man who is sterile. He's not supposed to have a relationship anymore. A man that, you get in an accident and you get your shit, you now all of a sudden you're supposed to be alone for the rest of your life? No. So those two things are entirely different. Now, if you say, why, if you don't have kids, why bring it by being in a relationship, that would be the reason why, because that's not synonymous. If you want to have kids, it is advisable to be in a relationship, right? Take two to tango. And we would hope that, because if we look through history and statistically and all that other good shit, yeah, it's better off if you're married and you have children. That usually yields the best result, but not always, not in today's society. So we know that, but still, that's probably still the best way to do it. But as far as what if those people who don't want kids, like kids are not for everybody. There's 9 billion people in the world. We are overpopulated as it is. We got hundreds of thousands of kids or not hundreds of thousands, but many, many thousands of kids who are in foster care that need homes. We're not in a shortage of kids. Everybody don't need to make kids to keep civilization going. Maybe in the beginning, but that's not what, we have evolved in 2024. You know what I'm saying? This world is not in a shortage of people. If anything, we got too many people. We're fucking up the resources on this planet. So if anything, we should be talking about getting a relationship and stop having kids. How about that? But I digress. Point is, we talk about legacy. I think Mir brought up legacy, right? That's a good reason to have kids. But some people don't. I'm one of them. I'm about to be married now. Do I have kids? No. Do I plan on having kids? No. But that's fine. I have, that's my choice. I chose that specifically because growing up, if I had an idea of what I would do and how I would want to bring kids in this world, if I wasn't at that point, I was not going to do it. So I made it a point with myself not to slip up because I wasn't at that point in life. And then when I got to that point in life, I just didn't have the person that I would want to be in my life, and so I didn't. Right? So that was my conscious decision why I didn't. But if I would have had a child, it would have been fine. That would have been what it was. Right? The cards just didn't play that. But does that mean now that I still don't want to be married? That I still shouldn't have a person? No, because that's totally different. So I think a lot of times, though, people, I guess if you're saying like we get into relationships because we're scared to be alone, I think there's a lot of people like that where they just, they have no reason for it. They don't want kids. They just run to relationship because they're trying to feel like they're being, I think the world is complete. But a lot of times we have to realize that you can complete yourself but there's still puzzles to the pieces that, or pieces to the puzzle that's missing. And that is what that companion, your life companion is, right? No, we can sit up here and scream to high heaven that you got to be by yourself and be in one with yourself and be good with yourself, and that should be enough. Okay, whatever. The juice is sweeter when you got somebody with you. I promise you. And when we talk about happiness, no, it's not happiness, but it is a fulfillment. It is a joy. It's an inner joy that you seek in this life. If you are not trying to seek fulfillment or inner joy, what the fuck are you living for? To sit up here and say that you're not supposed to seek that is crazy to me, in my opinion. Like that's part of what this journey of life is, to find that joy, that inner joy. That's not happiness, because happiness is fleeting. But that inner peace, that inner joy that we all want, you know what I'm saying? That's something that it comes, and when it does, usually it's accompanied by your other puzzle piece. It's not because of the other puzzle piece, it's part of it. And I think that's the reason why we search for relationships, children or not. It is for that fulfillment. It is for that inner joy. And it is part of what makes us human. And so that would be my answer.
All right. That's crazy. It take another person to feeling the joy though. But
Come on,
I would
Kev,
say
stop holding out, man. Drop the
I would
bomb.
say this then, because
Drop
this is
the
what
bomb,
I've been
dog.
looking for all day.
I didn't say
Huh?
it took another person. I didn't say it took another person. I said that that was part of it. I just said
Got
that.
you.
Right?
Got you.
Yeah.
Sweetens the deal. It's not
Got you.
quite necessary, but it sweetens the deal for sure.
So far, and it's the reason why, because like I said, I believe it is reasons, right? But I was waiting for somebody to use that one. Some people can't have kids. I was waiting on that, but I didn't. I thought it was gonna be somebody else, but it's cool. Somebody used it, right? So my whole thing I was looking for, because ain't nobody, not a person did it yet, except for maybe Amir, right, and a couple people. But they have not mentioned. Like I said, I look at it if it's more of it sound like more of a selfish thing, right? And if it ain't something, it's a selfish reason, right? Because I heard like complete me to give me companion. It's something that you got to give me, right? Which I look at it as some form of happy, even though we want to sugarcoat it, but it's still a form of happiness. I look at it if we not, nobody said to build maybe just to build a business with or something like that or whatever, something to kind of carry over to the next generation, maybe. You know what I'm saying? The impact, but all of it sound like, well, no, it's for us to connect, chill, have memories or whatever. But I don't hear. I'm like, okay, cool. That sounds like just happy moments, right? Just something to remember. So I'm asking more like, okay, so do you want anything to be left over for anybody else or something for something the next gen or anything to contribute in some way? But like I look at it, if you're not contributing to the next gen, you really just contributing to self, which means that's kind of revolving around some form of happiness, no matter how we want to look at it. Okay, I know we use that companion. Nobody's meant to be. We use the same exact thing, but it's we even if say in the Bible, right? There's been plenty of people that was in the Bible that was either alone or single, something like that. Jesus is one of the biggest ones, right? Jesus, Elijah. They had a few other couple people with stuff that they got their companionship from many other different ways, but we keep using that. And I think that's also a reason why a lot of us think that, because like say if we did take another person to complete or whatever, or is your missing link, right? And if they leave your life, then what you just gonna be missing link, well, again, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna be missing again? Or or who said that your missing link wasn't the person, your last ex or something like that? So it's just like, oh, so far I just have not, and that's what I was kind of looking for, because like I said, tying with this topic, I really do believe, even though we don't want to say it, it is happiness. It's happiness over, and it's got worse, right? Because back then they was about family. It was literally family, but now we look at it like, hey, shoot, I'm just trying to I'm gonna say be happy. I'm just trying to be happy, live the best life I can. Never mentioned about like how I'm gonna contribute, but it's just live the best life I can because it's just my life, and I can understand it. Right, I feel it though. I feel it though, but I do realize that it is literally happiness over kids. Because like I said, I was just waiting for a few answers, which I really didn't get it.
See, well, you
I was
gotta
waiting for
also
somebody to say. That's why I set the last question up like that, and I was like, what would be a reason? But we just went to the well. Some people can't have kids.
think of it
Some
like,
people
well,
everybody ain't for that, all that other stuff. But like, dang, okay, so what would be a good reason? Maybe say to build something or contribute whatever, something. But otherwise, it sounds like happiness
yeah, but
to be somebody to be happy with. So whatever, But somebody sounds like they keep trying to
well,
come in.
like I hear what you're saying, but like in that sense, it's like I think some things, all of us can't be for the world. I think the contribution should be made.
So
I
happiness.
think that it's obviously like most people think what's the way for us to contribute, and it's through family, right? It's a cornerstone, and but that's not the only way. There's so many different ways to contribute to not just the population, the community, but to the next generation, as you say. It's a lot of people that sacrifice family to put their life works towards something that eventually benefited not just the community but the world. But I'm saying that essentially I would rather, because when you say it like that, like you choosing your happiness over the kids, first of all, I feel like
Most people do.
it's much worse to put your happiness before your kids when your kids are already born. People do that way too often. It's a problem. I think that's much worse than putting your happiness before your unborn children. Because it's like you're already placing that obligation there, as if you're thinking the mindset as if people should already feel obligated to dedicate their life to children that they don't even have yet, or probably will never have. You feel me? I feel like when children come into the picture, the game is changed. Your priorities change. Your life is no longer just for you, it's for that child. What you work for doesn't go to you, it goes to that child. Everything that you are goes to that child, and it never truly stops. Your life is that
That's
child,
cool.
and I definitely believe that. But I think that mindset should only stick to those who have children. But to place a mindset on a person or yourself or just a general pop, it's kind of like, I don't know. That's kind of iffy. I'm not going to live my
It's
life.
not a mindset. It's just a realization. Ain't nobody forcing anything. People just got to realize a lot of people do things to be happy. That's just all it is.
I'm
And
not
that's the point of my topic.
I'm not saying that you're pushing. I'm saying that based on listening to your thought process of everything you just said, you're saying that they're putting their happiness before their kids who are not born yet.
Before kids in general, kids is happiness. We living in a world of happiness over kids. It's the generation we in.
Yeah,
They
but
don't. People don't care about families like that no more. For real, they don't.
you made a statement. I completely agree. Like people who already got kids, they're definitely doing that. Like I said, it's a problem. That's an issue. But you specifically linked that from a previous statement to which you said people, when I asked like why be in a relationship to not have kids, therefore you don't have kids, you're just in a relationship. And you're saying that you've concluded that it's really all the things that you've heard essentially is happiness that you're putting
Yeah,
before
it is.
children.
Yeah.
And so
To ask somebody to fill in your blank and stuff, that's flat out. That's something that because you're not happy, right? And then you ask somebody in here to basically make you happy or fill out something that you might have lacked in.
See,
I mean,
I
yeah,
think
but
you're missing it
it's
though.
like what cousin said. Like it's for a lot of people, that's not a necessity. It's a blessing. It's a privilege to have.
Okay.
To have people in your life, and I think a lot of us will collapse greatly if for every breakup that we have. But we don't. We keep moving, and we call them exes now. So if they were truly, truly that detrimental to that degree, then I think much worse would happen than just a few weeks of crying and mourning of your relationship. You feel me? It's something we can push past. It's something that we don't clarify as a way of sustainability or necessity to our common lives.
So I'm just wondering, like, okay, to dig into this a little bit more. First, what's wrong with happiness, for one?
Nothing
there,
wrong with
there
it.
seems to be like a campaign against happiness sometimes. I'm just wondering, player.
No, it's
I'm
not.
just, I'm just trying to say why are we demonizing happiness for one? That's the first.
Wait, who is?
It kind
No,
of do sound
but
like
it, but
that.
it, but it, you're not saying it, but it kind of there is like a little bit of a
Undertone. It's
I
an
think I
yeah
think it
undertone.
of
is. I think it
saying.
is demonizing when you choose it over kids. Yeah,
But
when
hold
a lot
on.
of people
So
choose.
because here's the next part. Do you believe that everyone should have kids? Because now
No,
that's another
no,
okay. So if everyone shouldn't have kids, because I agree with you, we already talked earlier. If you
they shouldn't be
already
having
have
smacks either.
kids, if you already
Uh
have
oh.
kids,
Uh
what's
oh.
here's the thing though, right? Because this idea that we like it's bad. No one should be having sex. No one should. Why is it that we have these things that we shouldn't do this? Why? We shouldn't do it unhealthily, if that's not even a word. But anyway, we shouldn't do it. You know what I mean? Where it's detrimental. I agree.
Tell you
But
why, cousin. I'll tell you why right now. It's because we shouldn't do it when people turn around and act like they didn't know the consequences. It's a lot of people out here doing stuff and then throwing their hands up like they didn't know it was consequences to their actions. It's people that will literally sit here and have intercourse and complain and whine about how their life is ruined or now they got to dedicate or now they got to take care or buy diapers. This is the consequence. You are allowed to be
right.
interested. You are allowed to do all of these things. Just be ready for whatever comes after. Be ready. And people act like they didn't know the consequences. You feel me?
But that's a different stuff. That's a different subject, right? Which is true, and I agree. But it's just like money. Like we sit here and we know that the love of money has done far more damage in this planet, has done far more damage to our families, has done far more damage to everything. But do we have a campaign against money? No, we still chase it, right?
It's the love of money. It's the
But my
love of
point,
money.
that's my point. So what I'm saying is
Is
the
they?
irresponsibility of SMEX and how people go about
What
it.
is that? That's something created.
No,
Cause it's supposed to be raw dog. You ain't supposed to be putting on people's booty and all that other stuff.
but see, now we're talking about something hey, that's a whole different conversation. What I'm saying is, if we are talking about degenerate behavior around and how people do it or what they're doing or how they're responding to it, like that is something else. But that the message that comes across is that nope, it's bad. We shouldn't be doing it unless you're trying to have kids or unless you're married. Like that is the bullshit that has made it bad. That's why
The
I think
bullshit.
no, the rhetoric is what I'm talking about. The rhetoric. Because
But
listen,
at the same,
hold
hey,
on.
while you're saying that, but at the same time, listen, you got so many like men, women, whatever, like they will do a sexual whatever and have intercourse and like all that fun stuff. While it's fun, but when it comes time, it don't matter what gender they are. Like when it comes to like adult up, they ain't there. So here's
Right.
my deal.
So that has
I'm a single father of two daughters.
well, hold on. But I don't because I don't want to leave this because that has nothing to do with the SMEX. That has
That has
everything.
everything to do.
No,
If you didn't
listen,
have smacks, you
bro,
wouldn't
that has
have kids.
everything to do with how responsible those people are afterwards. Listen to what I'm telling you. That has nothing to do, again, it has nothing to do with the action of doing it. It has everything to do with the responsibility of the people in part. Does that make sense to you? Because
A little bit of his
but,
upbringing of your environment
I'm just
before.
saying, right? We are all responsible for our
But
Now we see
actions,
why
but
right?
fornication and adultery is
Hold on.
we see
We are
now why.
listen,
we should
listen,
also be chain breakers though.
but
Just on that much.
listen. If you are a believer, okay, and you
I
have
am.
okay, so I'm not going to argue with your belief. I'm going to tell you that okay, I get it, right? I understand where you're coming from. To any believer that is listening, to you, that is what it is. Okay, cool. I back down because that's your belief. But I'm talking to everybody that is not. I'm talking about this is the 70% of the world that's left that aren't, that just are talking about just the actual act itself. Why do we demonize it to make it seem as though Now, what we should be talking about, in my point,
Doesn't mean
was
not a
we should be
believer.
talking about the responsibility and the people and how they behave around it, right? This is what most of the time what Kevin's talking about is being accountable, it's being responsible, it's understanding that type of shit. You get me? So I'm saying when we do that, I think that is more of a healthy conversation because now we get to the real problem. Because the problem is not Smex itself. That's not the problem. The problem is how people are going about trying to do it, or how they're what they're doing with it. Does that make
But
sense?
So I'm wondering.
a
I'm trying to
lot of
ask
it is
this though,
product
real
of your
quick.
environment,
Let me see
though.
real. Hold up, Air Force. I just want to ask, like, is we like selective with the parts though? Now we can say we want companionship, and we say that's in the Bible and all that too. We use that as a talking point, and then we be like, well, okay, I'm not a believer now on a different talk. So it's like even with that, right? If we was the what was I about to get to about that? I was about to say, basically, Frank. I knew that was about that. With that, so all right, we took out the companionship out the Bible, right, or out the whatever, because all this came from somewhere though. It came from somewhere. I also look at it like, okay, since we saying that we're not believers and stuff or whatever, because I think all religions probably say the same exact thing. So what about it? Shouldn't be no such thing as cheating, right? It shouldn't be no such thing as because like we just playing roles from where I don't know where it came from out of nowhere. We just make up our own rules now, I guess. So I think every last religion probably say either religion or belief, they already would say that, what a fornication is, what uh adultery is and all that stuff or whatever. It just free smacks. I never even heard in any religion or belief, right, that safe smacks. I never heard of that. That's some stuff we just came up with. Condoms, cutting your stuff out so you can bust for free and all that other stuff.
No,
And
that's
like I
been
said, I don't even think we supposed to be eating booty or none of this other extra stuff that we done made out. I don't think all that stuff we supposed to be doing anyways.
listen,
But we
Kev,
just doing it, right? So,
real quick,
so it's
Kev.
just like, why we being selective? Like, otherwise, like, if you're not going to have no belief, right? You should be free and ain't no such thing as called
No, sis,
cheating.
Kev, hold
that's
on,
not
hold
what it
on.
is though.
The fact is this, though, real quick. Let's just put this out there. We've known about contraception and all of this since for thousands of years. It's been even before ancient Egypt. They had contraception. So let's not act like this
What
is
you
some
mean
new
by
shit that
contraception?
we
What you
just
mean?
made. I'm talking about
How
condoms. I'm talking
many?
about all of that. I'm talking about
Do it
they
make
had.
it right?
Hold on. No, you just said we made this up like recent
Yeah,
thing.
we made it up, right?
No,
We
it's
we made it up
always
to
been,
counter.
bro.
We made it up to counter nature, right? You don't see no
Because
dogs or no freaking
because
lions putting
no,
condoms on before they have snakes.
but you don't see dogs and lions making sweaters and making koozies and making rap albums either. We had
Yeah,
this shit for
true.
a reason.
That
We are
makes it
different.
But
worse.
but
Listen,
but
listen,
we
listen.
are all animals, right? We
No,
all
no, no, no,
animals,
no, no,
right?
no, no. No, hold on, hold on. Our intellect is what differentiates us from everything else, right? That intellect is also what advances us. That's what makes us realize that, yo, you know what? Life is not just about hunting and
Well, and it's
enforcing
our
and that
self-awareness,
stuff,
cousin.
right? I'm just saying. So, but that comes from the intellect. You get what I'm saying? So, like our ability to use our brains the way we do, that is what makes us different. And that also tells us that, yo, we don't have to have, everybody has to have a child. If that's the only way and that's the only thing. We know that coming from, if you have relations or whatever, that that is one way to, I'm trying to talk in code so we don't get caught off. But that's one way to basically release certain enzymes and certain endorphins and things in our body that we need. We can get that from the gym. We can get it from other places. We know that. But this is one of the things that's a natural way that we do it. So we know that this is not just specifically only to be made for children. Like there's a reason behind all of this. There's a reason why we have a longing desire for it. But that in itself is not the problem. The problem is what we do with it, and then how we are acting irresponsibly with it. And that is where I agree with you, right? But what I'm saying is when we put that painting out to where it is just, it's bad and it's this and it's that, that's when it gets crazy because I think that's just not true. You know what I'm saying? There's no,
And
that's a natural act that we do, but yet we put these things on it. And it's based on beliefs, it's based on a lot of other things. But I'm just saying, when
Can
we
I
talk
chime
about,
in when you're
yeah, yeah,
done? Cause let me
right,
chime in.
right.
yeah, I want to say something
So,
after that too, though.
because I also want to know too, when we all chime, like, we can talk about it later. Uh, if we look at why is that in our belief? Why do you think that was even written as a problem? Why do you think it was
Oh,
written?
that's what exactly what I'm about to say.
Okay, because now, and because if we go back in history, we can actually find that reason, right? We know why it was written. History tells us why. It's written down why it was put in. So I'm curious to know if y'all know that. Because if we do the history and we actually do the research, we can see what these things arose from. And then once you see that, that's when you start. That's when Amir, that's why I was saying bullshit. Not because of the actual things that we're talking about. I'm just talking about how, because I know I did my research and I know why things were started and why things were put in the way they were into
To
society.
control us, right? To
So
control us
I'm,
in
I'm
some form.
saying, so that's why I said
Because
the
it's obvious
bullshit.
when we
That's what I'm
don't
talking
control
about.
ourselves, we see what happens.
Right, but I'm just saying. So go ahead. I'll land there. I know Amir want to get in.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Kev. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So I'm
Kev.
just saying we not. That's why I say you said it's. We saying it like it's a bad thing. We see it's been a bad thing. we see when people and we keep trying to say irresponsible or not, but who's to say what's responsible? We added that on right now. Otherwise, people are naturally doing what they naturally supposed to do. If we going off nature, shoot, stick it in, get what you gonna get out of it, and pull out. I don't think it was even meant to like you said, put in. I don't think sperms are meant to be in. I don't think that this stuff was meant to be inside some plastic or no, some latex. I don't think it was meant to do that or be in somebody's mouth or none of that stuff. Like that's why it's little swimmers in there to look for something to basically grow out of, which is an egg. But my thing is, we see what's happening. The reason why it's dangerous because everybody think they're being safe, and I got the best route and all this other stuff. But we see how many baby mamas and baby daddies is out here because they are using it for stress relief and freaking other stuff, coping mechanisms, and all this other stuff. Oh, to be happy overall, they just using it to be happy to feel good for the moment. Because who's to say that every last time you feel this little hormone pop up that you got to do something with it all the time? Maybe you don't have a person to do it with. You know what I'm saying? So what the heck we gonna do all that time? We just I don't know. It's not like it's not the same thing as having to take use the bathroom. It's not the same as that. You,
But I think what's not being
but it's just
separated.
basically huh?
We're not. I think what's just in this conversation where we're not separating, and even though, like, cousin definitely brought in that aspect of control, but just going back to
Yes.
a natural standpoint to what you're speaking of, and then a little bit of God. Like, I think there's God. There's how God created us, and then there's sin. You feel me? There's a natural way of things, and then it's a sin that throws us off of what we are supposed to be doing, what God meant for us to be doing. And if we are already sinful creatures, I think the frustration really stems just from a spiritual standpoint. That frustration really stems from our sins, who we are, and what we continue to play into, knowing that it's not going to take us where we need to be with with our wives, with our husbands, how to build a real union, how to build one to be able to bring children and sustain the earth and populate the earth. And that goes into so many different things, not just children and partnership and marriage and all that. It goes into the aspect of everything of humanity, but at the same time I also don't think that we were made to remain stagnant. And I think that's what cousin also touched on.
Stagnant in what?
Stagnant in our as we
Daily
evolve.
lives.
We're meant to continue to evolve, even if
Hmm.
Okay, I
it's
can agree
always
with the
gonna.
evolve. I can. Or what you mean by evolve? Say that again one more time.
So
What do you mean by
because
evolve?
like what I mean by evolve is we're always changing, we're always progressing. in some aspects. Not everything that we do is moving towards the greater good. You feel me? But what I'm trying to say is the way he said that we are unlike any other species. We can study ourselves. We can test. We can learn about ourselves. We can assess our own actions and thoughts as they are happening. And so with that being said, we will continue to use that in our day-to-day. I'm trying to find the right word for it, but it's because that we have that ability to have self-assessments and assess ourselves as human beings. We're going to continue to change. It's natural. That's the most natural thing in who we are as human beings. Unlike any other species on that planet, this is why we're going to continue to come up with these really weird, crazy things like contraception, responsibility on having children, not having children, marriage. Do we have to believe in God? Oh no. How many genders? How many this? We're going to continue to explore, ask questions, and try new things and welcome new things. Some we shouldn't, some we should, because we're going to continue to change. We're not meant to stay stagnant. We're always going to find new things. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think it's actually going to lead to our ultimate end. But at the same time, this is why I brought it back to there's God and what he has for us, what he intended, and then there's sin. You feel me? I think that we were supposed to be able to self-assess and really look at our situation and put everything before ourselves and give. But I think it snowballed because of our sin. You feel me? And I'm seeing that you're this two things and you're making a huge conglomerate. And that's why I wanted to make that separation, because they're not supposed to be one and the same. If you
Yeah, sure they are.
I don't know. I think, God just left it and said, I'll deal with it later in the end times. You feel me? But until then, y'all gonna deal with, what you deal with. For,
Okay.
I can agree with that though, but it's the reason why I'm here on this platform talking about this though, because they have people that fought and you have people that is gonna do that. But I think everything do happen for a reason though. But I also believe it's a reason why these rules were set against our own fleshly things that we wanted to do and stuff. Not meant to be picked out selectively, because all this came from somewhere. Just like I said, we want to believe in cheating and all these other things, but then, the stuff just don't make sense to me, though. It came from somewhere, so we got to believe in something.
Let me chime in, Kev, when you finish.
Go ahead. It's on you.
Hey, real quick.
I appreciate your effort, man.
Before you go, Amir,
go ahead.
Hold on, real quick before you go. I know y'all like this because we going at it. Punch the screen. Tap the screen, okay?
I hit that mug a million times. Y'all hit this damn screen.
Hey, I'm trying to tell you, we got
I ain't hit a million, or it'd say a million, huh?
We talking about, listen, we got intellect for a reason. And lions can't touch
a million.
So show us the difference and touch the screen. Also, make sure that you are joining the team, okay? You would want to be on this team because we winning. I'm trying to tell you, regardless of what you think we're talking about, everybody on this team winning. So you might want to join is all I'm trying to tell you. And if you do, all you got to do is a penny. You just go ahead on top of Kev's head. I think it's a heart. Go up there and hit that and then join the team. Get on there. And then that way you can make sure you're following him. Make sure that you go to his page and you will see that he has a YouTube. Okay. And if you missed how we got to this point right now, it's going to be on the YouTube. All of the old lives, all of these great subjects that we have, so they can go over there and go check out Kev, okay? And also, there might be a live goal up top. I believe it's some stars or something like that, and it's looking real shady up there. So if y'all can hit that, that'd be great. If you like what anybody on the panel is saying, hit them up, right? You know what I'm saying? It's all about being gracious, and we dropping jewels. Y'all can put them in y'all pockets. Go ahead on and throw some coins at them or something if you don't mind. That'd be good. Other than that, we're going to go ahead on and continue. And I just want to let y'all know we are exploring this subject, digging into it a little bit. So this is not necessarily the views of the panel or personal attacks or anything of that nature. We don't do that here, but we do go back and forth to try to get to the root, to the rudiment, as my old grandfather used to say, to the rudiment of the situation. So you might hear it. You might seem like we over here bickering and whatnot, but it's all love because that's what we do. And at the end of the day, somebody can take some of this and use it. So if you try to get offended, we talked about that earlier. We don't mean to offend you. So if you are offended, you can either come up on the panel and state your case, or you can go ahead and press that X and get your offended ass up out of here. No, I'm just playing. The point is, if you do find something that we're talking about, we might mention religion, we might not. Hey, do not take this to heart and get all butt hurt and anything like that, because that's not what it's about. Okay, what we're doing is we're trying to explore, we're trying to get into it, we are trying to dig into the intellect, we are trying to get into the real roots of these issues, and sometimes it might get a little murky. Okay, so that's all it is. And if you do have a problem, you can jump on up in the panel and come holler at us, and we can clarify. Okay, so we don't want to do no disrespect. We don't want to do none of that. And after that, I'm done. The mod break is over. Amir, come
Oh,
on.
after Amir, can I touch on the first topic when he goes? Because I've been waiting on that one.
Oh yeah,
I
we
think
got
I
you.
gotta let Air Force go. Then I'll let Air
Yeah.
Force conscious. Then you can go.
Okay, for sure.
All right, let's get it.
All right, I'll try to be brief. I want to hear from the new guests. Y'all know I'll be babbling and shit. So hang in there, Air Force. I got you, big homie. I was just gonna say, I'm glad that Cuz cleared it up, man. You know, man, you shit. I thought I knew you, bro. You make sure you look clearing up shit. I like you make people think, bro, and I like how you pose different perspectives. I appreciate that. Because you know how some people, just like we all say, some people just one-sided. So I like when you point out other positions. However, I think where Kev is going is where I'm at. Only because, and trust me, I've played different positions. Like if you would have asked me these same questions maybe just 20 years ago, 25 years ago, I probably would have been in a different position, obviously in a different part of my life, and I might have had a different perspective. So I just always encourage people, you know, not to stand so 10 toes down like we do, but to try and listen to learn, not listen to debate or to get your point across. Try and read between the lines of somebody else's testimony, and maybe you'll catch something. But I think like I said, the first thing I said when I came up here, I think reading the prompt, it says, is this happiness over kids' generation? So I just want to restate that one, re-answer that one. Is this generation exhibiting a peculiar way they move, whereas now our elders are saying, do we need to start worrying about the future of civilization? Because it would seem to some elders that our young generation has so much information, so much accessibility, so much technology, so much opinionated, so many new truths and so many things that are helping these agendas, pushing and helping these agendas, that the elders might have a legitimate question. We might look at this and say, about some of them, and say, hey, they're picking their happiness over kids. Because this is why I say that. Because I'm sure technology ain't new, y'all. Technology and engineering are not new. We've been doing this forever. The pyramids are very technologically advanced, right? So when we say engineering and technology, all we're talking about is, like the sister said, is the improvement of people's lives to make it more comfortable. So when we get to a point where we're making contraceptives, or we're making a concentrated effort in whatever way not to get pregnant or have children, but you doing the bump and nasties, then what are we really doing? And if we saying that it's cool to do that, I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not going to say it is or not. I'm just going to say what has happened in the past. From what I've read, it's always been calamity, like floods, stuff like that. Plagues, disease, unwanted children, things like that come about. Arguments, fights. Now, this is what I wanted to say. Now, y'all got that part. I ain't going to be too much preaching. But this, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to end, let AJ roll. What we have to remember is not knowing the future is what spawns us to be, what is that word? astronauts. Like not knowing is what causes us to want to venture out. So we've gotten so comfortable nowadays.
It
And we've
starts
got so
chaos too,
we got
though.
excess. You know where I'm going, Air Force. Hang in. I want you to roll. I hope you're gonna roll with me. We got so comfortable and got access to so much other options, distractions, whereas civilization is important, but yeah, let's let somebody else worry about that. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'll let Air Force One roll. Air roll, you can roll, bro.
I think like right now, like with our generation, like it's scary because we gotten the level of our future generation. They got entitlement. They
Right.
feel like the world and everyone, they owe them everything. Because I have two daughters I'm raising, and they just, I don't want to have to do this, but I deserve this, and I hate that because I'm like, no, like everything I do for you, I have to earn. I have to bust my ass. I have to almost unalive myself to provide for you. But like nowadays, it's just entitlement when it comes to like our kids and our future generation. It's going to get worse for us. Okay. And it kind of goes along with the whole, what's that other one? What do people mean when, well, I guess it kind of goes along with that too. I
Hmm.
love my kids, but hey, they're buttheads. They're brats. But I don't know, like just nowadays, it seems like the more we have our future generations, the worse it's getting. And that comes back to us. Like we as people, as family, as friends, we gotta come united and bring our generation back to where we were back in our day. You know, when hey, this is how you like if you wanna earn money, if you wanna do this, you gotta do that, you know? But uh just right now, I feel like we're in a sticky situation right now because personally, between like all of us, I feel like we're honestly in like on the brinks of a civil thing, us against the government or something. You know what I mean? We need to come united. That's how I feel right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Good point. Conscious, you follow that up?
No, I'm just here observing. I'm learning right now.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome to the panel anyway. Um, so let me ask you this, Air Force, just to dig into a little bit more. Do you think, because you said something that was interesting with, and it's something I say all the time, it's kind of like, ebbs and flow of history, right? And the old saying where, what is it? Amir, you might be able to help me out on this one. When you got to, hard times make soft men, and then soft men make hard times or whatever, and it repeats, or you know what I mean? It's like it's one of these things where I believe if we look through history, all you can see how every dynasty, every civilization, every single one will ultimately, eventually fail. They all advance to a point, and then it's time for the next. Okay, and you can go back all the way as many years as you want to. You can go back thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and you will see that they all had innovations. They all went to a point, and then that particular society ended, and then there was another. And now here we are. We are making advancements. It's only a matter of time before it'll be the next on deck, right?
Right.
Now, how many advancements will we make? Don't know when that's going to come, right? But I think that this is part of the natural evolution. And so, like you were saying, we're in that weird time right now where it's an adjustment. But my question is, we are closer to flying cars than we are to the 50s or to even the 70s, right? As far as technology is concerned.
We got the
Do
Space
you
Force right
think,
now. Not just the Air Force, but the Space Force. You know what I
right?
mean?
Right. So do you think though that, and this is just to examine, do you think that we should be telling the new generation to think backwards, or should we be trying to implement the old stuff that worked and then try to think forward? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think is the best way to progress our message? I guess that's the question I'm trying to ask. Because telling people to go back to the days, that shit just ain't gonna work. It don't matter how we
No,
say it.
no, it's
You know
never
what I
gonna
mean?
work.
So yeah. So how do you
No,
think? How do we get our message across?
so like it kind of reminds me of like the movie, like one of my favorite movies, Ender's Game. You ever seen that?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's talking about
Like
children are
6 times. Shit.
that's one of my favorite movies because it's like, look, like us as adults, we're idiots. We think we know everything, blah blah blah. But these kids, hey, guess what? They're our future because they think outside the box. And it's kind of the same concept, but at the same time, there's certain concepts that we don't need to teach our kids, like our future generation. You know what I mean? Like it's a give and take thing. So that's where I'm at with that because like this whole segregation thing and all the shit going on with government, like the GOV whatever, like I can't stand it. But like right now, it's like it's all about us as a united front, and it don't matter how old you are or whatever. This is how we need to be, and it's just like a clock. If one part's not working, the whole clock's not going to work. We got to work together.
Got you. Got you.
That's how, like, honestly, and that's what, like with my kids, they argue a lot and they fight and bicker, and I'm like, look, you don't do this, she ain't gonna do this, and guess what? It ain't gonna work. You do your part, she does her part, I do my part. Hey, we're gonna get this house clean real quick, or we're gonna stay here and the house is not gonna get cleaned at all.
Got you. Did you want to add on that, Conscious? Are you ready? I thought I saw you in the comments.
Yeah, I want to throw elitism in there. To whenever y'all said that people like to say go back to the old ways, right? Excuse me. And this how I would think about that. Y'all know how we tell people that they gotta grow, but those people who we tell that to, they don't want to grow. Like they just want to stay the same. They want to be comfortable. They don't want to go through the hard work. I look at that the same way as people who tell us to go back to how it was. Like, no, we are a species of evolution. Why not keep evolving? Why go back to the way something was, keeping us exactly how we is, which is going to halt evolution because we are going to be, what's the word, uh, stagnant. And once we become like that, um, the laws of
Complacency sucks.
that too, but the laws of Newton, uh, once in motion is always in motion, but once you
Right.
stop that motion, it would take something big, 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 big to knock you back out of place to put you
Mm-hmm.
back in motion. And I land right there.
Can I piggyback off of that? I think it's also the concept of where if we go back to the way things were, that means a lot of things will have to be undone. Because the lifestyle back in the 70s don't fit the lifestyle and fit today because the economy is completely different. Human beings aren't the only thing that's changed. Our cost of living, the economy, behaviors, crimes, everything has fluctuated and it's shifted. And so it wouldn't, in order to go back to the way things were, several pivotal actions will have to take place to not just put our minds back to the way things were in our households, but the economy, the cost of living. taxes, um, our global, what do you call it? Global, not interference,
Warming?
relationships, our finances, just as a country and as citizens. You feel me? Like everything would. That's the only thing for it to be exactly the way that it was. Now, I think people. The only thing that sounds like it might show some promise, just a little bit, is to find a compromise to where we aren't necessarily moving backwards, but we're moving forward just on a different path. You feel me? So we don't have to go forward on this path, but we can continue to go forward, but on a completely new one that we construct that will benefit families, that will benefit children, that will benefit our youth today. You feel me?
Our future
That being said,
generation,
I think
exactly.
it would mean to take some of what this generation has to bring to the table and take some of what the old generation had, and trying to find a way to make those two things work for the betterment of the future generations. But going back isn't going to help, and going on the same path that we're going on isn't going to help. So we have to construct something entirely new. We have to take the best of both worlds and make the best of the situation. You feel me?
Recollaborate.
Right, because going forward, going on the same path ain't gonna is because we already see it's not we ain't headed towards anything nice, and going
No,
back ain't
no,
gonna
no.
help either.
Our generation is honestly like each generation. If you look at it, we're getting screwed over more and more. And right now, we're looking at like my kids, the sense of entitlement, like they deserve to have this without working for it. And I'm like, no, you got to bust your ass. You got to do this for this. You got to do what you got to do to take care of that. And I got a daughter that's going to be 14. She's going to be a freshman, and she's like, "Dad, I did a little bit of this. I deserve this." I said, "Hell no, you ain't. Like you got to do a little more." And she's like,
Yeah,
"What
I
do you
think
mean?"
that's. But like people, we don't. That's another thing that I have to like. That's going on to like the older cats, right? Is when we say this, we'd say that hey, like we'll look at the kids and be like, this is our future. We're raising the future. This is why kids are
Hmm.
so important. They're going to be our future, right? But then like it's kind of, and I don't, please like don't take offense to this, right? Yeah, I
Right.
know there's some older cats in here. Okay, look, it's kind of like that absent parent that don't want to put the work in, or like when they see a bad flaw in you, they say, "Oh, that's your mama in you. You get that from
Right.
your mama, or you get that from your daddy, right?" But then when they see the goodness in you,
Oh,
they
that's all me. That's all
credit.
me. Yeah,
Exactly. So
I
I
get
feel
it.
like there's not enough responsibility being taken from the older generations. We didn't make ourselves this way. They say we're always glued to technology in our phones. Who put the iPads in their babies' hands? You feel
Always
me?
a product.
Who
Always a
Enough.
product of your
exactly?
environment. You
It's
know what I mean?
almost, I feel like I most often hear us being blamed for how we are, as if we made ourselves, as if we are asexual creatures. You feel me? As if we can
I
we
got it.
like influenced ourselves, we raised ourselves, and that's just simply not the case. I don't think blame goes to solely one side, because when we get grown as a youth, that's when we start taking responsibility of ourselves, the people we surround ourselves by, how we spend our time, how we spend our money. That's when our responsibility starts. But like, I do think it is. I can see the sense of entitlement in my own generation. I think that there's always we're on a decline, right? So when you think about it, go back about, I don't know, 70 years. Each generation has something, some complaint,
Hmm.
some major problem to say about the next, and then the next, and then the next. And it's supposed to be that way because we're all in agreement that we are on a major decline as a human race. So it's not going to go
Right.
up. We should have something bad to say about the next generation. When I'm 40, I'm definitely gonna have something to say about the next generation. I'll be like, yo, back in my day, we wasn't doing this weird shit. You know what I'm saying? And they gonna be saying,
Chill with the 40 thing.
you
I'm 35.
feel
Chill
me?
with the 40 thing.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Hey, look.
There will be no age slander up in here
Oh,
because
no,
the
we
Yeah,
elders
are.
in the
chill
building.
with the
Look,
40. I'm 35. I'm getting ready
Hey,
to be
I intend
36.
to
Be
age
nice.
humbly. I intend to age humbly. I'm working on that, so I don't want to look up and be one of those women that so focused. I want to age gracefully, man. So
Look,
let me.
it ain't nothing
I'm
bad
a,
about 40.
I'm a single father of two daughters, and what I'm raising them, I'm trying to raise them to be. I don't want them to be dependent on a man. because I'm a single father doing all this, right? And I want them to be independent, do what they got to do. And I'm trying to teach them, hey, when it comes to being a woman or a man, whoever, what are you bringing to the table in a relationship? You know what I mean?
You know
That
what?
way,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep going. I thought you were.
I'm trying to raise them because I've dealt with the whole, oh well, you said you do this, this, and that, and then I never got the reciprocation back. So I'm trying to raise them like, hey, when it comes to relationship and you're old enough to have a relationship, I want you to say, hey, this is what I got to bring to the table without a doubt, to where they don't have to be dependent on someone else.
Man, you better
Either
teach
way,
them
So
kids how to communicate properly and use their words to let the other person know exactly what they want and not what they think. My bad for
right.
cutting you off. You had to add that in.
Oh wait,
yeah,
Amir's trying to say
yeah. I was gonna
I don't
say
know.
Amir need to get in here because
Yeah,
he's a
y'all.
resident of our 50 plus club that I'm newly involved in. So we ain't gonna have no age slander, okay? For first of all.
Ain't no age
Now,
slander.
I
Don't
knew
worry
he
now,
about
had to
it.
get it out.
no, no.
That's why I said Baylor. Like either
But
way,
real quick,
but
but let me, but because I know you've been hearing it, Amir. But let me ask you too, so
What's
you
up?
can touch on this too.
What's
You
up?
can touch on both of it. So everything that you just heard, and we know that studies have shown us that when we raise our kids, right, we're already 20 years late. Okay, so we raise our kids with technology, ideologies, all of these things that are from our generation, but the way society moves and the way that technology moves, right? And this is just probably over the last 100 years.
Those things
Okay.
no longer match.
Right. We're 20 years late, 15 to 20 years late already, right? As we raise our children. This is probably why, like you said, who put the iPad in their kid's hand because they don't have nothing else to do. Like we're not gonna play blocks no more. And I'm just using that as an example, right? You know what I mean? Like they didn't
Blocks.
pass that out, right? Yeah. So, but here's the thing: how do you think we can transpose the message that it is modern enough that it makes sense, that it resonates, but it still has enough of the old school grounding? If I'm making sense, what do you
Oh
think?
man, the way you said it that
Ooh.
way, the way you said it that way is the same question, but you thought about it a bit more. Cause see, cuz be just trying to provoke shit. Cause now you say it that way, it changed my whole answer. But but yeah,
He a
and then
manipulator. So
headlights was saying the same thing. She was saying kind of
he
like we
get
gotta
guys
balance
too.
the blame. She gotta say, and I'll give her that. She did
I
say
gotta
both
answer
of
that
us to
question when you
blame.
answer me because I already the answer popped right into my head.
Yeah, I mean, I always try to make sure we share blame. You know what I'm saying? Because I was young at one point and I had to share the blame when I was young, and now I'm older and I have to share some of the blame now that I'm older. So the only thing I would say is this, though. Like I said earlier, oh, wait a minute. Make sure I'm answering your question before I get too far off. Oh, how do we try to mend the two so we can both be working together? That's a good question, bro. I don't really have the sole answer, but having a younger generation in my house and being a part of the older generation, some of the things that have worked, I'm just gonna keep it 100, is like going back to nature. So that kind of is like when we say, well, we can't go backwards. This is what I would say that's cool with going backwards. You don't have to reinvent going outside, getting sun, getting air, getting prayer, getting water, getting a good regiment so that you can become a strong minded person. Because we don't fight a war of carnal. This is not a carnal war. It's not of flesh. We talking a lot about fleshful things and material things. But if we forget the mental and the spiritual part, then we not living a balanced life because that plays a part as well. And see, and that's what I think the danger in letting the younger generation run is. And it's the same danger that my generation before me told me about me. Because I'm telling you, I was on some way futuristic type stuff when I was young, so I thought. But my elders had to remind me there's nothing new under the sun. Technology's always been around. Funny how we can't explain a lot of stuff that's happened in the past. And I believe we can. I think the information has been kept from us because lack a little bit of knowledge is dangerous. when we get all these people nowadays with the information overload, look at what they doing with it. Some of these people ain't using this information for the betterment of human mankind. So when we have questions like this that pose real deep philosophical thoughts, it's easy to cop out with, well, this the new and that's the old, and come on, y'all. Come on, man. This stuff been going on forever, y'all. There's so many metaphors and stories in our Bible and in our other autobiographies from historians, other cultures, their history. Like Kev was saying, we can't just throw all this stuff out and be like, we got to keep evolving. I'm cool with evolution. I ain't mad at whatever happens. But at the same time, if you're not grounded on something, you'll go for anything. So the new invention next 10 years come up, you be like, oh, now I'm with that. And this is the one I want to worry about, and I'm done. I seen somebody on TV talking about, on the internet, talking about he was an advocate of being how do you describe it? He wanted to become part AI. So like he was an advocate of humans' elevation becoming to a point where you can now become mechanical. Like he wants to be, he said he'd be first in line as soon as they start meshing computers with humans. And he a youngster, who gonna tell him he wrong? Because he feeling that way. This is elevation, evolution. You see what I'm
That's
saying?
crazy. No,
So
I
I
get
know
it.
I'm going to the extreme. But this is the slippery slope we play when we try to just X out tradition. We got to remember, if we don't know our history, we bound to repeat it.
Right. It's so crucial.
Yeah. So I'll
I,
land with
I
that.
gotta I
I'll land
gotta
with that.
take a whack at cousin's question
I
because
would
I
like
don't
to
know
go
why I
now.
popped in my head so quickly. Say it again, Eliza.
Yeah, I would like to go after you. Go ahead.
For sure, for sure. I'll try and be quick. But my best answer for your question is essentially we need to strip. We need to go back to not like the way anything was in the past, but really just, and maybe this was much like the past. I don't know. But to teach your kids and raise them up in a way or give them things that won't be mismatch, that like, because you said like you're 20 years late because you teach your kids things that but it doesn't quite match their world that they will be growing up in, because generate things change by the generation, and so the things that may not apply to their world that they'll grow up in. I think we need to teach them things that is everlasting, things that don't change, won't change, or won't go away no matter how many generations go by. And those are the most, like, the biggest foundations of the world, which is who we are. Because when people say your name, they be like, oh, that's that dude that was over there, or that's that dude who made this, or that's the one who started the revolution for. You know what I'm saying? Our names carry something. They mean something. The way we go ahead and carry ourselves and we represent ourselves goes on even after death, right?
Our
So
legacies.
how we represent ourselves, and then family, right? Because family is pretty much, I mean, I don't know if y'all know, but it's very hard for a person to even just, for a whole bloodline of a family to really be wiped out unless, somebody got it out for you and your peoples. But it's very hard for that to happen. In family. So how we represent ourselves in family. I truly do think that there's nothing else that matters in this world, because everything else is disposable, expendable. Things change. It's forgotten by the generation. You know what I'm saying? The things we grew up watching on TV, the next generation won't have a clue about. You feel me? But the names travel through generations. Family names travel through generations. Families and family history travel throughout generations. Those are the only things that matters. And when we teach our children those two pillars, I think that's going to be enough, is identity and family. Everything else don't really matter, because that shit's going to change in about 10 years. It's going to change in 5 years. Shit, maybe even 2. I mean, look at our politics today. Look at how much is changing, and how much is being fought for, and how much is being forfeited and forgotten about constantly. The only thing that doesn't change is identity, who a person is, who you are, and family. That shit never changes. Everything else is out the window. That's what I'll be willing to teach my kid. It's never that deep for anything else, but it's always that deep for who you are, what you stand for in your family. That's it.
Well, that's an interesting concept. Um,
Welcome to the panel, Eliza.
hey cousin, what's good? What's up, Kevin? Um, I don't know if he's still there. Okay, what's good, Kev? So you already know. As soon as I heard "F them kids," baby, look, we already know I'm team FTK from time to time, and I'm not shy about letting it be known. But to answer your question, cousin, you know, and cousin probably already know what I'm gonna say. Um, I will say whenever it comes to me teaching my kids, yes, I understand the concept where you guys are going when it's, we're talking about things that are dealing with the physical, right? So this can be different type of mathematics, different type of the ways that we learn as far as now using technology and things of this nature. I understand and I get where everybody else is saying that, what, that might not, stick around long, especially as time changes, especially after scores. So, me personally, what I do is that as my children grow up, I give them decisions. Now, granted, when they're little, they are controlled decisions. As they get older, I lessen the level of control I have on the decisions, because at the end of the day, regardless of what this world looks like, they need to know how to make decisions. They need to know how to be confident in the decisions that they're going to make. They need to know how to be confident in taking on the consequence of whatever that decision is. As you know, the things that I teach them are initial life lessons, right? You have to be able to think cognitively. In my family, we tend to be quick on our feet, right? So being that our brains tend to, is what they used to sit there and call, whenever somebody's brain was racing, we're able to analyze the situation a bit quicker. So, that's one of the things that I help teach my children in a way to where it's comfortable for them. It's not so much of, constantly what they're intaking as far as what they see, what they hear. It's more so of the core of, what you're teaching them, which for me would be, one, being able to decision making, to being able to be agile, thinking quickly, being able to calm yourself, or at least be able to regulate your emotions well enough to where even if you don't like the options, you're not in an emotional state so you can actually make a decent decision, right? Being able to be aware of your surroundings, being able to, then the real core values, which is, loving yourself and valuing yourself, seeing your value before somebody else comes and dictates what your value is to you, things of this nature. I teach these and I work with these with my little ones because as they get older, no matter what this world looks like, that's going to be the thing that they're going to take with them. That's going to be the thing that's going to honestly help them navigate through this world, no matter how different it looks from me. I can sit there and tell them that back in my day, we did things this way, we did things that way. But at the end of the day, we did that because, let's be honest, we really didn't have a lot of choice. I mean, how many of us come from the generation of children that are seen, not heard? That already tells you that we weren't allowed to speak, we weren't allowed to have our opinion, we weren't allowed to express ourselves, and we see how much damage that's done, right? Now, just imagine if you actually had that freedom and that knowledge and that confidence to be able to walk out and be authentically you and truly be confident, not no fake projection, but to for real be you and be confident. Can y'all imagine what this world would look like? All of the amazing ideas that we downplay ourselves or we convince ourselves ain't good enough and don't even sit there and try. We would sit there and take everything back. On top of the fact that, once again, suppose that for this time, this is the time for there to be so much change. Had we had that skill and had we had that ability, our entire world would have looked different. And it would not matter had it been the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2020s, the 2030s, the 2040s. At the end of the day, if you still have those core beliefs and those core systems in yourself, then whatever it is that you truly feel that you want to do, you're going to be able to sit there and do it. So, I mean, instead of me sitting there and trying to navigate the way the world is now, For me, whenever we had children, we had the future. We're supposed to be able to teach the future how to be able to adapt in any future that is given to them, not just in the one that you've experienced. That's the way it's supposed to go. So I do my little part for that.
Gotcha.
Yep.
That's good insight. And let me say this, Amir, I appreciate you bringing up the idea of tradition. See, you brought that word up because I knew if I threw that lob up there that you was gonna take that because that's old school. We Team USA. We ain't gotta practice or nothing. Just go out there on the court. I'm throwing a lob. Amir took that.
Already
It
know.
was. We talk about tradition, and I just want to say, I think that is a very big portion of it. Like if you travel the world, if you've ever gone out and seen other parts of the world, they take tradition seriously. You go to places, you will see a mausoleum or some shit that's 1,000 years old, still in ruins, but the ruins are still there. Ain't got no damn graffiti on it. Ain't got nobody over here tripping. They take that shit serious, and they live by that. I've seen old castles that's, pre-medieval age, and you go there, you feel like, damn, this is, you know what I mean? Like it's a different feeling, and I think people who are like accustomed to seeing that and of being around that, they have a different sense of pride. And even if they are degenerate, even if they are acting certain ways, they still never go to a certain amount. You know what I mean? This is why if you look at certain places, the worst that you can get is the knife fight. They're not walking around with tools. You know what I mean? They're not walking around with their fire. They might have a knife. You know what I mean? They might, because it's a certain level of where we're not gonna go
I
lower.
don't know about that, brother. I
Well,
don't know.
I'm saying in certain places, it's still certain places, yeah.
He's
But
not wrong. Respect is a major
Yeah,
thing.
no. Yeah. In
but
certain places, you're right.
but but in certain places, yeah, it gets crazy, right? But that's just like here. But if you go to most places, it's not that way, right? And the thing is, when you have that and you have, a culture, you have something to kind of identify
The
and bring
homage.
pride to yourself, right? You act differently. Now, fast forward, we live in a society where our culture is primarily based against us. And I'm saying us, y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to talk in code, so y'all got to roll with me. Our culture, our legacy, our all of the traditions are based in shit against us. So we basically got to make our own. So what you have is, like Amir was talking about, if you don't have a belief in something, you're gonna fall for anything. Well, now that's why we've been bouncing everywhere. That's why we just throwing stuff to the wall to see what sticks, right? Whatever works for us. We're just trying to make it. We're just trying to come up and do something. And it has become, or we're trying to go back to a culture that's not really ours, but because they look like us, we want to adopt that because we need something to go back to, right? Oh, I'm from this tribe. I'm from this. Are you really? Do you know? Have you ever been there? No, but it sounds good.
He cooking.
But
Somebody
my
Yeah,
put
point
it's
is, so
some
I
seasoning
I know
salt.
it's,
exactly. Wait, cousin, I have to say this. I know exactly what you're talking about. Traveling. When I started traveling to different countries, it was like, oh, this is kind of cute. But when you take the time to learn, especially about what you're saying, like that identity that they have, just
right,
straight out the womb, and they will be unalived on that hill for their culture. And
right.
then I almost went through almost like a depression phase after traveling so much. I was like, I was going bonkers, dog. Once I really told myself that I could leave the country and I could go do something different, and then I did it, I went bonkers. I went to Denmark, then I went to Norway, then I road trip to Sweden. You feel me?
Mhm.
I went bonkers, and when I came back, and I had a few experiences out there. I'm not gonna lie, but
I went to Dublin.
I was pretty depressed, lacking that sense of identity. I remember telling my wife, because she was like, hey, my dad, because like, her parents wanted me to hang their flag for their national holiday. And I was so tight in, because, Black from America, so like really closed off to acceptance of a culture almost. Like I'm open-minded to learn and appreciate and respect it, but that's as far as it goes. And I was like, I don't feel comfortable hanging anybody else's flag up and I don't know what my own looks like. That was off for me. And thank you, Jesus, she really understood that. She said, oh, my bad, I'm sorry. But with that being said, that was almost like kind of a small centerpiece of, I think, why I was depressed, is because of that lack of identity. Then I was just telling like Eliza, like that's beautiful and sad at the same time, to be without and create your own. And that's kind of life for you. People are dealt hands where they are without and they still have to make a way, and to see those people thrive is so beautiful. But when it's harder when it's a whole community of people in a country that is against them. It sucks, dog. It really do,
Well,
especially like the people you
But
was
then
just
here's the
I
talking
thing.
about.
understand.
But real
I
quick.
understand.
So I want to land it with this. I want to land it with this, because that right there, right, what you just said, that's one of the steps that we need to take, right? And that is not up to the OGs. That's up to y'all. And I'm not saying you
Right.
particularly. I'm
No,
saying
I
to the
agree.
younger
That's what I
generation,
concluded to.
right?
I was
Because
like, I was a little bitter. I
yeah,
was like, I need to do that work for myself. Like nobody's
right.
gonna do that for me.
And the thing is this, right? Because right now, what you have is when we start talking about, like I do history all the time, right? And the thing is, I start telling people, hey, this is this. You don't know. Nah, they
You
ain't like
do.
that now. And it's always going to be a rebuttal, but it's
That
not
nigga
going to
is
be.
smart.
And it's
I
like, yo,
appreciate you. I never told you that, cousin. I like your appreciation for history, bro. I love that. And the angles, the
It's
different
okay. We
history.
was Vikings.
right?
I think I missed
Yeah,
Monday. My bad. But we was
yeah.
Vikings though.
And that's the thing, though, right? Because if you know your history, then you start to realize, okay, this is why this is like this. And now maybe I can start to, formulate the reasoning and how I can counterattack these things that's been taught to me. Because a lot of this stuff that we're taught is based on some ideals that's not good for us, right? And when only time we get to see that is if we really see that. Because if not, it seems like a lot of people, I want to say entitlement, but it is that, hey, I read on the internet, I read on a book, you can't tell me shit because I know. No, you don't know. You may have knowledge, but you don't know. And that's the difference. And I think this generation has that because they want to be heard. They want to be validated. They want to be proven to be equal, to be just as important. Well, you are, but you don't lose value by gaining knowledge. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of times I think they're resistant, right? They're resistant because they believe that, hey, your way got us here now. And it was a good point. Like we talk about the good old days and all of the stuff that we did, but guess what? How do we get to this point now? Partially from those old ways, but we don't really want to see that part, right? As old heads, we just go back and reminisce, but it's like, yo, okay, so I see they got a little point. They got a little point where, hey, why should I listen to you when y'all got us to this point now? And you say, damn, you know what? You right. Okay. So now we got to have some grace for them, right? And we have to now change the message a little bit to where we can actually resonate with them. But then at the same time,
Hold on. Let me
they
piggyback
gotta,
off of that before I forget.
yeah.
Off of that before I forget. That was actually touching on what I wanted to say before you started saying that. I think a lot of the issue that we also have is whenever we're sitting there talking about tradition and we're talking about history, specifically history of a certain diaspora. Okay, I'm talking about peoples, right? One of the things that I notice is that anytime somebody sits there and they replay the history or they sit there and they talk about it from the viewpoint that they've been given, it's always the destruction thereof or the demise thereof. It's never really talking about how luxurious things were when they were still set and standing and set in motion. Does that make sense? And so now that we have a newer generation that's going to hear the stories, but they're hearing the stories of the end of the movie, so to speak, instead of everything else that happened prior. Like, we're talking,
That's what you mean.
huh?
I see. I know exactly what you mean. Seeing the result and not the
Right.
process.
Because my,
Not
and this
going
is
through,
just,
not going through all the bullshit of it.
well, this is just an example, okay? But whenever I grew up, I was always told about Black Wall Street while my grandmother's house was on Black Wall Street. Like, she still has the skull marks on the side of the house, from her house being there. And whenever a lot of, once again, I don't know how much I can say on TikTok because they act funny. But how whenever the demise or the downfall, and the downfall seems to be the only thing people talk about because that's the first thing that's being put in the history books by the same, by those. We'll just go ahead and call them Voldemort, right? Keeping it TikTok friendly. But nobody actually talks about how the life was when we had an area where we had our own churches, our own banks, our own schools, our own this, our own that. And I think that is so important because if the generation that we have that once again they are at the best opportunity to be able to do anything, literally, right? It's not just one of those things that we used to just say, you can be the president one day. No, there's actually proof now. You can be the president one day, kind of thing. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into that, but the whole thing is now, whenever we sit there and we tell this generation, you guys can do anything, be anything, we actually mean it. And so if we're going to sit there and tell our future this, they need to understand the benefits of doing some of the things that were done in the past. Because if all we're ever doing is talking about 20% the benefits, but 80% of the demise, then why would they want to sit there and even try to rebuild something that was so amazing? Why would they even want to try to redo, or even re-examine something to recreate and rebuild when the only thing that's been indoctrinated in their mind is the demise? Does that make sense?
So how do you acknowledge them, help them acknowledge their greatness if you're not being great yourself, basically?
No, that's not what I said at all. Did anybody else get what I was saying?
You always gotta have the good, the bad with it. Like, period. Like I know a different aspect on this conversation, but you always gotta let them know, like, let our future know the good and the bad of everything. And you gotta understand that like sometimes you gotta go through some shitty ass stupid situations that should not happen.
But also the results. Like I see what she
Right.
means. Like not just
No,
saying like, oh,
100%.
this is what Harriet Tubman did, but like showing them that she didn't just do that for her generation. It has an impact today.
Right.
And
What?
you
No,
see
no,
it.
no, 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 no. That's not what I'm talking about at all.
I know. I was responding to Air Force.
What she's
okay.
saying
Well, I'm
is,
saying like
what she's
period.
saying is, we live in a time when sensationalism rules. And what we hear is about all of the negative. We always hear about everything,
Right.
just like what we do right now, right? We always have, we got these whole panels about 30% of the population. We talk about the degenerates. We talk about, well, what about the 70% of the people that's actually making it happen? We don't have panels about that, right? But we want to stick with panels about the negative. And so what she's saying is, just like when we hear about Black Wall Street, well, Black Wall Street was great. Yeah, but they burned it down. But this was blah, 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 blah.
And that's all anybody ever hears about. They really don't hear how great it really was, for real, for real.
So if I hear, as a growing up, if I'm hearing all of the bad parts, why would I want to strive to do it again? It's the same thing when we talk about marriage. Everybody talks about how bad marriage is, how the divorce rate is so high, blah, blah, blah. But yet we say we are pro-marriage. But then why would I want to be married if I'm a young man and you keep telling me how bad it is and how much I'm going to lose? That's counterproductive. So I get what you're saying.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
I agree.
On
Can I say
both
something real
aspects,
quick,
coming from
Eliza,
somebody that's been married for
about what
27
Elijah
years.
said?
Can I add on what you said, Liza? If I'm
Oh
wrong,
yeah,
correct
go
me.
go ahead.
Hey, and,
I
Cause
and,
love
and
what
real
you
cousin
quick,
had
said.
he had it directly on the head. Go
hey,
ahead.
Yeah, I
and real
like
quick.
what you interjected. Go ahead, cuz.
Well, after Amir, we're gonna go hear from Diamond. I know she wanted to come up and say something. Then I'm gonna hear from Air Force. So that's the order. And then we'll come back, open up the panel again. All right. So we're gonna go Amir, we're gonna go Diamond, and then we're gonna go Air Force. All right, and then we open up. So I just
Okay,
want to know so everybody knows the order. All right, let's go.
cool. I'm gonna be 2 seconds on my comment. What I really want to say now that I see Miss Diamond up is that Miss Diamond, I sure hope I didn't offend you earlier, and if I did, I'm so sorry. I really am glad you came back up,
Sir,
and I'm glad we can
absolutely
talk
not.
like adults. Okay.
Mm-hmm. No, I
Okay.
appreciate
Cool.
that. Thank you so much for feeling that you need to apologize, but
Yeah.
you absolutely have nothing to apologize for.
Okay. Cool.
As my brother, it is your job to correct me if I'm wrong or show me a different path. So you don't
Yeah.
have to apologize.
Okay, I appreciate that, but and I like when you said, that if I didn't feel like it, but as a man, I was corrected by a couple people I respect, and I had a different perspective because I was mad. So once I stopped being mad, I look at things different, and I'm man enough to say that. So I apologize. But what I wanted to say what Eliza said is something I got from my dad. And if I keep remembering it, I won't have them little slip ups that I had earlier. We got to stay positive, y'all. What she's saying is we got to stay optimistic. We got to try and shine, look for silver linings and motivate people with that because it says the faith of a mustard seed, right? So we got to look at that in all aspects of life. I don't like when people just paint one side of a picture because it's two sides of a coin. And when you concentrate so much on the negative, you in trouble. We got to be on some kind of positive to keep the balance in life. So I appreciate that, Eliza.
All right, Diamond.
Yeah, no, I again, I just want to say thank you so much, darling, for you feeling like you need to apologize to me. I did not take any offense to anything. I stand 10 toes down on every decision that I've made in life, and I'm okay with that. Also, I need to apologize to Eliza. Eliza? Am I saying your name correctly? If I'm not, I'm so sorry. For interrupting you. But I get the Tulsa, Oklahoma background. I get the rich culture that melanated people come from. Whether you were to consider yourself a melanated individual prior to melanated indigenous, I think is what the terminology they want to go by, prior to the cattle slavery or a African American, irregardless what you are, you my skin folk, you my kinfolk, I love you, irregardless. I just wish that we would open up the idea of like cousin B just said, like just because it happened in the past and is now demolished, we cannot look at marriage the same way. Like we cannot just be like just because marriage ended in divorce, we can't look at it in that way. Um Speaking positivity to anything and anyone that we are around and ourselves as well included is very essential. So let's just husa and try to figure out how we can come together again. I'm sorry.
Well said. Well said. Air Force, you got anything to put in, and then we open up the panel after you.
Well, it's pretty much the same concept of, we can't change the past, but we can change the present and future. We come united, and my biggest thing is we all bleed the same blood. You know, I love it because I have a lot of friends from different ethnicities, and I really get to experience their experience through what they went through, and I love that, honestly, because that opens up my mind. And my biggest thing is knowledge is power. You know, you learn from each other, you grow, and if we just keep growing with each other, like we'll be a successful planet, you know?
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, we open panel now. You got
I'm
No, no.
sorry. I'm sorry. I was gone. For Mir, I didn't even get the chance to hear your statement that you were piggybacking. You know, we were talking about team FTK. I just had to sit there and pull a FTK for a second. So, um,
That's all right.
so
I just
excuse me.
piggybacked it and said what you said in another way. That's all.
Oh, okay. Thank
What does
you.
that stand for? FTK?
Oh no. Respectfully, that's team fuck them kids.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I wanted to tap into that one too.
I'm on that
I just
team
have one
sometimes.
question. I just have one question first, if that's okay.
What's up?
So Air Force. Oh, sorry. Was it Air Force?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Air Force. So, you so eloquently depicted how we need to come together and like grow as a force, right?
Yes.
Which I love and I appreciate that so much. Could you tell me any time in American history where that was required
It's not required by any means.
or expected or wanted or even appreciated?
In my time and day right now, like in our time and day,
No,
we
like American history in general.
it's hard to say on that level because of all the bullshit and the government and everything. But where I come from, like my best friends are, I learned from them. Different, like I said, different ethnicities. And I love to learn. That's just me. Like I don't judge anyone by the color of their skin, but what's in their heart. And that's the best thing you can do is like what's in your heart. How good of a person are you? Or even if you're not a good person and I could teach you how to be a better person, I'm good with that. I love it. But I'm not going to tell you there's one time that it's been dictated and this and that, or it has to be because
No, I said wanted, appreciated, or even accepted.
right now, at this one moment.
Right now, no.
Okay, hold on. Here, do you mind if I help you out, baby, or Miss Diamond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Air Force.
Yes.
She's not talking about anything right now. She says, whenever in history, in the past, have we done that, or has it been not have we done that? When in history has it been required that we were done that? You know that we needed to do that. That's what she's asking.
Basically, when has unity and equality mattered to American history?
It should have been mattered like
Until now.
many times though.
When?
In my past, when I wasn't around, it should have been there.
No,
But
no,
it
no.
wasn't.
I'm not talking about
We're not
you
saying
being
when it should
alive.
have. We're saying when did it? When like in all actuality, when
Okay,
was it?
I got you.
Yeah.
I guess sometimes on certain religions.
No. So you have Loving versus Virginia that literally just got abolished in 2005. I'm born in 1990. You have Tulsa, Oklahoma, the first time America bombed itself, blown up, whatever, done something to itself, right? You have Rosewood, you have Lake Lanier.
Yep, I was about to say, don't forget the lakes.
You have Lake Lanier, and then there's another lake as well. What is it? Not Lake Lanier, but there's another scarier lake. Oh Lord. Okay, so and this is me as an African woman who has lived in the States, who has written theses upon and I'm talking about pages upon pages.
Diamond, I got one.
Every
I hate to
time,
interrupt you because I know you're gonna be mad at me, but I got one for you. How about New York Central Park, right?
Central Park. Yes,
Yes.
Central Park. I was
Yes.
gonna get there, but we're talking about like a whole city, all of it demolished, a whole lake built upon graveyards, churches, hospitals, like homes. Do you understand what we're talking? Like, I'm so sorry. I usually don't like to raise my voice, and it's really upsetting me, but I love the fact that you have finally gotten to a point where you can say we're all a unity and we can come together. It infuriates me. It infuriates me for my melanated
I'm
brothers
not.
and sisters.
But listen,
No, no.
I've never
Brother.
finally came to a point. I've always been to a point because I've been raised. Not everyone's like this, but I've
But
been raised.
do you know what I already know about you?
What?
Based on what you just
Hold
said?
on, Diamond. Hold on, Diamond. Sweetheart, you're getting triggered. This ain't even that kind of. This ain't even that kind of. That kind of panel for that kind of conversation. Because I know where you going. I see where you going. This ain't the spot for that. It really isn't.
And I
Like
didn't
even
mean to
if.
trigger you at all.
Hold on, Air Force. Hold on, Air Force. Hold on, honey. Even whenever we're reading the questions, you notice that it is not centered around a certain diaspora, a certain type of, or a certain
Group of people. Yes, ma'am. I
whole
do.
community and things of this nature. So
Yes, ma'am. And
yeah,
I've
but I
asked
mean,
you
I
that
see where
already.
you're going with that because I mean, I'm not gonna lie, baby, my heart is there too. But yeah,
Yeah, me too. It wasn't slept on. I just think we all
it
caught
really wasn't
the
like,
draft that came in. We was like, you know what, let's just because I
baby,
did
look,
peep the kind of
I'm
panel
not
this
even
was.
gonna hold you. Look, I almost got
Yeah.
completely derailed on the whole drive because I'm like, oh wait, we ain't even having that conversation. You know, man, okay, we gotta focus. We gotta stay focused.
I apologize. I
Yeah, it wasn't just
wholeheartedly
you. It's just
apologize.
You good?
Hey,
I was already
You good, sis?
in this conversation before, and then
Yeah.
I got a call and I had to do some meetings, and then I came back and this was the conversation. And then I'm so sorry, but I do apologize. I didn't mean to derail the conversation.
Well, no,
Please do
you.
continue.
Hey, can I touch on the first topic?
Girl, yes.
can I say one thing real quick?
For sure, for sure.
Go ahead, Air Force.
I have no control over my past, like any of our past or anything. But what I'm trying to do, and what we're all trying to do, is honestly come united and just love each other. Right? That's all I want to do is spread love.
That's right, bro. Thank you
And
for your service, Air
I do
Force.
apologize.
You know what? Hold on.
If I triggered
Can I say
anyone, I'm
this?
sorry.
Let me just say this too, because sometimes, and I'll just say this, not necessarily to you right now, but I think this is a good teachable moment. Sometimes in spaces like this, and these type of conversations come up, a lot of times you will have people who have their heart in the right place, right? But it's almost like just don't say nothing.
Right place,
You know what I
wrong
mean?
time. Yeah.
That's it. Because we know, like it's almost like you in the cookout, right? You already in the cookout. You don't need to do the electric slide. Don't even trip. Just kick it.
I mean, Air Force.
No, I'm
Hold
just
on, Air
I'm
Force.
making
I'm
a
not.
joke. Look.
Wait. Hold on.
I don't do the
I,
electric
I'm.
slide.
Look, I'm just putting a little light on it. That
Hey.
don't mean I take it lightly, but I'm just saying.
I
So
don't do the electric slide, but I do the Cupid shuffle. Like
See?
I'm awesome at that. You know what I mean?
see,
Okay.
see.
Air Force. Hold on. You know
Sometimes,
what?
yeah,
I,
sometimes
I'm
we
gonna
just want to
be.
keep, we don't need, sometimes you just got to let people
May I?
discuss what they got to
May I?
discuss.
It's gonna
You
be
know what I'm
quick.
saying?
I promise it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and keep it 100% authentic with you. I don't know you, so respectfully, however you take it, you take it. I'm gonna be 100%. This is the authentic me right now at 3:00 in the morning. Respectfully, I understand this ain't you, and I'm not saying you did anything, but to be 100% honest, hearing you sit there and say that you personally, as in your individual, your independent self, didn't have anything to do with that, yeah, don't do that. because honestly, that irritates my spirit, that irritates my soul. It very much it makes me feel like it's very much a blow off, or you are sitting here and trying to apologize for either one, something that you feel is not yours, or it feels like it's a blow off of the conversation because you don't know how to respond. Sometimes silence, look, coming from Stephen King, The Pet Cemetery, silence is better. Okay. Well, actually they said, unalive is better, but you get what I'm saying, right? Not everything requires a response, darling. And if you don't know what to say, and if it don't fit, then just don't say anything. You don't need to do the extra stuff, because even though you think that it to you, it feels good, and that's absolutely fine. That's okay. But it's not received in the way you want it to be received. And I'm not going to lie, the way I'm receiving it is irritating the entire fuck out of me. Real shit. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead, and that's going to be the last thing I say on that. I don't know if anybody, I don't want to dictate anybody else's words.
Can I just speak to him, because I'm the first one that addressed him?
Yes, please.
I'm so sorry. I do apologize. I don't mean to upset you or anything like that. I can clearly tell that you have been sipping. I live in London right now, and it is 9:30 a.m. I can only imagine what time you're on. Again, like the sister said ahead of me, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. It's not that deep. You don't have to explain yourself, nor do you have to, but when you say certain things, it can, for me, it rubbed me the wrong way personally, if that makes sense.
I do apologize.
And no, it's fine, brother. It's fine. But just know we appreciate you, we understand you, and we hear you. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Air Force.
Thank you, little sis. I appreciate that.
Hey, Air
You did that
Force.
so beautifully.
Air Force.
Yes,
You hear
sir.
me?
Thank you.
Hey, man, thank you for your service, though. All real talk. And raising them girls on your own, you get kudos for that, bro. You know what I'm saying? You just stepped
Wait,
in
you got
some shit.
girls?
You stepped in some shit a minute ago, but you good with me, bro. That's all right. We all step in some shit. I didn't step in some shit.
I got 2 daughters.
I have
That is
8 kids.
beautiful.
So
Wait, you
I,
got 8 kids.
I do. The young lady that's right above you, and my husband is actually he joined the live, so but
Holy
yes.
intentional? Like,
Bro, every single every single one. Well, hold on. Since we all adults, hold on.
girl.
Hold on. Since we all adults, I'm gonna say this, honey. There's only so many you can swallow.
You so silly. You said your husband joined the live. Where he at? On the phone with you?
No, he's in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Baby, say hi.
What's up, bruh? I love to see couples on the thing. I swear I do. That's right.
My husband is downstairs doing some work, and oh, sis,
Nah,
you
you
said
still
8?
together with him though. It's cool. You
Yeah,
ain't gotta be on
my
as long as y'all participate.
we have 25. Hold on, we have 25, 21, 19, 18. Then we have 13. Well, we have 14, 13, and then we have 9 and 8.
Talk your shit, mama. You said I had them early, and I'm still fed.
Yeah, my mom had 7 kids. I'm the youngest of 7. Man, we got 3. I got 3.
Yeah, you should have been swallowed. I don't know what you're talking about.
My 14-year-old, I adopted her from my first marriage.
Hold on,
That's
Air
my
Force.
husband right there,
Hold
Exalt
on.
One. He over there in the chat.
Time out, y'all. Diamond, did you say I should have been swallowed?
Yeah, you were the 7th one. Hi, Exile. I'm gonna use to exile the JJ. Cause Lord, let the girl breathe. What you mean 8?
Oh no, honey, no. Don't get it twisted, baby. I be hopping on that. He be putting me on punishment, sitting there saying no more D. He be putting me on punishment. Don't get it twisted. You know, the issues that these other women have, baby, I can't relate. Because when I sit there and tell you, I be sitting there trying to look. As soon as he walk in the door, hey, daddy, what you doing? You ready? Hey, no, I gotta take a shower. You want me to come in the shower with you? But I gotta get clean. What? Do you really want to get clean, or you want to get dirty? Which way?
See, y'all have.
You know what? No, I don't feel guilty about the way I be with my husband. I don't feel guilty at all, girl. I'm gonna follow your ass. Sorry,
What's up,
yourself.
what?
Oh no,
What's
you
up,
good?
Kev?
I'm definitely gonna follow you. Uh,
No, cousin, he know this. Like, cause I'm not shy about it at all. I mean, I absolutely love my husband, everything about him. He get on my nerves from time to time, but then again,
That's
that's
what we
how
do.
friends are. And
That's
at
what
the
we
you
end
know
of
do.
the
what?
day, that's my
You know
best
what I
friend.
do when
Yeah.
he gets on my nerves? I get on that credit card and I spend it.
Oh, girl,
Till he
no,
calls
we
me and
got
say,
kids,
"Hey, you
girl.
okay?"
It's
I
coming
got
out.
kids in the over.
I
I have a
know.
huge house,
It's
girl. Look,
coming
one thing
out.
about money, I'm responsible. Now he's the one that he'll sit there and force me, baby. Here, he'll sit there and say, "Here's some money." We need it for bill. No, we don't, babe. I want you to go and do something for yourself. Do
That's
something,
right.
He'll force me to do. Well, not really force, because force sounds, so harsh. But
Yeah,
he
yeah.
will,
We get it. No,
suggest.
I get it.
Yes,
Suggestive.
heavily.
No, girl. He doesn't have to
Yes.
suggest anything. He can be like, "Baby, you okay?" I'm like, "I don't know. Where's your card?"
Y'all a trip. I
Because
love
I'm
hearing it.
Somali
Y'all
and
a
he's
trip.
Nigerian, mama. His money is my
Oh, okay.
money, and my
Yes.
money is my money. We don't play like that.
Yeah.
Girl,
Uh-uh.
well, yeah, that's the way it is. His money is my money, and my money is my money. But
Girl,
it's
I
whenever we
same.
had kids, we decided that the money is the kids' money. They are pimps.
Can I tell y'all something? I love hearing y'all talk like this because look, when I was young and I was coming up, I really was like money oriented, but it was for a whole nother reason. But I'm glad I learned them skills because I was selfish. I didn't want to have kids or nothing. But now that I have a family, I'm so glad that I was money oriented from day one because you
Mm-hmm.
can say what you want, but I love what y'all talk. I'm just saying I love to hear the truth. You know what I'm saying? I
No.
love to hear the
Mister
truth.
should have been swallowed. Let me speak to you directly. Okay.
Well, all I'm gonna say is my mama. Okay, so I'm adopted, and I recently found my mother, and that is an amazing thing. But it was crazy when I found out she was one of 13. I said,
Ooh,
13 what?
ooh. My mama
Girl,
was
you got
one of
age. What
13.
you mean?
I know. I said what the first thing me and my husband we looked at each other and we both said at the same time. So that's where I get it from.
Yeah, yeah. My
You
mama
know what
was
the
from
you know what the
13 and
good
she
book
had
said?
7.
Multiply and be fruitful.
That's right.
Right?
Yes,
Nothing
It
wrong with it.
very
said
much so.
amen and swallowed all of them apples. You the
Okay.
pig in the
Anyone
tail.
Virgos in here though?
Well, I'm a Leo Virgo cusp, so
Oh,
I'm
so
an
you're
extrovert and introvert.
so like my oldest daughter, she's gonna be 14 on August 12th. She's a Leo,
Mm-hmm.
and I adopted her from the first marriage and everything. But that's my baby. Like I got primary custody of my daughters.
That's right.
Oh, bless you.
That's
That's
right.
beautiful. Be
Those are
careful
my
with that
babies.
one. Be careful with that one.
I
As a
know.
Leo,
Mhm.
respectfully, since we all adults, I'm gonna go ahead and give it to you real. I'm gonna give it to you raw.
Ooh,
I hope you got your pew
girl.
pew. I hope you got your pew pew. And I hope that she knows how to love herself because one of the trap that a lot of us Leos either have or do or both is that baby when it comes to that we first of all we can sell ice to an Eskimo. So imagine using that superpower to sit there and try to obtain a personal relationship that you want. It is way too easy. So be
Yeah.
prepared for that.
But look, let me say this on Air Force behalf. And I know he want to say it. He said it before. I don't know if he was up, Elijah. Now, one, he already in the Air Force, so you know he got a pium pium. You know he got a
Right.
pium pium. But then he said,
Right.
I heard him say it. He said he is raising his children to be independent thinkers and self-sufficient so that when they get ready for opportunity for a relationship, they'll be ready.
Absolutely. You can't
I
do
heard him
that.
say that.
But then they're gonna come across a Taurus like myself.
Well, see, you know what? We
I ain't
love
taking it no
Tauruses,
further
though.
than what I heard. I heard him say he's
Hey,
raising them to
hey,
be
guess what?
independent and ready for a
My
relationship. I
daughter,
like that part.
my
He said
daughter,
that part.
my daughter, she's a beast too. She knows how to throw them, like on those punches
But
and all that.
okay.
And I taught her how to wrap up. Like she
That's
good.
attractive, bro. I fight
I
all the
mean, it
time.
really
That's
is.
attractive.
Because
Air
I
Force.
taught her. I
Do you
taught her. I
see what I
said,
mean?
hey, if any man
Air
tries
Force.
to
Do you
do
see what I
like if
mean?
any boy tries to do this, here's what you do. And she's like, hey, Dad, I want to try this. She's like an inch shorter than me at 13. You know what I mean? I'm 5'6". I'm short, but she's right there already. And she's like, hey, Dad, like what you taught me. I want to see if I know how to do it. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'm like, dang, for 13, you're doing good. I'm like, hey, if any boy
Right.
tries to mess with you, you're good.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. I'm not gonna say pew pew. Hold on, sis. I'm not gonna say pew pew. I'm gonna give y'all her name. Her name is Ruby. If y'all can figure out why, I always have lovely ladies. So, I learned. Me and Ruby started our relationship whenever I was 7 or 8, and I'm a country girl. So we had them backyards to where we had plenty of target practice.
Yeah.
Right.
So me and Ruby, we have a beautiful relationship. Now, when it comes to throwing hands, baby, look, I can either put my hand out to bless you or to bless you. It's up to you what kind of lesson you want from the Lord. Okay, because baby, look, I understand they say be Christ-like. Hold on, I understand they said be Christ-like, but I'm not Jesus. I'm not turning in no 3 and 4 circles because you sitting there thinking you gonna get over, baby. You gonna get these paws.
Well, and that's
Okay.
what I taught both my girls. I said, look, never be a bully. But if you have to defend
Right.
yourself or someone else that can't defend themselves, I don't care if the school says you're kicked out or you're suspended. Guess what? I'm gonna take you Dairy Queen.
Right, because I mean, I've
Because
done the same thing with my
you weren't a
daughters.
bully. You stood up for yourself or someone else. Cool.
That's right.
I'm
I
sorry.
have.
Are we all Christians here?
I am.
I was raised Christian.
No. I just
Yeah, I'll put it to you like this. I believe in the Most High, so that does not really have a title that goes with it. You see what I'm saying?
No. I wasn't
Different names.
asking in a way of like trying to identify people. I was just asking in a way of like, that's
Camaraderie.
not
Yeah,
how
I got you.
I was raised. I was raised in
Hmm.
a Muslim household, which means you better handle them in dunya or akhirah. Dunya meaning in
Right.
this world or the hereafter. And I
Exactly.
prefer to handle or deal with you in this lifetime. Because
Exactly.
I'm not God, I don't forgive. But you can have a
Okay.
conversation with him in person and explain him why the heck you had to meet him early.
I like that.
And
I mean, I
is
can forgive.
literally
Why'd you have to meet him early?
like,
I
you know
like
how
that.
you said you had a name for your
Uh-huh.
little
Yes.
girlfriend?
My Mickey Mouse Couture. Yes.
Baby, I had 2. One was dunya, one was akhirah. Dunya was the warning shots. Akhirah
Mm-hmm.
is the after, which
Mm-hmm.
is the Arabic word for the hereafter. Now, you either gonna take the first warning or you're gonna have the last warning, and then you're gonna have to explain yourself. But when it
That part.
comes to hand combats, I'm the youngest of 7. All my
You
four
already
brothers,
know.
we
You already know.
my parents used to sit down and watch us literally battle each other, and we would go WWE style on each other.
Right.
And my parents never intervened. They were like, figure it out. You would cry, cool. Then you go right back in, and you know.
Right.
Yeah, I
But
like
I'm
that.
also
Mhm.
a well-educated woman that knows that prison ain't for me. And
That's
I'm
right.
also too
Right.
cute. I'll be someone's
That's
B
right.
word by noon.
That's right.
So
I'm
I
I'm
have
hold
to
on. I'm
play
gonna
my
say
cards
this, and
right.
this. I'm gonna say this, and this might be a new topic, okay? Because my mother, the one that raised me, she was a teacher, okay? So she was a middle school teacher, a high school teacher, and then she turned to a college professor. So did I have her majority of my life? Absolutely. It was shitty. I said what I said. Now, with that being said, my mother was one of the last teachers that would allow in middle school and in high school the kids to go out in the middle of the hallway. If they had an issue with another kid, y'all duke it out. Because what y'all not going to do is sit there and leave with all that animosity, that anger, that hate, you know what I mean? All that chaos and
Exactly. You're not
confusion.
gonna come up
You're
and
not
leave
going to
with
leave.
no pew pew.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
Now, mind you, she retired after 49 years of teaching. She retired in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
So, whenever I was growing up, I mean, if I had any issues, my principal loved me because I never went to the principal's office because I was always sitting down to my mama room. And this is also,
Yep.
in the days where My mama would sit there and take me to the back. She had like a in her room. She had like a little back cubby room. I would anytime I messed up, she'd take me to the cubby room. I'd get a whooping. I'd get my look a straight ass whooping, and then she'd sit there and come out the cubby. I'd come out to the cubby. I'd go right back to class, and she would sit there and have the teachers call her or text her. Well, not really text her because we didn't have phones like that, but send a letter down or a note down or something like that if I had to go back to the room again. And she would sit there and talk after school was over. She would sit there and like be in the teacher's lounge and talking to these people. So I knew my teachers on a first name basis. Okay. I knew what their first name was. I dare not say it. It's kind of like Voldemort, you know what I mean? But, I knew what it was. So I knew the teachers on a more personal level. So yeah, nah. So I mean, we're gonna sit there and talk about some stuff. Why don't we sit there?
Let me say this, and then I gotta
I'm
go to
sorry.
bed, y'all. Diamond, I'm sorry, you
Hold
go
on.
after me. Look, I'm gonna go to bed, y'all, but I wanted to say this because y'all had me cracking up when y'all was talking about laying hands. I used to do that for fun. I've since I don't fight no more. I'm old, but I like to spar. I like to do fighting for exercise now. But I really used to be in them streets fighting a lot. So I love
Right.
when I hear women talking about fighting. I just love it. But look, this is what I was gonna say, Eliza. You say you ain't like Jesus turning around, getting smacked. Look, I'm kind of like the Jesus when he was in the church though, tossing the tables up and stuff. That's the
Yes, that
Jesus
was
I'm
very
more
much.
like.
Yes, that was me. Oh no, I
I'm
ain't
a
even told
go.
you I got kicked out of my church twice,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I beat a girl up with a Bible.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah. I ain't mad at you. Hey, you better have. Hey, if you step in
Excuse
the
me?
danger zone,
Excuse me?
if you step in the
Yeah, hold
danger
on, hold on,
zone.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I
Good
need to
night,
hear that
y'all. Go
again.
ahead. Good
You
night.
got
Y'all
whipped?
got it.
yes, okay.
Amir,
So
I got a
I was
follow,
in
man. You're
church.
awesome.
I was in church, and I sat there and I told her if she kept talking all kind of crazy to me, I was gonna beat her with the word of God. She thought I was playing. I picked up a Bible and beat the brakes off this girl. And then I took her by her hair and I dragged her outside because I was trying to curb stop her on the concrete. Now, mind you, did I have some things I was working through? Yeah. Did I work through some of them that day? A few. Not a lot. Did I
Babe,
get kicked
babe,
out of church for 2 weeks? Yes.
hold on one second, one second.
To
I'm
the
literally
brother
gonna
that
ask
was
my
just
husband.
talking, I always say I'm more like Peter. If you look at the disciple Peter, he was blessed as well. But when they came for the Messiah, he cut off that guard's ear because he was gangster as hell.
I mean, there was that.
No. But
And she
mama,
left.
hold on one second. My
Yes.
husband's right here. Say hi, baby.
How you doing?
Hello.
I relate to you so much. It makes sense now why. Babe, where did I get
Right.
kicked out of?
Would you get kicked out of?
Yeah, for kung fu kicking.
Oh yeah, you got kicked out the Dixie.
So
Yes.
Duxi
Uh-huh.
Yep.
is literally like Bible studies for us Muslims.
Yep.
I got
Mm-hmm.
kicked out of it because I kung fu kicked my sheikh, which is like your pastor,
Teacher.
the teacher,
Mm-hmm.
the Quran teacher, basically.
That's just
I kung fu kicked that
Yes.
mofo.
unruly.
No, I wasn't unruly. My
Well,
sister
you
has
asked for it though.
my sister has a weird fear of feet for some reason, and he was
Mm-hmm.
Pakistani, and he used to have like hair on his like big toe and little toe, and he would like whenever
Mm-hmm.
she wasn't able to like read her recitations properly, he would put the feet in her face. And I just snapped
Oh
one day, and
no.
I was like, "Oh no, not my sister!" And I'm younger than her,
That's what's
so I just
Right.
Usain bolted, and then just
up. Run up.
kung fu kicked this man straight into the face, and yeah, I got kicked out of the
Yep, you
masjid.
just my Muslim sister, honey. Yeah. So we probably related. Hmm. And if we not, I'm claiming you now. Yep.
No, when you said that story, I
It's
was
all
like,
right.
it sounds so familiar.
For real.
Anyways, babe,
I'm telling you, like I said, remember, I got kicked out twice. I sat there and I was talking to my reverend, and I asked him a question that was about something in the Bible. I believe we were going through the story of David because I believe it was no, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar. It wasn't Herod, King Herod. So, somehow I do remember vaguely that King Herod had passed a law to where, that the seers were bad, fortune tellers were bad, and necromancers were bad. And
For real?
I sat there and I said, okay, well, that was in the Bible that we were studying, girl. Look, they didn't sat there and change that stuff around so much, honey. Like I said, I'm trying to remember the verse because, honey, they didn't change
That
stuff
could
around so
not be the
bad.
King James Bible because in
Was
King
that
James
whatever? Oh
Bible
no,
there
no,
were
no.
seers.
This was before we had the King James in the church, and I sat there and I said, well, that's not true. They sat there and said, well, how are you going to sit there and say that's not true, Eliza? I said, well, it doesn't make any sense because anybody that has these abilities, if the abilities are given to them by God and none other, then who are you to sit there and dictate? Even in this King Herod was nothing but a king. I mean, he didn't even follow God, or he didn't follow Allah either until after some stuff hit the fan, and then he chose to go ahead and go that route. But my thing is this: who is he to sit there and dictate what supposedly was supposed to be law amongst gifts that God gave? I was told not to question God. This is the first time I got kicked out the church. I said, I'm not. Now, mind you, I said this to my pastor, this grown man. I'm going to tell you why I said it to him, because he wasn't doing pastorly things. But I sat there and I told him, I'm not questioning God. I'm questioning you. You're supposed to be the representative. It's your job to explain this to me. So please explain this. He sat there and said, well, you're going to be a smart. He even cussed in church, called me a smart ass. And I said, no, I'm like 7 years old. I'm like, no, I'm not a smart A. I asked a question. That's the first time I got kicked out of church because I questioned him. He sat there and tried to say I was questioning God. No, I'm not questioning God. I'm questioning you. You're supposed to be the representative. You're supposed to be the one that's supposed to make this make sense. If you need a minute, go pray about it. Give me my answer later. You know what I mean? That's all that's all.
Sheldon, like, I'm gonna give you time to think about this and then come back to me.
Yeah, look, whenever I sat there and I watched Young Sheldon, which I will not have my son watch because my son acts just like him, which is funny. But and I do too. But I sat there and asked. That's the first time I got kicked out of church because supposedly I was asking too many questions. And then the second time was whenever I beat up Maisha at Vacation Bible School. And do I regret it? Absolutely not. I'd do it again, honestly.
I still don't regret kung fu kicking that man. I had so much anger and resentment harbored towards him that I was just like, you know what? For every child you make cry, because he's like, you know how they say most mean girls are now nurses?
Oh,
Like he
yeah.
would belittle children. Like they would, and mind you, like you guys are lucky. You Christians are flipping lucky because you guys get to read your Bible in your language, right? So English.
Yeah.
We have to learn a whole different language to
I know,
just
I
be
got the
able.
Quran. I got it. I can read it.
No, but we don't read the Quran because the Quran has never been changed, right? So you have to be a hafida. Hafida meaning you have to learn
Yeah.
the Quran
Yeah.
back and forth by heart.
Yes.
Meaning you have to learn the Arabic language by heart, right? Any
Yes.
mispronunciation,
Well, that's the
he
way.
will make so much
That's
fun
the
of
way.
them.
That's the way it was initially when I got the stuff. They now translated it to where, they've sat there and turned it into English, but we already understand, they translations are some BS. But go ahead and continue because you're absolutely right.
No, but like he was being such a mean girl, and like he would make fun of them when they mispronounced one word, and I was just like, why not just correct them? And then he'd be like, "Oh, smart A, you should be quiet," and I'm just like, "Oh, I'm quiet because I'm slick with my tongue, but I'm also very good with catching languages." So I
Right.
always came forward with him, and I was always able to like recite my surahs by heart. And I would look him dead in the face, and he'd be like, "No, look at your book." And I was like, "Nah, I want you to know that I know
Don't
this by
need to.
heart.
Right.
I want you to know that I know this by heart." So I would look at him, and he'd be like, "Oh, you cannot look your elders in the eyes." And I was like, "No, you're not my elder. You're my teacher. There's a difference. Don't go there." And yeah, no, I mean, I'm okay with
Well, hold
kung fu
on. Let me. Hold on, little sis. Let me sit there and tell you about. So the day I got kicked out the church first time, right? Let me tell you what was actually going on in the service. Yes. So, mind you, remember when I sat there and told you I questioned him? I questioned him at the end of service. What was going on during the service is that we have his wife who's sitting in the front,
Which
the
one?
pews with her 2 kids.
Which one?
She has a son. She has a daughter who's a teenager, and she has a son that was around my age. His mistress, the first mistress.
That's why I asked which one, because I'm just like, it doesn't make
Hold
sense.
on. Girl, look, he had 3 side chicks and his wife all sitting on the front pew with their kids in them loud ass church hats. All of them.
Yo. So you grew up
Hold
in a
on,
Baptist church?
Girl, no. This was a
Please don't
Methodist.
tell me it's one of those later.
No,
What's it called?
it's not.
LSD?
Oh no, we don't. No, them Latter-day Saints. No.
Latter-day Saints?
This. No. This was a Methodist church. So, baby, look, he was just out here hoeing. So my thing is, how you're gonna sit there and tell me that I'm questioning God when obviously your penis is asking too many questions too? Maybe it need to question God because you sitting here giving it to everybody in the front row. And when I say everybody, baby, I mean everybody.
Oh, don't forget the front row. There's also the choir.
Girl, no, he literally was sleeping with all the adult women in the front row. Now, one of them was his wife. The second one was, I had a friend named Webster. This little boy who had a crush on me. I later realized that as I got older, but at this time, he was my friend. So his mama, and there was Webster, and he had a sister. And then there was another woman named Kelly. She only had a son. Then there was another woman named Kimberly. She has 1 son. Baby, he banging all of them. And it's going all through the church during the service. Because 2 of them went downstairs in the bathroom. And I just so happened to, that's whenever we were having they were doing like the last songs before they actually start preaching. Or, whenever they're leading up to the service.
Yeah.
And so,
the last gospel song,
kids,
yeah.
right. The kids try to hurry up and go to the bathroom because we're either supposed to be in vacation Bible school or we're not vacation Bible school, but they have like a little, it's YPD, and that stands for Young People's Department, right? So we're either going downstairs for the YPD at this church or we're supposed to be sitting in the service. And when the service is going, when he's preaching, ain't nobody allowed to get up. So we all going down to the bathroom. Baby, look, one of them sitting here and talking about how one caught him at the other one house and then the other one pregnant and ain't neither one of them his wife. All this stuff is going on up here at the church. So, of course, it gets to my mama. My mama, she's coming down to sit there, sit next to us for the service. She's sitting here and whispering to another adult. Now, I was eavesdropping. Wasn't supposed to be eavesdropping because had these old ladies knew I was eavesdropping, I probably would have got hit with something. But I would sit here ear hustling like a mug. Do you hear me? And she was up here like, well, you know what? I don't even understand why those 2 are talking because supposedly he was supposed to be messing with this one, and at least this one the wife know about. So I'm not even realizing really what they talking about for real, for real. I just know that he has all these women and, he's meeting up with all these women. I understood that he was having relations, but I didn't understand, there's certain terms for that when that's not your lady or
What
your
you mean?
man.
He's been blessing the congregation.
Girl, obviously that's
The
what he
whole
thought too.
front row of the congregation been blessed by him, not Jesus.
Girl, that's what he thought too, obviously. Because, baby, look, straight garbage. I was like, And so then whenever I sat there and got kicked out, he sat there and said, oh, you're a little firecracker, aren't you? What does that mean? He said, oh, but obviously you got a short wick. So in other words, I don't have time for BS. I mean, I get that as an adult. Whenever I'm 8 years old, it's not really clicking to me what he's like low key saying, right?
He was literally trying to tell you, like, you ain't that kind of girl.
Right. I'm too smart for my own good and I need to sit there and play dumb. That's literally what he was trying to tell me.
He wanted a dumb little.
Right. So I'm just sitting here like, bro, look, I remember going home. I was so sad that I got kicked out of the church because I was involved in everything at my church.
Bro,
I
you
was the
dragged somebody
acolyte.
out of
I
their
was the
hair from
usher.
church.
I
What
was,
you mean
you
you
know,
got
I
sad?
was in the choir. I was in everything. Like I was in the YPD. Everything that a child could be in, I was in. So when I say I was very involved with the church, 6 days out of 7, we were at the church. I was either training, practicing, for this or for that, or, it was the service. So after that, I lost respect for him. I kind of lost respect for the church. Not really so much the church, definitely for him. And he would sit there and try to come around, and my mom could never even figure out why. Anytime he was even in the building with us or something like that, like I think he had us go to his house one time. I went and stayed out in the car. I got a whooping for it, but I went out and I stayed in the car. I was like, dude, I'm not gonna go in there and be around him. I went in there to go to the bathroom. I was told to then go play with my friends, which was, his son and his daughter from the wife. And then afterward, like I didn't even want to be in a room with this man by himself because of what he was doing to all these other women. And I'm sitting here like, I remember asking my mom how he was supposed to be a representative of God. And this is probably why he mistaked that I was questioning God and didn't understand that I was questioning him, because if he's supposed to be a representative of God and he's doing this, God said that he only had one son. I didn't hear that God was sowing royal oats all over the place. I heard that he only had one kid. I didn't hear he had like 15. So what's he doing? Yeah, I got popped in the mouth. But that's okay though. Honestly, I earned it. I respect it. It's an interesting memory. I don't regret nothing.
Who popped you in the mouth? Your mama?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that makes sense. So, I
because I
mean,
sat there and said that God only had one son, and he's trying to sow his oats in multiple areas, so he's not doing God's work. I got popped in the mouth because I wasn't supposed to know what was going on, or I'm not supposed to know about adult relations.
you're not supposed to say anything about adult relations.
Yeah, yeah.
You
It's
can
one
know
of those,
about it. You
kids are
just,
seen, not heard. Mm-hmm.
mm-mm, mm-mm. Girl, I am so sorry. I am
I
so
know.
sorry.
Don't be sorry. Look, you know what? Everything happened the way it was supposed to happen, because honestly, I want to say, like, it wasn't even the rest of that year that man sat there and got kicked out of that church for sitting there fornicating. So,
Excuse me.
I
Hold on,
mean,
hold on. You cannot just bypass that like you didn't say that. That's your maid.
yeah, yes, we went 3 months without a preacher or a reverend, waiting for the next one to come. Yeah.
Because
Because the minister, the reverend, the preacher was fornicating
with
with
who?
the congregation,
When
with
we
the
say
ladies of the
congregate,
pastor.
we like congregation is large now. Like I'm gonna need you to be okay. Listen,
With
sis. Listen,
specific
sis.
ladies
Hold on,
of the congregation.
hold on. I need to catch myself because the 15th is yet a day away, and I'm trying to be rectify myself with God. Okay. Love your Baptist conversation and your church conversations. I don't need to know the rest. I'm good.
Right.
I
I
am
about to
trying
say,
to
look,
get
no, we're
good
gonna
with the
discuss
Lord.
this after the 15th.
I'm trying to, yeah, after the 15th, we can have a
Yeah.
conversation because I
I
follow
ain't trying to
you.
have you get in trouble. Not on my behalf.
Girl.
I got an answer to that. Nope. We can talk about it later.
Actually, yeah, we can. Oh my god. Just push it back one more day. Just one more day.
Right.
I appreciate you, my love. And again, guys, I'm so sorry. Laugh or learn, Kev. Didn't mean to derail your conversation that you were having.
Kev, are you still up?
No, he's snoring. Are you hearing him?
I'm about to say, I heard him snoring earlier.
No, he went to sleep.
I
No,
thought
I'm
he
so
woke
sorry,
back
but
up though.
I just got irritated when that YT male tried to talk about
Yeah.
Jimmy T and stuff, and I was just like, yeah, sorry. It's a no for me, but A for
Yeah.
effort.
Well, I mean, my whole thing is that's one of the reasons I said, I was going to be very authentic because cousin, he knows that usually I try to be very polite and I try to be very kind. But baby, look, for me, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not gonna say I'm tired because I actually kind of woke up and I sat there and ate some leftover lasagna. So now I was sitting, my stomach getting heavy. I'm starting to feel good, starting to wind back down. And baby, look, I'm not even gonna lie. I just didn't care. I'm not gonna sit there and try to be polite or anything. I'm gonna sit there and let somebody know exactly how I feel because sometimes they just need to hear it. Whenever I'm sitting there hearing, well, I didn't do. The first thing I want to sit there and say was, for real, I don't really care. Didn't nobody make this about you? I didn't say you did shit. I didn't say you did anything. I didn't say that you sat there and had the power to sit there and somehow got a time machine and go back and do whatever. I didn't say that. All I said was, look, if it don't apply, let it fly. I get so I'm tired of, people trying to justify things that if you had no part in it, why do you feel the need to try to justify anything if you actively had no part in doing whatever it is? The only reason that one tries to justify is whenever they have guilt or shame, in their mind, they agree with the parts that were done that sat there and contributed to chaos. If you're sitting here saying that you don't agree, then why the fuck do you feel the need to sit there and explain anything? I'm pretty sure the people that are oppressed, yeah, we kind of understand that we don't like oppression. You ain't got to break that down for us. We get it. I just didn't feel like holding my tongue and sitting there and trying to be politically correct. Sometimes I wake up, I'm not going to say I choose violence, but baby, look, sometimes the fucks I have to give, they tend to fly out the window. Today was one of them times. I can't find one, and I'm not going to go outside to get one. It's storming out there, so that mug is just gone. Now, maybe I can find a fuck to give in the morning. Not right now.
No, I honestly I appreciated you wanting to even thank you, baby.
Address it.
No, you even being so nice to wanting to. What, you have to go to work? No, sorry, your husband has to go to work.
Well, have a good day at work, hubby.
Thank you. It's literally one floor down. He has an office one floor down.
That's okay. Work is still stressful. Mine has to go to work here in a couple of hours.
Yeah, no, I honestly appreciate you for pausing me when I needed to be paused.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it's just that whole unity thing really pisses me off sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's a trigger word for me.
It's
lately,
a trigger
yeah.
word for me because as a melanated individual who is from the motherland, who sees nothing but their skin folks as their kin folks, when somebody whose entire history is based on demoralizing, disengaging, and also disturbing the peace of said people, and then you want to all of a sudden be like, well, but in my lifetime, I'm just like, no, we're not talking about your lifetime, are we?
Man, look, I'm not even gonna hold you. I wanted to sit there and say so bad. That white man, why the fuck are you trying to sit there and center yourself around some shit that ain't got nothing to fucking do with you? And the thing is, I knew that if you kept going, I was going to end up going, and somehow we both knew it was going to get there. And I was about to sit there and say, look here, respectfully, this is not your place to sit there and trying to center yourself around any of this. Once again, if it don't pertain to you, what did the police say? You have the right to remain
doesn't
silent.
apply, let it fly. I literally said that to him, and then he was like, yeah, but I am all about unity and my generation. I'm just like, and the thing is, I don't even know how to continue that kind of interaction with them because they always want to fall back to, but it was not my It's not,
Yep.
I didn't do it. It's not my people. It's not my parents. And I'm just like, but
Right.
it's our ancestors.
Right.
So how are you okay with our ancestors, but you're not okay with your grandparents?
Bro, that's because they benefit.
The little napkin colored individual that lied on Emmett Till is still comfortably laying in a flipping bed in a retirement home.
Oh no, she's not. She's transitioned.
Well,
She
I hope she
she
transitions straight
no,
to
she
him.
transitioned. She's transitioned. Yeah, she's
And I
not here.
hope. No, but this is what I mean. Like, we're not talking about that far way back.
Right. No. I completely understand.
It wasn't that far way back. I think it was yours, wasn't it? Grandmother.
My grandmother is one of 7. Yes, and my mother is one of 13.
And you guys grew up in Tulsa, right? Your grandparents
No,
grew up in Tulsa.
okay, no. My grandmother, okay, so the woman that raised me, my mama, she's from Tulsa. My grandmother is from deep South Louisiana. And my grandfather is from
I'm
Mississippi.
sorry, you're better than me.
No, I'm not better than you. I just have more practice. There's a difference.
Again, better than me.
Because
I have
I'm
several
saying
practice, but that's not one of them.
like I said, I don't even feel like having a conversation where people sit there and trying to center themselves around it and then sit there and try to use the scapegoat where I don't give a shit. At the end of the day, I'm kind of over educating, informing, trying to teach, trying to, explain, break down in hopes that you may have empathy for somebody, outside of a social norm and a social construct that is specifically designed to benefit you in every aspect of the way. That's literally like sitting there asking a multimillionaire to sit there and have empathy for the little people. Yet the main way that this person became a multimillionaire is that he's utilizing the pain, the trauma, and all the negative stuff that comes from said people, but then asking him to empathize. That makes no sense. That's counterproductive. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense on a financial scale or so many other things. So with that being said, it's just like it's a moot point. I don't feel like hearing about it. And I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and say that if he wanted to sit there and keep going, he could have kept going. It ain't my life. It's Kev's life. But if I choose to be authentic today and sit there and speak how I feel, I'm gonna go ahead and speak how I feel. Like I said, he can receive it any what way. I'm not gonna sit there and correct it. However you receive it is how you receive it. That's up to you. I'm gonna sit there and deliver the message the way I want to, though. At the end of the day, so.
No, I mean, I personally don't see anything wrong with it. But
I don't, but people be in their feelings. So,
I came in respectful. I answered all the questions. I had to go out again to just finish up some meetings and some conversations. Then I came back in. And when I came back in, you guys were all huddled up. And I was just like,
hold on, wait. I didn't see this last question that Kevin got. It says, why get in a relationship to not have kids?
Well, I think, yeah. No, because that's something I said to him. So my husband and I didn't even want to get married to begin with. But then I met my partner, and when you meet your best friends, I literally just was so head over heels over this man that I can't even imagine a life without him. But before that, I never really thought about like getting married or having kids like that, big wedding, wearing the white dress, and that, picket fence and all of that. It was never my thing, and I'm the youngest of 7.
Right.
But seeing him with my nephews and my nieces and seeing him with other kids and like, I said to Laugh or Learn, as well as cousin B, that
Mm-hmm.
I may have squinted a little hard, and I was just like, you know what, you might look like a good daddy.
Right.
Does that make sense? So I think that's
Oh no,
what it
it
was.
absolutely does. Because I'm not gonna say I was similar in a lot of that. I was similar in I was never the girl that had a dream about the wedding day. I was always the girl that had the dream about being the wife. I wanted the life that came after the wedding day. Right? My fantasies of that did not start until honestly after the honeymoon phase. To where I was already in a habit and a routine of being able to cook, clean, and be able to just have my own home and my own space that was clean, that was, clear, that, I could relax and then I can go ahead and work. Because even at that time, whenever I was growing up, I wanted to do, something where I could be in a really comfortable setting. So I could either be at home or, maybe I could be out, but I was somewhere close enough to be able to walk to the house or, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And then I got married. And then actually, before I got married, whenever I got into the relationship, even with the relationship, everything was going good. So I wasn't really thinking anything of it until my husband proposed to me.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh, now there's, oh, well, and this is going to sound crazy, but this is the way my brain works, right? So for me to sit there and get to this day, I have to go through all of this for me to get to this day. So, I mean, I had a beautiful wedding and, a wonderful reception and a beautiful honeymoon, but I didn't dream. Yeah, I didn't dream about that shit. I didn't fantasize about that shit. You know what I mean? I was the kid that was watching fucking Disney princesses sitting there talking about how all them bitches were done, except for Mulan. I was like, all of them were almost so, like guy hungry, like their entire life it revolved around
Yeah.
getting the prince. You know what I mean? You never really hear about any kind of aspirations, any kind of dreams, or anything that these princesses are supposed to have beyond the point of, oh my goodness, the prince fell in love with me. Which literally from every movie is like it's like a one of a million chance. It's the equivalent to winning the lottery, right? So that tells you how often that shit's not gonna happen. So I wanted something that was a bit more of a sure thing. I'm not a gambler. So I mean, I went through, the engagement, the beautiful reception, wedding, all of that, the wonderful honeymoon, and then afterwards where, now I'm really comfortable. And so for me, it was like, okay, so life can go ahead and do this. And then, I didn't figure out how babies were made. So I kept going and going and trying and trying and
To be the
they,
8 that you already produced.
yes, like they just kept multiplying like
What?
gremlins.
Honestly, bless you, and may God bless your womb even more. Like it is
Oh,
a beautiful thing. That's such a
thank you. He
beautiful
was sitting there
thing.
talking about how he wanted one more. I'm sitting here like, yeah, no, I don't want any more. And then I sat
Girl,
there.
you better
Hold on,
cock
hold
that
on.
leg
But hold
up
on.
and be
I
like,
sat there
go
and
get
held
it,
this little
daddy.
baby the other day, and I was just like, oh, okay, well, maybe one more. Maybe one. Maybe one more. But that's how we got up to 8, sitting there talking about some maybe one more.
Honestly, sis, if you ever get to the point of saying FTK, please
Mm-hmm.
call me. I will take these kids for you.
Oh, girl, no, you can't.
And
Shit, 6
then
of them are grown.
send you and your hubby to a resort so you can make more of these kids. So
Girl,
I can
look,
see
okay.
some more.
Okay. Because I'm about to say 6 of them are grown. They 18 and
I
above.
don't want no grown ass kids. I want some
Exactly.
babies. I want some infants. I want the new fresh.
Oh no. My youngest right now, he's 8 years old. He's my little Sheldon.
Oh yeah, see, girl. Yeah. Do you have a sister? Just kidding.
Man, actually I do, and she doesn't have any kids yet.
Well,
But my little sister, she is what, 13 years my junior. So she my little homie. She ain't got no kids yet, and I'm sitting there telling her before she decides to have some, let me know. That's why, you know what, anytime, the stuff starts getting headache or anything, or she need a break, just bring them on over there. Look, there's 8 babysitters. Baby will be fine.
Yeah.
She ain't even gonna have to worry about it. Just go out, do your thing. Just, I got a rule. Make sure if you're gonna sit there and be out past 10 o'clock, let me know. And you're gonna come back the next day to get that baby. Cause yeah, we're not gonna sit there and take no babies out nowhere in the middle of the night when it's cold outside and they sleeping. That's always been a no for me.
That's beautiful, honestly. Like I'm still waiting to be blessed. My husband, however, the way he treats these little nephews and nieces of his that are
He's
like
waiting.
my siblings' kids, it's just the cutest thing. I'm just like, I
Well,
can't
just
wait to
remember,
like.
it's one thing to treat them like that when you're gonna be somewhere for a short amount of time. It's another thing
No.
to,
He steals them. You don't understand.
oh,
He steals them. Like we would literally go visit my sister, and suddenly I'm getting in the car, and I'm just like, "Why is there a car seat behind us?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, no, we're gonna have the baby overnight." And I'm just like, I was trying to go to sleep.
right?
And he doesn't mind staying up with the baby. He doesn't mind being around the baby. Like he's just like, "Oh no, baby, I'm okay." And I'm just like, "No, you have work to do." Meaning,
Right.
for me to be a housewife, you need to
Mm-hmm.
make the money.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just like, "No, but they're so beautiful. Smell them, smell them." And I'm just like, "I
Uh-huh.
know." But yeah, no.
Honestly, I think that should be another topic we should talk about. There is such thing as a newborn baby smell.
Oh,
And
there
that smell,
is. There is. Oh, new baby smell is the best smell ever. Especially, oh my
yeah.
God. You know what the best thing is? You know when a baby just lay, like you're holding them and they just snuggle into your neck?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that part, I am willing to adopt anybody. At that point,
No,
I'm just
don't
a
say that.
baby.
Don't say that. Don't say that. It's good to have that until you have to do shit around the house.
No,
And then you have
but
to
I'm okay
move.
with that. I'm
Well, no,
okay
you
with
say, hold
that.
on, hold on, wait. It's good until you have to move, because when you start moving, then first thing you're gonna worry about is waking them up.
No, but because I'm African, so we wrap our kid around ourselves.
Oh,
Anyways,
honey,
I do that
girl,
with
I'm American. I still did that. I had one in the front and one in the back. Boo, what you mean?
no, but that's what I used to do with my sister's kids. Like I would have them right on my back,
I
and
did that with
then
mine.
yeah, they were yours.
I had one wrapped around the back, and then I had one wrapped around the front.
Yeah, because you had 8, girl.
Yeah, I
We only
mean,
had 2.
Hey, ladies, I gotta tell you, I got to drop down.
all right.
No
I
problem.
just came
Thank
back up
you.
to say my phone was about to unalive itself, so
Oh Lord.
just
Okay.
got
No
enough juice to
problem.
get back, and now I'm gone again.
All
But it
right.
was a good
Bye, cousin.
conversation, y'all. See y'all next time. Have a good weekend. We don't see you
You
before
too.
then.
Thank
All
you.
right,
All
You
right.
too. Girl, I already followed you.
Bye, cousin.
all right now.
Okay.